4th this weekend. We are up at Croft Circuit for what is a glorious weekend when it comes to the sunshine, but it's very, very windy, Sam, isn't it?
It's extremely windy, and you notice it on track, and it's playing quite a, it's playing a bit of havoc with the cars on track. So it's all about tow for the Caterhams this weekend. But yes, we've got a lot of racing coming up today, and it's they're all parked just outside Assembly at the moment, so we'll go and speak to those shortly. But tell us what's in store for this afternoon.
Yeah, it's a big weekend this weekend. We've decided not to go for the music festival. We've gone for the sound of engines instead this weekend. Very nice. We've got 5 Caterham competitions coming up this weekend. We've also got some minis, of course, and we've got the Northern Saloons as well, which is quite an eclectic class, actually. Seen quite a few cars up and down the paddock for that one this afternoon.
It's very interesting what's in that. I'm looking forward to that race, actually. They had a 15-minute qualifying, didn't they? And it looked all sorts of different noises, different engines. Yeah, it's a real mix. It'll be a good one.
Yeah, it's going to be an exciting one. And of course, we're getting towards the important stages, the halfway stages in a lot of the championships as well, Sam. And there's some really close ones in the Caterham as well.
It's super close in the Caterhams. And yeah, this is where people don't want to be making silly mistakes because they don't want to jeopardise their championship. But they are all getting, it's a lot more tense, should I say. But yeah, it's still great fun. Yeah. The qualifying for us, is a little bit, there's different faces in different places. I arrived, didn't mean to do that. But yeah, it's really good. It'll be an interesting race for the road sports. But yeah, we've got the Academy. Matt Fox is on pole for that one. Yeah. So that'll be a good race. And they've got a massive grid as well. So yeah, I do like Croft though. It's a great track to drive.
I was going to say, it's a great track to drive, and it's been a bit changeable with the weather today. We've had the sunshine, we've had the wind, a little bit of rain this morning. But we've mentioned the wind. When you are out there on the track, as of course you will be this afternoon, what is it like when you get those big gusts of wind across?
Well, for me, I really feel it. I've got side doors, so last year I ran with full doors, which protects you a little bit, but it's cooler with half doors. But because of the half doors, you really feel it, and it knocks my head around quite a lot. But obviously, it's more just for the tow. It's really, really crucial, especially for us. We have a windscreen on the road sport. Academy have a windscreen as well. And then you got up to 270, they've got an aero screen, and 310 and 420s do as well. But so we need someone to be punching a hole in that air in front of us.
Exactly, quite useful. Just looking across, we haven't got the cars quite down here yet.
No.
On their way. We've got a little bit of a change to the schedule as well. We're going to be starting a little bit earlier than originally scheduled. So I'll have a look here. The wind so bad, as we can say. Of course, it is the 270Rs that are going to be starting, and then the 310s afterwards, onto the Caterham Sevens, onto the Minis for 4th this afternoon, and then we're into the Academy, the Road Sport, and the Northern Saloon as well.
Yes.
Yeah, it's a good weekend.
It is a good weekend. Lots to watch. Yeah. And I feel like this big JCB here is going to be very busy. Going into this gravel trap, but it is the only gravel trap here at Croft.
It's an issue because Croft hasn't got huge runoffs either, has it?
Not particularly. No, here isn't massive, and you are running quite close to the edge of this gravel when you go through turn 1. Yeah. But yeah, there's a fair bit of concrete out over on the side of when you come through the Jim Clark S's towards Barcroft. Yep. But the white line at the edge of the track is the edge of the track, and if you go over that, that's track limits. So
got to be very careful on those.
That's the only bit there's sort of quite a bit of room. But yeah, if you go off at Tower, which is turn 3. Yep. You're going to a field, and we won't see you again probably.
And that's it for the rest of the weekend. They are off and gone. Yes. And thinking about the other tracks that we've got, obviously across the season, the other circuits there, is Croft one of your favourites? What is it that makes this one stand out in the calendar?
I like Croft because I think it's got a little bit of everything. It's got the hairpins, it's got some slow sections, it's got some really fast, like through the Jim Clark S's, it's really fast. For me, it just flows really well. I really enjoy driving it. I did Academy last year, and we did our first ever race here.
Oh, really?
Last year. So it's the only track on the calendar for road sport that have. This is the only place we've been to before. All the other tracks we go to this year is new for us, so we've got to learn them.
And that's going to give you an advantage, surely.
Yes, because we've raced here. Yeah. Already raced here. So and it's the little change in the car from Academy to Road Sport. So we've got better tyres, rear anti-roll bar, different front anti-roll bar, and it makes a huge difference. The amount of speed you can carry, and and tyres are the biggest. They are the biggest factor. They've changed quite a lot compared to Academy. But it's great. In Road Sport spec, this track is awesome.
Right, we like that one. It's
Yeah.
going to be an awesome weekend of action as well as we wait for the cars to make their way in for the first, as we said, of the 7 races today. 17 races across the weekend, 7 competitions.
Gosh, really?
I know, it's a full one, isn't it?
That seems a lot.
Yeah.
But then tomorrow we start later, don't we?
We do.
So at Croft you can't start first thing in the morning at 9 o'clock like you can at a lot of circuits.
Yeah.
So I think it's 11:30 we'll be going live-ish around that sort of time.
Yeah.
I think first race is around sort of 12 o'clock, isn't it? Something.
Yes,
like
yeah, it
that.
is 12
So-
o'clock tomorrow.
But also, something I will say is keep an eye out for any. Keep an eye on this live stream because they sometimes do run ahead of schedule. So though you might know the time of a race this afternoon, sometimes it will be running ahead because they do allow, I think, 10 minutes in between each race.
Oh, brilliant.
For clear up, things like that. So, but obviously, if they don't have much clear up, they will run the next race ahead.
Yes.
So we always have to be watching out. We've got a motorsport app. And
very
Caterham
good.
post on there to let us know if things are running early or late, and they call us to assembly and things like that. So it's very helpful.
Fantastic. And as Sam said, of course, you can follow all the weekend's action on Bart TV, like and subscribe as well, so you can make sure that you get all of the updates and when we're coming back live. And of course, you can catch it with Caterham as well this weekend, live, of course, with all the Caterham races. So make sure you live and subscribe with them as well. And Sam's
Yes.
going to be our expert on the Caterham interviews
That's
and
right.
giving us an insight into the world after Academy last year and Roadsport this year. Still waiting for those cars to come down at this moment in time.
I don't know why they're all parked
I was
up
just gonna
outside.
say, it's like they don't want an interview, really, isn't it?
I think they are. There's a few that are definitely holding off being interviewed. I know.
There was a moment earlier on
but
where
the
one of them
marshals are ready, so I'm not quite sure why they're all. I don't know, Danny, if you pan round, can you see them all just parked outside assembly there? Maybe we go up and talk to them up there, shall we? Should we do that?
We'll go. We'll head up.
We'll head up to them. They can't hide from us then. Obviously, they will start to move forward shortly. There's Simon, Motorsport Director. I think maybe he's wondering when they can be let in as well. So they've not been told. I'm trying to earwig over there, but oh, hang on. Looks typical. Engines are starting now. Looks like they might be coming through. So let's let some of them get into position. We don't want to get in the way, and then we can go and speak to some of them. That's Alex Coombs. I raced with Alex last year in Academy. And next coming in is Nick Sampson, who also did Academy last year. So they've made the jump up to 270 and skipped the road sport category. When you get to 270, you can have team support. So that's why a lot of people will do it, because they haven't got the time to run the car themselves. So there's Monty. I like Monty's livery. Let's let them come through. Then we've got Harrison Cavers. Harrison raced in my group last year in Academy as well. So, right, a few people are parked up. So, Danny, I'm going to walk down this way towards Alex because it was Alex's birthday on Thursday. So we can't not mention that, can we? So he's just being pushed back by the marshals into position. Let's see if that's staying there. Is that staying there now?
I think so, yes.
Good. Okay, thanks. Hello, Alex.
Hey, Sam, how
I
are you?
have to come and speak to you because, we had a big birthday, didn't we, on Thursday?
Yeah,
So happy 40th.
Thanks very much, mate. Cheers. Thank you.
How was qualifying for you earlier?
It was all right. It's very, very windy.
Yeah.
It was all right, though. I thought there's a lot more speed into the tower than I didn't take. But, yeah, let's see where we end up.
But good position, though. Was it,
Yeah,
was it
tough.
third or fourth?
Fourth today. So, yeah, that's
Yeah.
pretty good. Let's hope it's not too crashy. We get through turn one, okay?
Yes, exactly. Is it giving you flashbacks to Academy last year?
You know what? It was really weird sat here, isn't it? I can remember being incredibly apprehensive this time last year. I'm genuinely feeling like unwell going out into it, and then you sort of get back to it and you don't think about that so much at all. It's much kinder on you, I think. How are you getting on? How are you finding today versus last year?
Loads better. I much prefer it in road sport spec because the car handles so much better
Yeah.
for starters. But also it's all familiar, isn't it? So I feel quite a lot more comfortable, and you know where assembly is. You know what that all sort of plays on your mind when it's a new circuit.
I mean, the crazy thing is when we were at Thruxton and they moved the green flag, I'm yet to do a green flag lap where I don't think there's a chance that we might be going on this. And so you kind of always standing there ready to go. I'm hoping today that it might be the start of the lack of apprehensions for the starting here, but let's see how it goes, man. This first corner is going to be a big one to get through unscathed, and then hopefully it'll spread out a bit more and we'll have a bit of sensible time.
That's it.
Yeah.
Well, enjoy it.
Thanks, Sam.
Thank you, Alex. Right, so now we do have a few more in good positions, so we will go along and have a word. So we've got Louis Darling over there in the black and gold car. He raced in Academy last year as well, but most of the other drivers here all did Roadsport last year. So most of them did Academy, then Roadsport, and now 270. So just a few that made the jump up, but they're doing really well, the Academy guys. I'm going to come and speak to Henry.
Hi,
Henry, I'm good. How are you?
I'm all right, thank you.
How was your qualifying session this morning?
Unfortunately, it was a bit of a shambles, I think. Just couldn't put together a good lap, and when I could, I just didn't have the toe. I was shedding about 7-8 tenths on the back straight alone.
Yeah.
It was tough.
Yeah, it's been windy all these last few days, isn't it, for testing as well? So it's been not as quick as we might previously know this track.
No, I think you're right there, especially this morning with there was a bit of rain overnight, so the track was a bit green. Yeah, it was a challenge, but overtaking's fun. I intend to do a fair bit of that today. So.
Where have you found the best overtaking places?
Oh, should I give away my secrets?
Oh, maybe not. No.
I'm sure no one's watching the stream who's racing right now. They're all too busy getting ready. I reckon after the back straight, where the toe's very strong in the braking zone there, that'll be a pretty powerful spot.
Yeah, that's a good point, because you do feel like you've got extra acceleration down there, haven't you, into Sunny Inn?
Yeah, it feels like the car's actually got a decent amount of power when you're following someone and doesn't have the aerodynamics of a brick.
Yeah.
So yeah, should be good fun.
Yeah, it will be. Well, I'm looking forward to watching it. Have a good race. We've got Graham pulling up next to us. They're just checking fire extinguisher pins are out. Hello, Graham.
Hey, Sam, again.
I know, again. That's it. I spoke to you at Anglesey.
Yeah.
Yep. And now here we are at Croft. How was? Do you like Croft?
I do like Croft, yeah. I mean, it's tricky. That first turn is I need to get into that a bit more. But I've picked up a lot from the last time we were here 2 years ago. And so there's places where I know I'm flat out when I should be flat out. So that's always good. And it's good in qualifying. I got my best time over testing, so that's always a bonus.
Yeah.
Yeah. Definitely. So we'll see if we can catch some of these faster guys now.
That's it. Stick with them and have a good battle.
Yeah, because again the toe is huge. You just get in behind it, and rather than going flat out, you can be off the gas and you're catching them still.
Yeah.
So it's fantastic. So we'll see if we can keep up with them and get up a good race.
Excellent. Well, have a good one. Enjoy. Thank you. Right, let's go and round this way. Sorry, Danny. Getting quite close to you there. We'll go and speak to Andrew Bailey. Haven't spoken to Andrew for a while. Hello, Andrew.
Oh, hello.
Hello. Yes,
lucky
it's
day.
me. Some people say, oh no, here she comes. And you can tell some people just don't want to speak to me.
I've managed to escape for the whole season so far. So, yeah.
No one escapes.
Every time you wander around the assembly, it's just like, right, helmet on, I'm in the zone. Don't make eye contact, you'll be safe. But, yeah,
that's it. It's the eye contact. Don't make eye contact with me. Yeah.
Have reflective visors, and then no one can see what you're thinking.
Exactly. So. I just think you're getting ready in the zone.
Yes.
Yes. But anyway, Croft. How are you finding Croft? Do you enjoy it?
Yes. It's very changeable. It's incredibly windy. The conditions were yesterday very, very changeable. That really noticeable. You probably see the grid. There's people spread out where, what would you call them? Maybe out of position. Making turn one pretty nerve-wracking. So fingers crossed it all goes well and everyone makes it around safely. But yes, I think that since the last time we were here, it's been resurfaced, it's grippier, it's faster, but with this wind, thankfully it's dry, the wind has really made it, that toe is all important. And you know the whole famous phrase, who's leading on the last lap? Are they going to be the ones that lead it towards at the end? I think we'll find out. It's going to be action-packed, I think. But when I watch this stream back, I might bite my words. Maybe it's not action-packed. We'll find out.
Watch this space. Brilliant. Well, thank you, Andrew. Have a good race.
Thank you. You too.
Thank you. Yes, I'm not racing till the second to last race this afternoon, so I've got a bit of a while. Let's have a word with Django. He's got his liking your new name on the side there, D Jones. You didn't. No,
Giles did it. My handwriting's not good enough, I don't think.
Yeah, so qualifying was all good, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was going well. I think we were in P2 at one point. Got a few laps disallowed, so back in P9, but it's good. It's better than the start of the season for us. So yeah, cars where it should be, and yeah, go have fun.
Good. Where was the track limits then? Where was it, over towards Barcroft, that area, do you think?
Probably easier way to see where it wasn't,
Okay.
but it was definitely sunny out. I think was dropping a few on sunny out, which they said this morning was new, because our testing we spent most of it on sunny out. So I imagine it's probably there.
Yeah.
Or
Yeah, because there's Grasscrete there, isn't there? There's the curb, then Grasscrete. So I suppose as if you go onto that Grasscrete.
yeah, they said that they've got a camera there now for the Grasscrete, so
okay.
just dropping a rear tyre on it,
Yeah.
coming a bit wide. But that's okay. It happens.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Still
We'll see
good
how it goes.
position. Yeah. Well, I hope you have a good race.
Cheers. Thank you.
Thank you, Django. Right, I'll go around that way. Let's go and speak to. Where's Anne? I wonder where Anne. Oh, Anne's over there. Anne's done well this weekend. Let's go and speak to Nick. Nick Hinton. He's having a photo taken. Concentrate for the photo, Nick. How are you doing, Nick?
I'm good.
Enjoying? Yeah, I'm good, thank you. Enjoying Croft?
I love the circuit.
Yeah.
I think it's quite a tough qualifying. It's quite a towy track, isn't it? I didn't really get good track position, so I struggled a little bit really. But P7, I think, try and do something from there.
Yeah.
No idea where to overtake. 2 straights, I think. That's it. So yeah, it should be good. Looking forward to it. Did you like it?
You came here in academy year, didn't you? In your
we did.
academy year.
Binned it on the first corner.
Oh, did you?
The one and only crash. No, not now. It wasn't my only crash in academy.
Oh.
But yeah. Good circuit though, isn't it?
It's a great circuit. I think it really flows. Like, we've been quite fortunate. We've had Anglesey, which was great, and then
Anglesey
now
as
Croft.
well.
Yeah, I loved
this is
Anglesey.
Similar, I'd say. It's similar circuit, not the elevation change, but really similar in terms of complexity and speed. Yeah, it's good.
Yeah.
Enjoyable.
Brilliant. Well,
Hopefully move up a little bit.
I hope you do. Yeah. Well, enjoy.
Thanks
Have
very
a good race, and we'll see you on the other side. I think they'll be going out very shortly. Everyone's got their helmets on now. Oh, nearly everybody. Lionel's still doing his. So, and then so you can see this wind. It's so strong today, and it's like big gusts of wind. So we've got Gary Cross there. We'll move around this way. And then I'm just trying to think, everybody's... I don't like to disturb some people at this moment, because I know they're going out in a moment, so I don't like to get in there, well, distract them, I guess. But got Paul Oglesby here. He also did Academy last year. So there's quite a few Academy drivers that have done that jump up to 270. Get away from Paul. There you go. He's probably like, don't come and talk to me. Oh, I will, because he's lifted his visor. I wasn't sure whether to come and say hi or not, because you know, some people don't like to be spoken to at this
okay.
point. But how's it going for you?
Good, yeah. I'm looking forward to not hitting the time wall this year.
Yes.
Yeah, but I'm enjoying it. Pressure's off me, so I'm looking forward to getting out there.
Yeah, just have a good fun race.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, there's lots of quick people in this group, so
There is.
yeah, it's going to be good.
Right, I'll let you go. Have a good race, Paul. Right, so yeah, so as you may have heard him mention, he in Academy last year, he was in the Academy white group. I was in the green, but after the checkered flag, there was an incident and he hit the tyre stack. So he had won the race, but yeah, not the way he wanted to finish that. So coming back here, obviously, I guess that plays on your mind a little bit. But anyway. Cars are going out, so now I will hand over to our commentators, Dave Goddard and Chris Hutchinson.
Thanks very much to Sam and James. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to Croft Circuits, the home of motorsport in the northeast of England. Here in North Yorkshire, it's a short drive south of the town of Darlington. It is great to be here on a blustery but thankfully dry summer's day. My name is Dave Goddard. I'll be taking you through all the action across the course of the weekend here with the British Automobile Racing Club and with Caterham Motorsport. And alongside me is former Caterham champion and Caterham racing expert Chris Hutchinson. Chris, good afternoon.
Great to be here. As you say, everyone's mentioning the wind today, but we can see all the clouds flying along in the background, and that really will affect these cars. Remember, they only weigh just over half a tonne, so they really do get moved around by that wind, and you've heard everyone talking about the tow as well. But yeah, all 5 steps of the Caterham ladder with us this weekend.
Yes, indeed. We kick off with the middle rung on the ladder, the Edge Parts Caterham 7 270R Championship, followed by the next rung up, the Vertex Watches Caterham 310Rs, and then the quickest of them all, the Dutch Barn Vodka Caterham 7 UK Championship. One of our support classes next, the Virtue Mini Challenge Trophy. BMW Minis here in good numbers. They've got 3 races this weekend. The moobob Caterham Academy Championship for our novice racers this season. And then the Bilstein Caterham Roadsport Championship. Our own Sam Parker will be racing in that series today. And we've also got the Northern Saloon and Sports Car Championship, the locally based series promoted by the Darlington and District Motor Club. You can use, well, as long as it's not a single seater, you can race just about anything you like in that championship. And I'm really looking forward to their eclectic mix of cars later on. But we begin with the Edge Caterham 7 270R Championship. Let's have a look at the grid after the qualifying session earlier on. It is championship leader Ben Wheatley, number 53, who has qualified on pole, with Nick Sampson, who missed the previous round at Anglesey, alongside him. The second row, we have number 3, Bruno van Dijk, alongside 21, Alex Coombs. Row 3 is the marvellously monikered Lionel Tolmash, alongside Paul Oglesby. On the 4th row, Nick Heighton and Gary Cross, with Django Jones and Tim Hardcastle rounding out the top 10. The 6th row, we have number 48, Jasmine Shaw. Good qualifying effort by her, alongside number 31, Andrew Bailey. Row 7, Louis Darling, second in the championship. He'll be a bit disappointed to be back on row 7, alongside 76, Monty Hind. Harrison Cavers and Henry Speaks, also regular front runners, back on row 8. Then Graham Finlayson from Scotland, alongside Andy Palmer on row 9. The 10th row, Andrew Mackay and Brian Joyce, and number 62, Anne Hall, rounds out the 21-car grid. Chris, I think the wind conditions, very blustery as we know here today, certainly affected things in qualifying. Quite a mixed-up grid.
Yeah, there's going to be plenty of stories all through the day, and obviously we can go over where they are in the championship, but absolutely the front runners, or many of the front runners, are starting firmly in the mid-grid. We've had, I really hope that this 270R race is everything it can be, because they've had a couple of races where they've had the issues earlier in the season, and they've got a lot of drivers, like I say, out of position and will be looking to move forward. But as you say, Louis Darling right down there in 13th, but we've also got Monty Hind, Havers, Speaks and Bailey as well. So all of those drivers who are right up there in the championship, further down the orders. You see them coming around the Jim Clark S's here at the back end of the circuit. It's a really, really fast, open flowing. It's just over 2 miles around this the circuit, and it's very much has 2 characters. So you have the fast flowing bit in the early part of the lap, and then towards the end it gets to the sort of complex, small, more technical corners. So we'll see how they're all going. You can see how blustery in the background those trees are really getting rocked about, and we'll see also where the overtaking opportunity is going to be today. It can get really difficult to overtake in the middle part of the track, but towards the complex we're definitely going to see some action there.
Cars up at the far end of the circuit there. That's sunny corner, sunny in and sunny out. Then it's back in towards the complex at the back of the paddock, as we see now. The left, then the right, and then up to the very tight hairpin to end the lap here at Croft. The Croft circuit, 2.1 miles in length, was rebuilt in the 1990s to host the British Touring Car Championship. Prior to that, it mainly hosted the sport of rallycross, which sadly doesn't race here anymore. You'll see on the infield in the first part of the lap where the old rallycross course used to be. But they pull up on the pit straight then with Ben Wheatley, the light blue and black car, on pole, looking for win number 7 this season. Had hat-tricks at Snetterton and Anglesey earlier this year. Nick Sampson, the red and white car, alongside him, who missed the last round at Anglesey, so looking to make up the deficit in the points. Second row, Bruno van Dijk, the Londoner, in car number 3 in the black car, And alongside him, Alex Coombs, the sort of metallic turquoise-coloured machine. Row 3 is Lionel Tolmash. Good to have him back. He missed Anglesey as well in the black and gold number 22. The 18 of Paul Oglesby, the bright green car, will be alongside him. Had a win at Thruxton earlier this season, where Louis Darling had a couple of wins. He'll be coming through from further back on the grid. This will be a 20-minute race then for the Edge Caterham 7 270R Championship. 270 brake horsepower per tonne, these cars. Ready to head down towards the first corner at Clervaux, which is certainly not going to be for the faint of heart. Waiting for the revs to rise, and away we go then down towards that first corner at Clervaux. And who's going to get the whole shot here? It looks like it is Ben Wheatley, who's got away well down towards that first corner. There's been some contact in there already. A couple of cars go off into the gravel. We'll identify those in a moment when we can see their numbers. The yellow flags will be out at Clervaux. And it's through the short left flick, and then it's the longer right-hander at Hawthorne. It is Ben Wheatley who's got the lead as they head into the back straight for the first time. Sampson is in second place with a couple of cars jockeying for position behind. I think the safety car might be being scrambled because of that off on the first corner. I can see the lights flashing there on the marshal's post. Yes, the safety car is going to be scrambled. The car's slow as they come through Tower Corner.
It's a deep gravel trap, that one, in turn 1. It takes a little while to extricate the drivers, so that's the number 23 Gary Cross caught up in that incident. Then his car doesn't look like it's going to be moving any further forward. But yeah, Ben Wheatley getting a great start. He had the perfect Anglesey weekend with 3 wins and 3 fastest laps. Is there anything that anyone can do about it? It was great to see Nick Sampson back here on the grid. So it's also the 69, that's Louis Darling, that's our second place in the championship, got caught out, sort of trying to make moves early on out of position, but it also looks like his car is not going to go any further. So really bad start for his race weekend. Obviously he will be back on the grid for race 2 once they've got that all fixed, as we see the rest of them filtering on through. So they'll try and move those cars out of the way, get them in position of safety, then we can get this race back up and up to full speed. But Ben Wheatley is really running away with the championship at the moment, and it is up to the others to try and see what they can do. Nick Sampson is in the best position to try and do that, and Bruno van Dijk, nice to see him back here as a guest driver in the championship, just seeing what he can do throughout the course of the race. But yet not a great start then for Louis Darling, because he has already lost some rear wing there as well on his 270R machinery. Not what we need for the championship.
No, because Louis Darling, a double winner at Thruxton earlier this season, second in the championship, although 44 points already behind Ben Wheatley. 3 rounds of the season gone. This is the 4th weekend of the season for Caterham Motorsport. They go to Zandvoort in the Netherlands at the end of July. Then it's on to Alton Park, and then the finale at Silverstone on the international circuit. Gary Cross being towed in there as well, the Cheshire-based driver in car number 23. So it's Ben Wheatley who leads ahead of Sampson, Van Dijk in 3rd place, then Alex Coombs and Lionel Tolmash rounding out the top 5 at the moment. Graham Finlayson was delayed on that first corner as well. I think the Scotsman in 49, he was at the back of the field.
Yeah, he came across the gravel trap, but he did manage to get through and out the other side, so that won't. They didn't quite make it to clear those cars before, but I think we'll see the lights going down as the safety car heads out into Tower Bend this time, because I think we will get back up and running. Great work by the marshals there, and let's hopefully we'll see. So you can see the lights on the safety car as it comes down towards us. As soon as that goes out, then it means that it'll be Ben Wheatley taking over the role of that safety car, bringing them round to the start of the lap where they get this racing back underway and done. And this circuit, we've already been hearing how flowy it is and how the drivers really enjoy it. It's a real sense of adventure, and down in here into Tower is certainly going to be one of the best overtaking opportunities throughout the course of the weekend. So we'll see. Yeah,
but the problem if you go off at Tower is there's no barrier on the outside of parts of the circuit, so you end up going across the farmer's field and heading towards Darlington.
And if you choose the wrong turning in that farmer's field, generally speaking, we've seen people trying to rejoin the track and they can't, they get lost. So it's really a good idea to turn tail and come straight back from where you came from, otherwise you can get lost in the fields. Have a bit of a replay then.
Yes, that was Louis Darling who bounced up the inside. I think he bounced off somebody and then into the side of Gary Cross. And there's Graham Finlayson going through the gravel as well. You always always get somebody goes off at Clervaux. It is such a tricky corner. You can see there because it turns right, then you have to flick left and then right into Hawthorne again.
It's an amazingly fast corner. When you look at it, you don't think it's going to be that fast. But it gets, as you gain confidence over the course of the weekend. It's amazing how much speed you take through it. But Louis Darling was just too late on the brakes, trying to make up all those places a bit too quickly, and ended up in the side of the car. He's already got some penalty points this season, so hopefully that won't see him too many more, because they count against you in the championship, and it's not what we need. But we have got the cars all filtering around. It might be that Wheatley's already set the green. Yes, he has. He's already gone, so he's taking it early, and we're going to get over the line to start the next lap of this race.
Thanks a lot to our volunteer marshals and the safety car crew as well, Daniel Blander and David Glanville-Davies, our safety car crew this weekend. But the pack is about to be unleashed then. There's the green flag, and we're back racing here at the Croft circuit with our Edge Caterham 270R Championship. Down towards Clervaux they go. Ben Wheatley ahead of Nick Sampson. Bruno van Dijk is in third place. Through Clervaux, you have to place the car so precisely through there, especially to avoid that tyre stack on the inside. Coombs in fourth place, then Tolmarsh, Nick Heighton, Paul Oglesby is next through. One car making a move up the inside. That's Graham Finlayson recovering from his off on the first lap, wasting no time in making up a couple of places there. One car that I don't think took the start of this race, showing at the bottom of the timing tower there, is Andy Palmer, number 63, so he probably wasn't on the grid. As a move there from Nick Sampson. Did he get round the outside there, down the back straights? Bit of a lock-up from one of those cars. I think that's Mackay in the 65. Locking up there behind Henry Speaks in the 37. They make their way up to the back of the circuit through the Jim Clark S's, named after the legendary two-time world champion for Team Lotus. Then it's up to the right flick at Barcroft. A scarily fast piece of this circuit, then into Sunny in and Sunny out. Nick Sampson has indeed taken the lead. Bruno van Dijk, only his second appearance of the season, going with the lead. Oh, and wide goes Nick Sampson onto the grass. He could lose out here into the complex too. Ben Wheatley's lost momentum there. Wheatley has a look up the inside. Oh, they've all tangled up. All three of them have gone. Goodness me. All three of the leaders go off. Well, 3 into 1 certainly didn't go into the complex there.
Wheatley had a really good lead going through the Jim Clark S's, so I have no idea what ended up meaning he came out of the Sunny in, Sunny out in second place. I don't know whether he missed a gear or locked up, but he'd lost momentum. Sampson was in front, and as Sampson went off and onto the grass, was he someone else pulling into the pits there?
That's Van Dijk.
Yeah, I think that's so as it all came together, didn't they? The concertina, and they made contact, and that was the end of that lead battle, which means Alex Coombs, who was slightly off that lead battle, now finds himself in front and in the lead, ahead of Lionel Tolmarsh, who's not doing every single round, but he's done extremely well at any round he's been part of. And Heighton has made his way all the way up then into third.
So Alex Coombs couldn't believe his luck there coming through into the complex. I don't think at the end of that third lap of the race he takes up the lead, goes from fourth to first as everybody else went sliding off ahead of him. But he's lost the lead there down the back straight to Lionel Tolmarsh in the number 22 car, who goes a bit wide through Tower Corner. Nick Heighton in third place. It's Paul Oglesby up in the fourth, with Bruno van Dijk having pulled into the pits with damage as a result of that tangle. And Henry Speaks, I think that is, up into fifth position. The end of the last lap, he was down in about 12th place, so I'm not sure if that is Henry. It might be Tim Hardcastle in a similarly coloured car, the number 6, who's up there. We'll check as they come through. But Tolmarsh has taken the lead down at Sunny. It's here where all the problems started, when Sampson ran wide onto the grass, and as he came back on, 3 into 1 didn't go into the complex. Yeah, it's Hardcastle next in the order there, up ahead of Django Jones. Leaders come through the complex. It's Tolmarsh who leads the way, looking for his first win of the season. Likewise, Alex Coombs in second place through that very tight left-handed hairpin. Nick Heighton, who was a late entry this weekend, holding third. Then there's a gap back to fourth place. It's Hardcastle next in the order, ahead of I think that's Monty Hind, who's come through next ahead of Django Jones. They're behind Paul Oglesby, who's fourth. Andrew Bailey, the red car with the blue cage, is eighth. Harrison Cavers and Jasmine Shaw round out the top 10.
Yep, so Bailey and all those midfield runners, a little bit more patient, have come through quite nicely now that various cars have been removed from that lead battle. You can see there is a bit of a gap still as we go down the order, as things sort of splintered and had to recover back to the track. But I think that is Hind having that battle then with Hardcastle as they head off down towards Tower, which is right at the end of this straight. And no real gradient here at the circuit, but it is, like I say, windswept, as it's quite open. You can see how the trees around here, at the Jim Clark S's. Absolutely flat out for all the cars this weekend through the Jim Clark S's. It can certainly get your attention as you go off here and then round into Barcroft, which is the corner we're looking at them going down. You've got a haul on the anchors into Sunny in and Sunny out, but it's Coombs who's back over the top then of Lionel Tolmarsh, so they're happily swapping places. They've got a small gap then back to Highton, and then Oglesby trails by over 2 seconds last time over the line, so he's got some work to do if he wants to get back involved in that battle.
So the first three have certainly pulled away. Alex Coombs has retaken the lead from Lionel Tolmarsh. There's Paul Oglesby, is rather on his own in fourth place, the lime green car. Monty Hind has taken Tim Hardcastle, moved up into fifth position. Hardcastle under fire from Django Jones. Some great names in this championship, aren't there? And he's being followed by 31, the red car of Andrew Bailey. This is the battle for 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th. We're already coming up towards half distance. We lost a bit of time, of course, due to the safety car period. Just over 10 minutes this Edge Caterham 270R race to go. Coombs leads by just under half a second. New fastest lap that time through, 134.222. Through Clervaux come the midfields. That's Harrison Cavers, the light blue car there, just ahead of Henry Speaks, who's now up into the top 10.
And there is Wheatley. You can see the front wheel guard there just knocked askew. Down in 12th place. Now the finishing order for this race is the starting order as we look. Coombs is having a bit of a run up there outside of Jim Clark. You can go around the outside here, but you need a good bit of momentum, and he hasn't got it. But yeah, Wheatley, remember the finishing order for this race will be the starting order for the next, so he will be trying to move as far forward as he can in the remaining 10 minutes of this race to see how far up the grid he can start. But it is Tolmarsh who maintains that lead. He was able to protect going down into Sunny Inn, which is what we see now. It's almost a double apex. There's a sort of slight little pause before you go into Sunny out, which is where we see them exiting here, and it's absolutely on the edge of that curb, and there is a track limits being monitored there this weekend as well. Then into the complex, really fast left-hander before you have to haul off all the speed, get on the anchors, turn in the right, hope that no one dives up the inside before the tightest bend in UK Motorsport around that final hairpin as we watch this 270R field all flowing nicely through. A little bit of a move there, and that is Wheatley trying to recover his way back through over the top of the 51 there of Cavers. He's going to go down the inside, so he's locked up, he's drifted a little bit wide, but he's got that move done. It's a risky move, but he's got it done. He's keen to get as many places forward as he can.
Well, Ben Wheatley, six-time winner this year. He's had those 6 wins at Snetterton and Anglesey, had 2 podiums and a 4th at Thruxton as well, so he's not been out of the top 4 all season. He's determined to get back up there. As Andrew Bailey battling it out with Django Jones. That's for 7th position. Let's have a look what the 2 leaders are up to. Tolmarsh took the lead last time through into Tower, and Alex Coombs repays the compliments this time through in that beautiful metallic turquoise car through the right-hander out to the back of the circuit. Nick Highton staying with them in that 3rd position. Paul Oglesby still on his own in 4th. He's nearly 4 seconds down now. There's the lime green car in that 4th place through the Jim Clark S's. Very, very fast part of the circuit this is. If you have a lose through there, it could have serious consequences, as we saw a couple of weeks ago in the TCR UK Championship when Steve Laidlaw got a touch through this part of the circuit and went off backwards out of Barcroft. The right-hand flick then into Sunny. It's Hardcastle coming under fire from Jones and Bailey, the battle for 6th place. Ben Wheatley's back up to 9th. Harrison Cavers, his family background is in Porsche racing. He rounds out the top 10. Then Speaks, Shaw and the rest of them. Which way round are the leaders going to be as they come through to complete lap number 7 as the battle intensifies? And Django Jones, bit of a power slide there, goes out onto the grass. Good save by Django, but he's lost the place to Andrew Bailey.
Yeah, Bailey's now solidified that place, hasn't he? You can see in our tracker map that we've got bottom right of your screen how everyone's clumping into separate battles. We've got the lead battle, a little bit of a gap back to Oglesby before then the chasing group, which is currently led by I've seen him slide in the car around that turn 1 a couple of times now. It's not necessarily the quickest way round, but here comes Tolmarsh then up to the back of the turquoise blue of Coombs, who's having a race of the season for him so far, isn't he? He's been involved in that battle, but he's lost his main championship competitors. We watch the rest of this field just trying desperately to see what they can do about trying to recover this, but Lionel Tolmarsh is down the inside then, does make that Tower does seem to be, with the wind direction we got at the moment, seems to be the corner for making overtakes and making them stick.
Out towards the back of the circuit. Once again, 1 or 2 drivers reporting that the circuit was a bit slippery in qualifying earlier on. So Tolmash taking the lead back again. Tower Bend seems to be the favoured overtaking place so far today. Look at the speed of these cars as they head down into sunny once again. These aren't even the fastest cars we've got here this weekend. Wait till you see the Caterham 7 UK Championship cars out a little later on. 420 bhp per tonne from those cars as they head back towards the complex once again. The three leaders well clear. It's Monty Hind in 5th place, Hardcastle 6th, Bailey 7th. Top three line astern. There's Paul Oglesby on his own in 4th position. Things having settled down now. Just under 6 minutes of this race still to go. There could be a move made there by Ben Wheatley. Up on the inside of Django Jones takes the place. Kicking up some dust behind them is Harrison Cavers up towards the hairpin. So Wheatley, I think, now up into P8 on his recovery drive after that tangle at the complex early on. Bit of damage to his front wing there. The right front is sticking up in the air slightly. So Tolmash led at the line by 0.34 of a second. Here tyres squealing in the background. They really throw these cars around this 2.1 mile Croft circuit. Ben Wheatley's charge through the order has been the highlight so far after going off early on. His next target should be Andrew Bailey.
Yeah, he's got definitely still on recovery as we see Coombs and Tolmash side by side. Can Heighton do anything about it? Not at the moment, but he's certainly looking like he's more interested in getting involved, isn't he? But Coombs currently leading them. It seems like they're swapping that every corner, and it doesn't look like they've got an opportunity unless they do a last-minute dive to get round on that last corner. So Tower's going to be really important over the course of at least today's racing. These three 270R cars out front going around Croft there as they carry all the speed. It's not easy to see from this camera angle, but that is an absolutely flat out bend, and it really does get your attention because you've got to try and get on the brakes and make sure that you hook up the apex for this sunny in corner. There's Oglesby, Caterham Academy champion, and taking the step up. As we heard from Sam beforehand, lots of the drivers in this 270R grid took that extra step. They missed out the Roadsport grid. Coombs locked up there. He's onto the grass. He's going to lose a position around the outside. He's still going to be able to get on the brakes late, but I think he might even lose 2. It's going to get awfully tight at the apex, tightest corner of British Motorsport, and I think he has. It's certainly side by side, so it's going to be a drag race, but that might give Tolmash the opportunity to get away.
He has got away a little bit. The man who took 2 podiums at the season opener at Snetterton only missed a win in a photo finish in race 3 with Ben Wheatley. As back around the outside comes Alex Coombs, holds that 2nd place ahead of Nick Heighton. Absorbing contest between these 3. They're 4 seconds clear of Paul Oglesby now in 4th position. Coombs still has the fastest lap of the race. It was Heighton who was ahead of him at the line, but Coombs able to fight back into Clervaux, the first corner, onto the back straight, past the turn off on the outside there where the Rallycross course deviates onto the infield. Sadly no longer used, the Rallycross course here at Croft. There's Hind starting to close on Oglesby now, then Bailey, Hardcastle, Wheatley in 8th position behind the orange and blue machine. The leaders are up at Tower Corner. There's Nick Sampson. He's in 13th place on his recovery drive. Henry Speaks, meanwhile, number 37, who's been kept busy this year working on the Aston Martin Valkyrie hypercar project. He's one of the men behind that, chasing down Harrison Cavers for P10. Midfielders head through the Jim Clark S's, got to avoid the tyre stacks through there as you come out of the trees and up towards Barcroft and Sunny. There's Ben Wheatley. He's got ahead of Hardcastle now up into P7. Django Jones behind them. Harrison Cavers rounds out the top 10.
Again, Wheatley showing the speed in that car. He's the only one able to really come across these open air gaps that you've got between. So if you look at Oglesby, he's lost another lock up there. Oglesby's lost the 2 seconds to this lead group just by want of not being in the tow and not being dragged forward. So even though these front 3 are battling together, they're still, as a collective, able to go quicker because they're not all fighting the wind all at once. So yes, Tolmash though does lead them, and it is Heighton now into that 2nd place as they all hang the rear of these 270R cars. 135 horsepower underneath their right foot. They haven't got the limited slip differential that we'll see in the 310R and the 7 Championship UK a bit later, so we'll see even more action. But as they desperately try and get that speed out onto the back straight, you can see them weaving to try and shake the toe as they come down. It's Tolmash leading them, and this time through we didn't have an overtake into there, so at the moment they're happy to just sit in that queue.
Sliding it out of Tower Bend, Nick Heighton is ready to attack for the lead here. I think it'll be 1 lap to go this time around in this opening race of the weekend, first of 3 for the Edge Caterham 7 270R Championship, and they certainly are right on the edge at the front of the field. They're well clear of everybody else up towards Barcroft and Sunny. Lionel Tolmash, the man from Lincolnshire, still leads the way, but he's very sideways on the way into onto Sunny, I should say. Back out towards the complex. Can Nick Heighton get within range for an attack down the pit straight? Up on the outside there into the complex. Alex Coombs, has he lost the draft here, as they say in American racing? Is he able to get back into the slipstream as they come up into this tight left-handed hairpin? Coming up to start the last lap of this race. Nick Heighton is within range for an attack, but Tolmash gets his foot down the pit straight. These three going clear of the man in fourth place, which is still Paul Oglesby. There's the fight for fifth, sixth and seventh, timed ahead of Bailey. Ben Wheatley is in seventh. There's a good scrap a little further down the order as well.
Wheatley, we've got a car onto the grass there. Is that Speaks? Is that Henry
Speaks? I think it is, yeah.
Yeah, it looks like he just got on the accelerator a bit too much and unfortunately just ran out of road as soon as that he hit the dirt. It doesn't have any grip. I wonder whether Wheatley's got enough to try and get over a second gap to Bailey and make one more place up before the race is over. There is the 37 of Henry Speaks. Tolmash, though, has got a comfort gap now. Coombs is the one looking like he might be able to do something about Hind, but we can ignore Tolmash for the championship, and actually both Heighton and Coombs, this will be great for their championship, as their main rivals have struggled a little bit, but they did have a sufficient gap that it's not going to affect the order. But as they come through then, this to head three of this grid, who is going to, and what order are we going to have? Is Tolmash done enough already? Has Heighton got anything to defend against from Coombs behind?
Well, we see some slipstreaming coming out of the final hairpin here. The clock has counted down to 0. Well, Coombs goes grass tracking as they come out of Sunny up towards the complex. Has Lionel Tolmash done enough for his first win of the season? He's not a championship contender, of course. It's only his second appearance out of 4 rounds this season, but Nick Heighton wants his first win. Here they come up towards the hairpin for the last time. Can Nick Heighton get right up into the slipstream? He nearly clips the back of Tolmash's car. He's got to put his foot down hard from here. I don't think he's going to do it. It's going to be the number 22 of Lionel Tolmash. Takes our first win of the weekend here at Croft. Nick Heighton second, Alex Coombs third, and then a line of cars across the line before it's Oglesby fourth, ahead of Hind, Bailey, Ben Wheatley, the championship leader, down in seventh. Then Hardcastle is eighth, Cavers ninth, Django Jones 10th, Henry Speaks dropping back to 12th behind Jasmine Shaw, Nick Sampson down in 13th. And I think if on-track betting was allowed here at Croft Circuit, you've got fairly long odds on that result.
Yeah, they kind of did it to themselves, didn't they? Took it to each other out. Louis Darling in that first lap, and then the lead battle. Van Dyke, Sampson and Wheatley all taking themselves out. Wheatley managed to recover back to 7th, but he will and actually extended his lead, probably, given that his main rivals didn't finish. But a shame that we were that was a bit stolen away from us, wasn't it? But nevertheless, Tolmash doing a great job, as did Heighton. Coombs unfortunately slipping to that 3rd place, but he would have been, I think, probably pretty happy with that result. And Oglesby just had a bit of a lonely race in 4th place there.
But it is Lionel Tolmash who takes his first win, I think, since graduating from the academy.
Yeah, I think he's had some races, but nevertheless, he's always up and thereabouts. But today he was able to sort of break free of the rest of those normal people he races, and it's good to see him, like you say, on the top step of that podium once more.
So Tolmash the winner by just under half a second ahead of Nick Heighton up there in 2nd place. That's his best finish of the season. He was on the podium at Anglesey last time out, but that was a 3rd place. That's his best ever finish. Tolmash takes his first 270R win, and Alex Coombs in the 21, that's his first podium of the season. Here's some highlights from that very incident-packed early on race. We saw Louis Darling and Gary Cross go into the gravel on the first corner, so that was one championship contender out of the race. Then Nick Sampson got ahead of Ben Wheatley on the restart with Bruno Van Dijk in 3rd, but it all kicked off when Sampson went wide onto the grass. Wheatley saw his opportunity to get up the outside as they came into the complex, and then 3 into 1 didn't go. You can't go 3 wide through there, and they all went out, and Alex Coombs couldn't believe his luck and went through to take the lead. Van Dijk was out. The other 2 drivers managed to recover and get to the finish line. Then there was a stirring battle between Alex Coombs, Lionel Tolmash and Nick Heighton. This was really the pivotal moment where Alex Coombs got sideways through the complex and Tolmash was able to take a lead he would not lose for the rest of that race, with Nick Heighton then battling his way past Alex Coombs to take 2nd. Henry Speaks had a grassy moment coming out of the hairpin. Nick Heighton, try as he might, could not quite get ahead of Lionel Tolmash, who went on to take his first win of the 270R season. Provisional result of that one then, Lionel Tolmash the winner by just under half a second in that one, ahead of Nick Hyton, with Coombs in third. They were clear of Paul Oglesby in fourth. Monty Hine topped the battle for fifth ahead of Andrew Bailey. Ben Wheatley fought back to seventh ahead of Hardcastle, Cavers and Jones. Nick Sampson came back through for 13th place. Well, I think cars are now in Parc Fermé, so we can head down to Sam Parker to hear from our race winner.
Wow, what a fantastic race that was for the opening of this afternoon at Croft. And 270s, they never disappoint, do they? That was fantastic. And I've got the top three just here. Lionel, first place, congratulations. What a race. It was very close between you three.
Fantastic race. Obviously, took the opportunity when the top three bumped into took each other out early on. So just tried to capitalise on that and make a bit of a gap between those behind us. And then I sort of just started to fight a little bit towards the end. But yeah, fantastic racing from everyone.
Well done. It was awesome to watch.
So good. Yeah, exhausting for some reason.
It is. It's quite hot though, isn't it, today?
Yeah, exactly. I almost completely forgot what to do at the end. I was like, oh, it's been a while.
Very well deserved podium. Well done.
Incredible.
Yeah. Nick, congratulations! You've made it past turn one. We mentioned it before in the interview before the race. That's why. His last race here 2 years ago, he didn't finish. So
it was really good fun. Really clean racing with Alex and Lionel up front. So obviously it helped us by having I don't know what incident was on lap 1 or 2.
Yeah.
After that we just kind of went, the three of us, I think, and then it's good.
Yeah.
Nearly got a win.
I know.
Close.
Thing is, with the toe, all three of you were so close. It could have been any of you.
Yeah, it was really close. Really good racing, actually, really clean. Apologise to Alex on his fourth gear on the back straight, and he drove straight into the back of me. Oh. But no, really good, really enjoyable. On to tomorrow.
That's it. Yeah, another one tomorrow. Excellent.
Really good.
Well done. Thank you. Alex, yay, fantastic. Well done. And yeah, it was. Oh, there we go. It's got the fans over there. Just turn round. The support crew, giving you lots of love.
Yeah, a year later, back in third. That's amazing. No, it was good. I don't know what happened in front of me, but all of a sudden I was in the lead, and I didn't quite know what to do there. I was like the dog that finally caught a rabbit, and I was like, oh no. But yeah, times are pretty good. Very clean with these guys. Like the first 10 minutes of just trying not to fight each other. Very friendly, after you, you after you, and then unfortunately. Nick jumped through and then he missed a gear, and I just dropped 50 metres back and didn't have another 2 laps to do anything about it. So anyway, delighted. Third's great.
Yeah, brilliant. Roll on tomorrow.
Cheers.
Well done. Yes, that was awesome for him, birthday boy. So yes, we've got the 310Rs up next. So they are still in assembly. I think nobody's gone out on track yet. So I think they're doing a bit of clear up. So I might just see if we've got some time to speak to some other drivers. Let's go and do I speak to Ben? He had a bit of a disappointing race, but let's have a quick word. Sorry, Laura, am I right to speak to Ben very quickly? Yeah. Hello. Disappointing for you, but well done to bring yourself back.
I was really pleased with the fight back, actually. So proves that I can race. I don't necessarily need to be at the front, which I guess is good. Yeah, no, disappointing, and I'll reserve judgment till looking at the footage. I'm pleased with the run back to the front. And actually, I think, 6th, 7th I finished.
Yeah.
We can race from there. So, there's 2 more races to go. So, I'm sure I'll be all right.
Yeah. Oh, you'll be fine. Well done, Ben. Right, going to have a quick word with Paul. Paul, I've seen the checkered flag that the guys have made up. Let's have a look at this. Look, this, because last year, obviously, Paul did crash on the after the checkered flag. So they've made this flag for him.
I actually don't think it's funny at all. No, I really worked hard to see the checkered flag today, and I found it. Yeah.
Brilliant. No, good race for you.
Thank you. I'm happy. The 3 boys in front, they were just towing each other along. I missed a gear, they got away, and then I was on my own. So I enjoyed seeing the 3 guys go off ahead. Sorry, unfortunate for them, but easy 3 places.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it's still positions, isn't it? So you'll take it.
I'll take it. Yeah. I'm happy. Thank you.
Good. Well done. That's my Roadsport group that have made that flag. Django, let's have a word. How was it for you?
Interesting start. Me and Louis came together, which caused Louis to come over the top of my car, which bent the wing stay in. And from there, I mean, I don't know what temperature the tyre came in. It's a bit like driving a boat the whole way, though. It was okay. I finished 9th or 10th or something, so I didn't really lose much. But under braking, it would just pull left like so hard, so it's just a bit sketchy the whole way around.
Difficult car to drive then.
Yeah, I had some good battles. Jasmine, Henry. So yeah, it's good. It's still a good race.
Yeah.
But I'm glad to see Louis' car's all right, because I'm not sure if he came across or he was slending it down the inside off the start. I mean, we'll see in a minute at the Clerks, but yeah, it's good to see he'll make it back out tomorrow.
Yeah, exactly. Well done.
Cheers. Thank you.
Right, I will. They want to get on with the podium now, so I'll hand back to Chris and Dave, and hopefully the next race isn't far away. See you in a bit.
Thanks very much indeed, Sam. And the mantra that we live by, of course, is motorsport should be fun. And it's proven there by that checkered flag. That's great to see that people don't take it too seriously in Caterham racing. But anyway, we move on to the next race, the Vertex Watches Caterham 7 310R Championship, the next rung up the Caterham ladder. It's the two men who've divided up the wins between them so far this season, who are on the front row. Taylor O'Flanagan at number 11 on pole alongside Lars Hoffmann, the man from Germany, in car number 70 alongside. Second row, the Maltese driver, Philip Bianchi, in car number 16, starts alongside 21 Charlie Lower. Row 3, number 5, Ben Lopez Appleton, and 88 Ryan Wilby. Row 4 is 77 Harvey Lawrence alongside 20 James Empson in the Kermit the Frog liveried car. Completing the top 10, 49, which is Steve Lancaster, starting alongside 38 of Jeff Price. Then on row 6, we've got 96 Peter Mott alongside 67 Richard Coop, and 66 Oliver Kibblewhite rounds out the grid. Good luck to Oliver, making a move up from 270Rs this weekend, his first appearance in the 310R Championship.
Absolutely. Welcome to the grid, Oliver, and let's see how you get on. He's going to find it's another step beyond that to 270, which we've just been watching. It's interesting always these steps up that you take, but it is Taylor O'Flanagan in that pole position though as they get waved off onto their green flag lap then with Lars Hoffmann alongside him. As you said, they've been sharing the honours, but it's not been all their own way. Philip Bianchi has been up there and thereabouts most of the race weekends, and Charlie Lower, who we saw him having a bad angle C with a tyre infringement. Unfortunately, he started from the back of a couple of the races. He fought all the way back through though, did a great job, and he will be there in that 4th place looking to see whether he can start taking wins away from our front two. But Taylor O'Flanagan in the yellow car, Lars Hoffmann in the Mottle sponsored red and white machinery, and it's definitely looking at the moment, there they are as they head down into tower. Then it looks like the championship's going to be between them. We've also got the AM Championship to contend with, and I think it's Harvey Lawrence maybe leading that. We'll do a double check on that, but he is on the podium, actually the outright podium last week. If he does that too many more times, he will be pushed up into the Pro-Am Championship at the front of the field. Not the highest number of cars, but the quality of racing at the front of the grid has been spectacular, and it'd be good to see how Oliver Kibblewhite gets on in his first outing. But and also we'll keep an eye on that Pro and the Pro-Am Championship, but Taylor O'Flanagan looking to see whether they can do it again over the top of Hoffmann.
Yes, it was O'Flanagan and Hoffmann who've divided, I should say, the wins up between them so far this season. Opening weekend at Snetterton, it was 2-1 in favour of the motor liveried car of Hoffmann. Then it was 2-1 in favour of O'Flanagan at Thruxton, and again at Anglesey in favour of the yellow number 11 car. So while O'Flanagan's got 5 wins to 4 over Hoffmann, it is Hoffmann who leads the championship by just 3 points. Coming into this round, they're 21 points clear of Charlie Lower, third, but his charge through the field from last to second in race 2 at Anglesey was certainly a highlight for me. Charlie Lower, Philip Bianchi getting closer and closer to his first win all the time. He had a couple of second places at Anglesey, and it's Harvey Lawrence who rounds out the top 5, the leader of the AM Championship. But of course, if he gets any more overall podiums, he'll move up to Pro-Am status, and the AM Championship lead will revert to Peter Mott in number 96, who's quite a way behind him at the moment. So cars coming up to the grid then for this 20-minute race for the Vertex Watches Caterham 310R Championship. The yellow car of Taylor O'Flanagan on pole alongside the red and white motor livery for Lars Hoffmann. Also in white and red is Philip Bianchi on row 2 alongside the Dayglow yellow and blue machine of Charlie Lower. Row 3, number 5 is Ben Lopez Appleton, the grey car, alongside 88's Ryan Wilby in the bright orange and grey. Then Harvey Lawrence is in yellow, blue and white, and James Empson in the green and red car with the Kermit the Frog motif in the wrap on his car. Certainly an eclectic mix.
Green flag then at the back of this this grid, 5-second board showing to the driver, so it lights up next.
Red lights will come on, and when they go out, we'll be underway for 20 minutes of racing for the Vertex Caterham 310R Championship. Away they go, down towards Clervaux for the first time. All 13 cars get away well. Looks like it's Taylor O'Flanagan who's just about got the advantage. Hoffman tries to tuck in behind him on the run into Clervaux. Bianchi side by side with Lower as they swing into the right hand. There's a little left flick. It's very difficult to avoid running over the gravel there. Ryan Wilby was briefly into the gravel and running wide there. Charlie Lower loses third place to Philip Bianchi. They're all through the right hander at Hawthorne. Okay, then back to the left through the chicane and onto the back straight up towards Tower. Hoffman moves out of the slipstream out to the outside for the upcoming right hand, but he's got the move done well before it. And Hoffman into the lead in the Motul car. Side by side briefly for fourth there. Lopez Appleton was having a look round the outside of Charlie Lower. Bianchi ahead of them in third. Then it's Ryan Wilby. Jeff Price with a decent start. He's next ahead of James Empson. And then the number 49 Steve Lancaster in the Dutch Barn Vodka sponsored car.
Yeah, Jeff Price was slightly out of position. He didn't get his full lap in qualifying, so lost out some time, but looking to see whether he can do that. Charlie Lower, really racy start then from that fourth position, but overall I think he's cost himself a little bit of time with just trying to push a little bit too hard maybe, and Bianchi doing a great job to hold and resist that pressure, and does see himself in that third place, but it will all come back together. You can see these 310 are very experienced drivers, 155 horsepower underneath their right foot, so plenty of juice to play with. Limited slip differential as well, and all the experience he's driving. A little bit of contact there between Bianchi and Taylor O'Flanagan. That's actually helped Taylor O'Flanagan. Bianchi's now on a back foot. Charlie Lower seeing whether he can switch back to the inside. Going to try down the inside then as they head into Clervaux this time through. Hoffman leads them. It is that battle for third place. It looks like Bianchi might have the momentum around the outside, and does.
So into Clervaux for the second time then. Hoffman from O'Flanagan, a couple of lengths ahead of Bianchi, who's under pressure from Lower. They're all round the first lap. Okay, there's Ollie Kibblewhite in his first ever 310R race. The blue car at the back of the field just behind Richard Coop, was briefly ahead of him on lap 1. Now O'Flanagan going for the inside. This is the place to slipstream as you come down into the right-hander at Tower, and O'Flanagan's done just that. He's up the inside, takes the lead away, side by side. Oh, big lock up there for Ryan Wilby. He just got down the inside of Jeff Price. I thought he was going to slide straight onto the grass there. Stephen Lancaster runs wide, gets a big twitch as he goes side by side, but I think it was Harvey Lawrence in the 77. Peter Mott in behind them as they head through the Jim Clark S's. You can get side by side through there because Lawrence and Lancaster were together. That's a dicey move. Normally if you try and go too wide through there, you run wide onto the tarmac runoff area, but O'Flanagan's got the lead.
Yeah.
Lower up to third.
Yeah, he overtook over through just past the Jim Clark S's, so made it down into Tower and then carried that momentum and does see himself over the top. It was very, very nose to tail between him and Bianchi Lower and Ben Lopez Appleton as well. And now Ryan Wilby, after that lock up into Tower, he'll be putting everything back together and checking he's all okay, but he's over the top of Empson and into that chase group now. So hopefully he won't have too many flat spots on those Toyo AAA tyres. But it is Taylor O'Flanagan who's still leading us then this time through over the top of Hoffman, but it looks like you get an easy pass down into Tower, so there's definitely going to be some chess about who and where wants to be towards the end of this 20-minute race. Still got plenty of time to think it out, work it all through at the moment, but Ryan will be looking to see whether he can get across a small gap that's appeared, and as we've got the tail end of these cars, so Coop and Kibblewhite are going to have their own personal battle at the rear of the field.
Charlie Lower's really on it here. He's on the fastest lap of the race, 132.155 as they head up towards Tower. This time, can he get down the inside? Well, Hoffman's going for the inside on O'Flanagan. Leaves the move fairly late, but takes the lead away. Lower could get a run here as well. Bianchi's going with them, and Ben Lopez Appleton, rather, in the number 5 car is next in the order. Then it's Ryan Wilby. The first 5, though, have broken away very slightly as they head up towards Sunny once again through the right flick of Barcroft. First of all, now up towards Sunny. A spectacular shot here as they come towards us. Still Hoffman who leads the way. Wilby leads the second group for 6th ahead of Empson in 7th. Down to 8th is Jeff Price in the 38. Then it should be the 49 of Steve Lancaster next. Harvey Lawrence rounds out the top 10. Then Mott, Coop and Kibblewhite round out the 13 runners in this Vertex Caterham 310R Championship race up towards the hairpin.
Lower was, yeah, I was going to say he had a little look in the entry of the, he got absolutely squeezed up. I thought he might try for a move out the inside there. It really wasn't on, was it? He got pushed onto the curb, and but it was a last minute dive, and you could see that his mental state was, I want to get through past Taylor O'Flanagan. Taylor O'Flanagan not having any of it, and now he's having to defend from Bianchi once more. But that Charlie Lower car, the yellow car there in third place, is yellow and blue car I should say, is really looking to see whether he can move forward, and he's willing to put his car into positions that the other drivers don't necessarily want it to go, and O'Flanagan that time through said, nope, you're not doing that, this is my line.
O'Flanagan pulls out, so does Bianchi. We could see a couple of places change here as they go up towards Tower. Round the outside, O'Flanagan's got the lead, and yes, Bianchi is through into third place as well, desperate for his first win in the category. Round the outside goes James Empson. That's a move that rarely works that late into Tower Bend, but he might have the inside for the Jim Clark S's on Ryan Wilby here and go up into P6. Has he done it? They're still side by side on the way in, but yes, Empson has got through. Good move there by James Empson up to P6 as the four leaders come down towards Sunny. O'Flanagan now back in the lead. Tower certainly the passing place today. Ben Lopez Appleton keeping pace with them in the number 5 car, trying to stay on the coattails of Philip Bianchi in that fourth place. Then the battle for 6, bit of a lock-up from somebody there going into the complex. It was Hoffman in the number 70. That's allowed O'Flanagan to get away by a length or two. They come up to the hairpin. Is Charlie Lower going to lunge in this time?
No opportunity. Hoffman covered it off that time, didn't he? He just put it that car width to the left, and I think also Charlie probably thinking, I learnt my lesson from the last time through. He's still okay and safe from Bianchi this time through, who's just that chase group. But Ben Lopez Appleton also there back in the battle after having been dropped just slightly. Empson was wide out of Sunny out that time, nearly gave Wilby another way through, but he decided he wouldn't push the issue as they went through into the complex. But here comes Charlie Lower then. I think he's going to get that position over the top of Hoffman, because he's going to be in the prime toe position, and he might even be able to get a secondary toe from Taylor O'Flanagan out front. So here comes Charlie Lower then. Is there any opportunity for him as they go into Tower?
Up towards the right-hander. Here's Lower on the inside. He's left it late to attack Lars Hoffman, who moves across to cover. I thought there was going to be contact between the two of them there. That was close. Lower still keeps the nose down the inside, but no, Hoffman has covered it off. He holds that second place. This is backing them up into Bianchi and Lopez Appleton as well. You can see the grey car has closed right up on Philip Bianchi now. They're clear of Empson in 6th place. Then Wilby, Price, Lawrence and Lancaster your top 10 as they head towards Sunny. Still Taylor O'Flanagan who leads the way, looking for win number 6 this season. Lars Hoffman looking for win number 5. That would put them equal after 10 rounds of the season. Will we see a new winner? What can Charlie Lower do here? He was frustrated at Anglesey when he had to come through from the back of the grid on 2 occasions after a tyre infringement in qualifying saw his times disallowed. Up towards the hairpin. Is he going to have a look this time? No, he's not. Bianchi's having a look though. He's desperate for that first 310R win. He came close on 2 occasions with a pair of podium places to Anglesey. Lopez Appleton's just thrown away some momentum there. He put a wheel onto the grass coming out of the hairpin. Just over 12 minutes of this race to go. 1.3 seconds covers the top 4 places. Less than 2 seconds covers the top 5 as they swing their way into Clervaux. And Charlie Lower is getting ready to try again here on the tail of the man from Neuwied in Germany. Charlie Lower comes from Seaford in the southeast. He's ready to attack here and get in the slipstream. You can see O'Flanagan has got away slightly now out of the toe in front, so he'll be safe, I think, in the lead this time. Here comes Lower. He's up the inside. He tried this a lap ago and Hoffman was able to move to cover it. He tries to cover again. They almost bang wheels. Side by side towards the Jim Clark S's, but I think Hoffman is going to hold the place. He moves across there. They almost bang wheels again. This is terrific stuff. But all the time they're losing time to O'Flanagan. And Lower up the inside. He squeezes Hoffman wide onto the curb. This is terrific stuff. As he got through, they're up towards Sunny in. I think Hoffman's going to hold the place.
Brave racing by all 3 of them there. Bianchi had a head of steam trying to see what he could do with it. He couldn't do, but he absolutely got involved. I thought Hoffman was going to lose that time through because he didn't have as much as a toe as they headed into Tower that time, because Taylor Flanagan has disappeared off. They're still side by side as they go into the complex this time though. Hoffman's going to go down the inside. Charlie Lowe is going to swoop round the outside, and it does eventually sort itself out. But that was a overtaking manoeuvre that went around the whole course of that lap. Hoffman having to protect to the inside. Charlie Lowe losing the rear of that car as he goes around the tightest hairpin in British Motorsport. Over the line once more, and a position made up. And now Hoffman's got his wing mirrors full of Bianchi's car, and that's not going to help his speed down the back straight. But he was just about able to resist, but only just. Don't usually see cars going side by side through the section down the back of the track, and fantastic to see these drivers just about managing to hold it all together.
Tightest hairpin in British Motorsport. I think Mallory Park might contend that with Shaw's hairpin, but there's no time to debate that now because we've got that fantastic battle going on for second place. So Flanagan said, well, if you're going to squabble this much, I'm going to clear off into the distance. He's 2 seconds clear now of this battle between Lower and Hoffman for second place. Lower's brilliant move round the outside into the complex is a rare sight here at Croft, but round the outside now goes Hoffman back into P2. Bianchi's closing up, and look, James Emson's been able to join that. It's 5 of them for second place now. Ryan will be in 7th place behind, then Price, Lawrence, Lancaster, Mott, Coop and Kibblewhite, the rest of the field. O'Flanagan getting away. He's heading for win number 6 so far this year, but we're only just over halfway through this race. It could all change yet through Sunny in and Sunny out. Lars Hoffman holding that second position. Philip Bianchi is all over the back of Charlie Lower here, chased by Lopez Appleton and James Emson. Hoffman takes the tighter line into that complex section towards the end of the lap. Now is Charlie Lower going to have a go here in the hairpin? He moves out to the right. He's going to try and cut back across underneath. Bianchi tries the same thing at the same time. No change in position at the moment. So Bianchi's got the better run there out of the hairpin. He's up alongside Lower. Lower gets his boot down as they come over the line. Moves across to cover. Good defensive work by Charlie Lower. The black and white flag is out there for somebody. Couldn't see the number. That's the driving standards flag. Possibly a warning for exceeding track limits. We don't know who that was, though.
Taylor O'Flanagan's going to be grinning from ear to ear as he looks in his mirror and sees this chase pack all still absolutely nose to tail. On our tracker map at one point there was Taylor O'Flanagan out front, then 5 dots all one on top of the other as they're heading down into Tower. You can see how they really are as close as you can get. Charlie Lowe's got that position done though as they head down into Tower. Hoffman's going to see whether he can do anything about it, but he's left that door open for Bianchi to get his nose stuck in there. And we saw how brave he was last time through, and Ben Lopez Appleton and Emson just looking on to see whether there's anything they can do. Are there going to be pieces to pick up? Well, if they carry on battling the way they are, I wouldn't be surprised if we see some wings flying. Ryan Wilby hasn't been able to do anything about clinging on, but he'll try over the course of these next few laps to see whether there's anything he can do. There's Taylor O'Flanagan though in that relatively comfortable lead then over the top of Charlie Lower, who still does head Hoffman then as they go through the back part of this track. Charlie Lower looking and willing to shove his car in places like I say that others aren't, and he's giving it a go everywhere he can. He's in second place at the moment, but will that last to the end? It doesn't look like it. It's a battle pack that's needle is growing as we come into the second half of this race.
The 5 of them together for second place come into the hairpin then. Just over 7.5 minutes to go. What's the lead going to be this time? It was 2.5 seconds. New fastest lap for Taylor O'Flanagan, 1:32.084. He's 3.5 seconds up now from Lower. Then it's Hoffman. Then the battle between Bianchi and Lopez Appleton. Bianchi's been backed up there. He's slower out of the hairpin. So Lopez Appleton and Emson have been able to close in.
I think he must have missed a gear or something because he did drop back quite significantly out that hairpin. It's very easy to do. It's hard to get all the gear changes done exactly in these Caterhams and their Mazda boxes that they've got in there. That's a 5-speed manual box in these 270Rs cars. As we've got Jeff Price and Harvey Lawrence having a nice battle in the Pro-Am class. In the Am class there as they're heading up then, and Hoffman now leading Charlie Lowe once more. So no one's able to break clear of this little group, and no one seems to have the extra bit of speed. No, Flanagan in clean air is able to actually make more benefit and is going faster than these drivers. They're nowhere near the lap records today. I think the wind is putting paid to any threats towards those lap records, but Hoffman is still leading this chase group, and of course every single point's going to matter in that championship. He does head O'Flanagan very, very lightly as he came into this weekend. They're going to hit the halfway mark of their season as they get to race 2 today. It's important. All these points are going to be absolutely vital for their second half and trying to gain and keep the momentum they've got.
Still 5 of them together for second place as Bianchi has a look up the inside into the hairpin. He can't get alongside Charlie Lower, but Hoffman's back ahead of Lower this time around. What's the gap to our leader? 3.9 seconds this time through, so still Taylor O'Flanagan continues to pull away, heading for win number 6 from 10 races this season. He's only been off the podium once this year. That was in the second race at Snetterton at the season opener, as Lower has a look to the inside there at Hawthorne. You don't very often see overtakes made there. He'll wait to the back straight going towards the right-hander at Tower Bend.
Out of the toe very quickly then. That's going to give the chase car of Bianchi a really good opportunity to get a double toe off them. He's going to close right in as they head into Tower. Still side by side as well between Hoffman and Lower, so he was just a little bit too close as they went through the chicane that time. He wasn't able to make maximum use. In fact, they're going to squeeze each other. Bianchi's going to have a look and see if he can make it 3 wide. They tried this once before and just about did it. It's not easy to do, and in fact Ben Lopez-Appleton's also going to see whether he can get involved. That's a lot of cars to fit through this absolutely flat out section of the track, and Ben Lopez-Appleton down the inside of Barcroft. You can't overtake down there. He's done it.
That's a sensational bit of driving by Ben Lopez-Appleton. Where did he find the room from there? You can't go 3 wide through Barcroft. I've not seen that in anything. That is the move of the season so far from Ben Lopez-Appleton. He's up into P3 now behind Hoffman. Lower goes down to 4th. Bianchi's fighting back on the tail of him. Then Empson and Ryan will be starting to close up. We've still got just over 4.5 minutes of this race to go. Taylor O'Flanagan's missing all the fun. He's cleared off in front. Everybody else is trying to be second. It's Hoffman and Lopez-Appleton with that sensational move. I'm looking forward to seeing a replay of that one coming through into third.
High risk move there, but it absolutely paid off for Ben Lopez-Appleton. He had a head of steam over the top of everyone as they were tripping up each other, and he saw a little route through on the inside, and he somehow made it through wide and got through Barcroft, which is, like I say, you're on the absolute edge of what these tyres can give around that section of the track. As Ben Lopez-Appleton drifted a little bit wide that time through the this right-hand approach to the chicane. It's absolutely flat out again, only just able to keep those cars flat out, and you often see them kicking up dirt, but I think Ben Lopez-Appleton's going to lose a place to Charlie Lower as he's going to go to the outside. Here's the replay then as they come out of the chicane 3 wide, and then Ben Lopez-Appleton just down the inside of everyone. Just there was a little gap that opened up, and there he went. Unbelievable that he made that stick. So we watch the rest of this field then coming through. Here are our second place battle. Taylor O'Flanagan has disappeared off, but here's the Hoffman, who's comfy for a couple of corners as the rest of them try and sort it all out.
Lopez-Appleton still holding third. He wants to have a go at Lars Hoffman for that second place. Lopez-Appleton down in 8th in the championship at the moment. He's yet to finish on the podium this season. Charlie Lower trying to fight back. Here comes Bianchi as well. We can just see the yellow car in the distance there. That's Taylor O'Flanagan. Ryan Wilby, I think, has toes up now onto the tail of James Empson. So Empson's having to defend. That's why he's dropped back from the second place fight. Harvey Lawrence heads the second group. At the next group ahead of Price and Lancaster. Charlie Lower, big lunge up the inside into the hairpin. Oh, he's tagged Lopez-Appleton. What a shame after that great move earlier on. Lopez-Appleton goes around. I think there was contact there between the two of them.
It looked like there would be side-to-side, wheel-to-wheel contact, and that was just enough to send Lopez-Appleton around.
That is such a shame for Ben after his great effort. He rejoins in 10th place. He's just not got the luck going for him at all this season. He had a reverse grid pole earlier this season. I think that was at Thruxton, and then he got shuffled back on the opening lap. Now he's having a go at Stephen Lancaster for second place. Ben will be very frustrated in there, and now we'll see him fight back. He's only got 2.5 minutes to do so, though.
Got to let the adrenaline sink down a little bit, otherwise you can have incident following incident, so hopefully he'll get that all back under control. But it is now Hoffman and Charlie Lower back into that battle then. Empson has got now Wilby, who has come across that gap, although he drifts all the way onto the grass. You can see relatively comfortable ride for him actually out there, so it was not as slow as you might think. But Hoffman does lead Charlie Lower then. It is O'Flanagan out in front of Agrat by quite a good gap now, 5.7 seconds the last time across the line, and extending every single time they come across the stripe. So it is Hoffman though resisting the force of Charlie Lower. He needs those points in this championship. Will be now, after that grassy moment, has lost a bit of that momentum.
Taylor O'Flanagan then heading surely for win number 6 this season. I think they'll be possibly going on to their final lap this time around.
Could be tight, isn't it?
It will be tight as they cross the line. A quick lap takes about 1 minute 32 on this 2.1 mile Croft layout. All about the battle for second. Hoffman versus Lower now. They've dropped Bianchi, Empson and Wilby. Cross the line they come, then I think it will be last lap this time.
Yeah, the last lap board that time.
Okay, well spotted as here comes Charlie Lower right on the tail, almost on the rear axle of Lars Hoffman's car for second place. Now he's surely going to slipstream him as they come up
where you want to be
towards Tower. Hoffman actually runs a little bit deep there through the number 70 of Hoffman out of the old chicane past the rallycross course.
Again, really early to overtake, and actually Hoffman might get the second bite of that. I think he maybe have manipulated that, and he's going to try for the second toe, and he did it. He's going to try around the outside. It's not going to work for him this time through. Nearly outthought Charlie Lower, but didn't quite work out for him. Can he do anything about it in the Jim Clark S's?
Philip Bianchi is waiting in the wings should anything happen to the two in front of him. They go side by side through the S's. Hoffman, has he got the move done? He has.
Oh, unbelievable.
That really was something impressive from Lars Hoffman, but Charlie Lower is fighting back. This is tremendous stuff. Taylor O'Flanagan's heading for his 6th win of the season, but all the action has been behind him in this sensational race, the Vertex Caterham 310R Championship.
Watch the hairpin.
Up towards the complex they come. This is going to be a grandstand finish for second place. O'Flanagan's going to win it, but who is going to be second? They're into the complex now for the final time. The rest of the cars string through behind. Checkered flag will be ready this time. Here comes Taylor O'Flanagan out of the hairpin. He comes up to take his 6th win of the season, but who's going to come through in second? Is it going to be Hoffman or Lower? It is going to be Lars Hoffman with Lower on his tail, then Bianchi, Emson and Wilby, so no change of position out of the final hairpin there. 7th place will go to Harvey Lawrence. He'll win the amateur class ahead of Price, then Lopez Appleton, a dejected 9th, and Stephen Lancaster rounds out the top 10. My goodness me. 5 cars for second, down to 6, covered by 2.1 seconds.
And absolutely another brilliant 310R race. It's been fantastic to watch them. It's, like I say, not the highest numbers on the grid this year due to the way that things have worked out, but actually the racing at the front there is absolutely spectacular and unbelievable what they're doing with these cars to make you can't go 3 wide through those chicanes, but they all managed it.
So the championship lead is down by my reckoning to 2 points because O'Flanagan gets the 25 points for the victory. 23, I think it is, for second for Lars Alexander Hoffman. 5.8 seconds. No, down to 1 point because Charlie Lower gets the point for the fastest lap in 3rd place as well. Then it's Bianchi, Emson will be as quickly as that over the line. Harvey Lawrence 7th wins the AM class, then Price. Ben Lopez Appleton, you have to feel for him after that great overtake, ends up being spun out and goes down to 9th. Then Lancaster, Mott, Coop and Kibblewhite on his 310R debut, rounding out the finishers.
Brilliant stuff. I'm looking forward to they've got 2 more races over the course of the race weekend, but also got the 7 Championship UK. Little Hoffman, a little bit of a wiggle out there early on in the race. So you watch Charlie Lowe at that point sweeping around the outside. Bianchi looking to see whether he could do anything. Unfortunately, he would stay a bit stationary. Some fantastic action through the Jim Clark S's. Lap after lap, we saw these cars going side by side, the toe drawing them forward, and the skill of these 310R drivers allowing them to absolutely go through there, which is, like I say, not something you do. Then we had Ben Lopez Appleton doing a sneak job down the inside of 3 of them through into the sunny in complex. Again, just not something you see, and it's a benefit for all of them to say it's the skill on show to be able to achieve that and not have an incident was spectacular. I know we'll have some wounds licked later on. There was the contact between Charlie Lowe and Ben Lopez.
I'm not sure if there was.
It was going to be tight. He certainly dived in. I wouldn't be surprised if there was just the lightest of touches, and that's all it takes at that point. But there was Ben Lopez Appleton getting taken around. There he is, our winner though, resplendent out front, Taylor O'Flanagan.
I think we can shortly hand down to Parc Ferme to hear from our 310R contenders and our race winner with Sam in Parc Ferme.
Well, we've got a very, very happy Taylor O'Flanagan for that win. That was amazing. Perfect race for him, and just what he needs for championship points. And obviously the battles behind, he obviously didn't know anything about those. They were quite spectacular battles. Really gutted for Ben to obviously get spun round at the hairpin, but that was a fantastic move. And as David said, move of the season, that was by Ben. So yeah, he deserved to be up here with these guys. But anyway, Lars, 2nd place, which is fantastic, and Charlie in 3rd. So I'm going to come to Taylor first. Well done, Taylor. Fantastic. Did you know all the chaos that was going on behind you?
Yeah, I could see it. Yeah. I'm praying for it. Yeah. No, they started battling quite early, so I just kept getting a little lead, and after that it was just concentration. It looks like the best place to be, but it's sometimes the most nerve-wracking because you just can't make any mistake, otherwise they're right back on you. So yeah, super happy. Car feels great. So on to the next one.
Excellent. Yeah, the thing is, with being out in front, obviously you're punching that hole in that air, aren't you? You haven't got a toe, so you've just got to be bang on it every lap.
Yeah, certainly. Whilst they're within a few car lengths, they've got such an overspeed. But yeah, once I started to see that gap appear, okay, now it's just on my laps, as good as possible. So yeah, very happy.
Yes, well done. More points.
Thank you.
Well done, Taylor. And where has Lars gone? Lars is over here with Charlie. So let's go and have a chat with both of these guys. Hello, guys. Well done. Fantastic. You guys were having a fantastic battle. It was great for us to watch. You pleased with second?
Yes. Yeah, definitely, yeah. Was a hard fight with Charlie. Maybe cost us P1, but yeah, that's racing.
It is. Well deserved, though. Well done. Second place is still good. Still good points. And then I'll just move along here to Charlie. Charlie, fantastic, great racing out there, great battles. It was quite chaotic, and obviously was it a collision with Ben at the hairpin?
Ben had already started spinning, and then obviously we touched wheels afterwards, but it got incredibly close. I think me and Lars made that race extremely difficult for ourselves. I sat behind Lars for about 3 laps, and he wasn't making any more progress on Taylor, so I was like, right, get out of the way, let's have a go. But then he wouldn't let me pass either. So I think next race we'll probably have a better plan rather than fighting, because that was chaos.
Yeah. And that's the problem. You lose Taylor then, don't you? He just gets away because you're battling, and you can't. There's no way you're going to be able to get on him.
I knew once we went 2x2 down the back here, Taylor then got a gap, and I was like, right, we're playing for second now. There's no way we're catching him unless there's a safety car or something like that. He just had like a 2-second gap. We're out of his toe, so yeah, we're going to have to play smarter next time.
Yes. Well, thank you. Well done.
Still.
Right. So now the 420s are out on track doing their green flag lap, and we've got some pre-records to show you from them, some interviews, and then it'll be over to Cheesy and Dave. So I've got Harry Senior here. Now, Harry got pole position earlier, didn't you? And obviously you get a point for that, which is all very crucial at this point in the season.
It's a bit too close, isn't it? Yes, I think that means we're even now, because it's 3 for pole, 2 for second, 1 for third, and I'm pretty sure it's second. Although we had some issues with TSL, but yes, even going into this race. So whoever wins is in the lead, and then, I don't know. We got so long to go, but it's hard not to think about it.
But you like Croft, don't you? So you're happy here. You'd like the circuit to drive it.
Yeah, no. This is for Caterham's. This is such a great circuit. Just wide enough. The back section so flowing. It's perfect. Even in these cars, where we're going a good bit faster than some of the other classes like the 310s that I used to race. But it's still perfect. It's great here. Much better than Anglesey.
Yes, you were. I think you must have been probably one of the only people that wasn't enjoying Anglesey.
I don't think Chris had a good time either, but from what I saw. But yes, no, it wasn't. I didn't get on very well. Which is, everyone said, "Oh, you got 2 seconds in the first," but I lost a lot of points, so hard not to not enjoy myself.
Yeah. No, that makes total sense. Yeah, we've got the other racing on in the background here, but we have to keep that. Keep an eye on all the other racing. But yeah, well, look, I hope you have a great race this afternoon, Harry. Thank you.
Yeah, should be good. Thank you.
Thank you. So, Mark Kendall, how are you enjoying Croft in your 420? Obviously, first time driving Croft in that wonderful car.
Yeah, it's a challenging circuit, but it's good fun. High speed, plenty of G-force. Yeah, so good fun. Yeah.
So when you raced here last, was it a 270?
270, yeah. And I got a podium in that, but I don't think I'll get there this time. So
you never know. Never know. That toe is so strong.
Yeah. So looking forward to it, but we'll see how it goes.
But still, because obviously it's your first season in 420s. It's quite a handful of a car, isn't it, to get to grips with?
Just learning so much every time. Set up, understanding the car. Sometimes you go the right way, wrong way. So who knows? So just gather as much data as we can. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Enjoy the race very shortly.
Okay, thank you. Cheers.
Good to hear from a couple of our drivers out for our Dutch Barn Vodka Caterham 7 Championship UK. First of 3 races this weekend. The grid set earlier on. The top 5 took part in the Super Pole shootout, and it resulted in a pole position for Harry Senior alongside Matt Armstrong, the 2 championship contenders at the top of the points chart at the top of this grid. Craig Story, one of our AM class drivers on row 2 alongside Henry Heaton, and on row 3 it's Harry Cook and Justin Armstrong. Row 4, Chris Fraser, the man behind Dutch Barn Vodka, the championship sponsor, starts alongside Paul Donkin, who'll be a bit disappointed to be back on row 4, completing the top 10, Tom Eden and Harry Landy. Row 6 of the grid, 62, Darren McCormack alongside 35, Mark Kendall. 7th row, number 6, Dale Head. Missed the last round at Anglesey alongside 98, James Hall. Gary Curtis and Steve Metcalf on row 8, and Chris Welch rounds out the 17-car grid. Well, the wins have been divided up largely between 2 drivers so far. Matt Armstrong has had 4 wins, as has Harry Senior. The other winner at Snetterton on the season opening weekend was Paul Donkin. He's back on row 4 of the grid for this one in the quickest cars that we will see here this weekend. These cars are not related really to any of the other cars on the Caterham ladder, Chris.
They fundamentally are exactly the same car. They've just got a 2-litre Duratec engine in them. They've got a 6-speed sequential gearbox, slick tyres and uprated suspension. So they are all the same DNA, and in fact they drive very similar to the other cars, but obviously just take it up that extra edge. You can see how edgy these cars are as they go around, and they're just in their sequential box. They're just pulling for gears. So whereas they don't need the clutch even on the way up through the gears, the slick tyres just give them that sort of new, the sort of different power and just aspects of it. But as they head up then into the complex, we're going to see a lot of these issues, a lot of drama and racing in this, as we've already seen today, as they all battle this wind as well. The slipstream becomes slightly less as you get into the extra power of these cars. 180 horsepower they've got with them. But there is the Dutch Barn Vodka is the sponsor of this, and many thanks to them and all the other sponsors who allow us to go racing. So we watch the marshals waving their green flag, but they're going to come down. 3 races for them, all 20 minutes over the course of this race. So we're going to have the first time then for them. Who's going to get the better of it? Harry Senior, Matt Armstrong has certainly had the best of the season so far. Can they continue that good effort? Can Donkin do anything from all the way back down on those 3rd row of the grid?
What's happened to our pole sitter? He's pulled over onto the grass.
Drive shaft broken. Maybe he's got an issue in that car. There will be an aborted start, I think, or a delayed start, and they'll get that car out of the way. That looks like it might be a drive shaft. That's kind of what would happen if a car has lost its drive shaft, and we've seen that several times over the course of the season for various drivers. Not the start that Harry Senior wants.
So Harry Senior, the light blue car there with the red cage, qualified on pole through the Super Pole shootout, which the top 5 take part in after the main qualifying session, but he's pulled onto the grass.
It's not something the marshal's going to go and find out. Thank you ever so much to all of our marshals. We see them doing all the various roles, but unfortunately changing a drive shaft is not an immediate fix, and therefore that will be the end of Harry Senior. They will likely do another, unless they can get this away. It might be another green flag lap. Let's keep an eye out for that. But they can also just delay the green lights. They're going to get him hopefully through a gate in the side of the pit wall. Is there a gap for them to aim for? There is indeed. Yes. So what a shame then. I think they'll get this race underway then. Watch for the green flag at the back of the race, and then a 5-second board before they get to the green light.
Okay, so on his own now on the front row is the championship leader, Matt Armstrong, the blue and red car. The yellow and pink machine is Craig Story. And then alongside him on that 2nd row, we've got Henry Heaton, the number 10, the turquoise coloured car. So I think we are going to get underway this time. 20 minutes for the Dutch Barn Vodka Caterham 7 UK Championship, the fastest Caterhams we have here this weekend. Revs will begin to rise, and then we will be underway on the charge down towards Clervaux for the first time. Bad luck to Harry Senior, the pole sitter.
That's going to be another green flag.
Yes, another board comes out. I thought that was the 5-second board. We couldn't see the other side of it, so I think we are going to have, in fact, another green flag lap. Yes, there's the 30-second board, so the start being delayed there. These cars are on slick tyres, so just to keep the heat in them, we're going to have another formation lap.
Yep, so another chance for them to just get some heat into those slick tyres then as they head off around this 2-mile Croft circuit. Again, the top flight of British motorsport. This is the fight for the title of British Caterham champion. So a prestigious championship, and these cars absolutely fly around this Croft circuit. It'd be fantastic to see how they battle with the wind and the track conditions out there. We've already seen some fantastic action in the 270s and the 310s, and I'm looking forward to the top flight and the top drivers. Again, we've got the AM Class Championship as well as the Pro-Am out the front to look into and have a go with. But as we watch them all filing, and you can see them weaving to try and get that heat into the tyres then as they head down into Tower.
Chris Fraser in the turquoise car, number 8, the man behind our sponsor, Dutch Barn Vodka. Based here in North Yorkshire, so it's their local circuit this weekend. And I believe that comedian and TV presenter Ricky Gervais has been an ambassador for them as well. Any chance we could get him in a Caterham in return?
It'd be great to see what he thought about having a Caterham ride out there. It's an exciting thing. If you've never had the opportunity to have a go in a Caterham, whether on the road or on the track, there's no such thing as a slow or incapable Caterham. They are absolutely fantastic machines. Have over the years been they're held into a high regard as far as ultimate driving machine, and yeah, having raced all of these championships, I can certainly contest to the fact that they are absolutely brilliant to drive and muscle around this track, let alone race them. It's a privilege for all these drivers out there to be allowed to go and do this and have fun in their Caterhams.
Okay, so we'll bring the cars into line then. A thanks from me to all the Orange family here this weekend, our volunteer marshals and all our other officials here this weekend, the recovery crews, medical staff and so on. We could not go racing without them. So Matt Armstrong, who leads the championship by just 1 point coming into this weekend, looking for his 5th win of the season here. Start on the outside of the front row, pole position now vacant. And then in the Dayglow yellow and pink car, it's Craig Story, always very sharp in qualifying. Starts on the second row alongside Henry Heaton, who missed the last round of the championship in North Wales in the turquoise livery car. Harry Cook in black and gold on row 3 alongside Justin Armstrong, our father of Matt. He's in the blue and yellow car on the third row. Chris Fraser in turquoise and white alongside Paul Donkin in the red and white, number 24. Watch for him coming through. So the 5-second board is now displayed, and we'll get the red lights on any second now. When they go out, we'll be underway with the Dutch Barn Vodka Caterham 7 UK Championship. The revs are up and away they go. Good start by Craig Story. Decent start by Henry Heaton from the second row. There's one car hasn't got away at the back. I can see a cloud of smoke there. Didn't see who that was. Heading down into the first corner, it is Craig Story, who has outpaced Matt Armstrong. That's something of a surprise. From the second row has taken the lead. Justin Armstrong kicks up some dust on the outside. They've all made it through. Try and identify that car that didn't get away from the back of the field, but it is Craig Story who leads the way as again Justin Armstrong kicks up some dust off the grass on the outside there. It's side by side for the lead. Matt Armstrong attacks on the way into Tower Bend. He's trying to go all the way around Story as they start to sort themselves out behind. That's Darren McCormack up there on the outside in the 62 car. Now, has Matt Armstrong made it through into the lead? I think he has as they come through towards the Jim Clark S's. Yes, Armstrong takes up the lead, but with the car stranded on the grid, the safety car is going to be called.
Yeah, I think it might be Dale Head. I can't see him in that queue at the moment, so I think it might be Dale Head who got another case of potentially drive shaft issue there. But Matt Armstrong did initially get Story initially got the better of Matt Armstrong in the early part. And, I believe Story's still in the. I think that is that.
No, that is
35 of Kendall, Mark Kendall.
Yeah, could be 35, yes. Black and Dayglow yellow, yeah. It's Mark Kendall.
So shame for him then from 12th place on the grid. He's been pushed away. So they will pick up the safety car for one lap, and then I think they will be safe to resume their racing. But yeah, so Story I think is in the AM Championship, so he has got a jump on them. But again, if he gets a podium here, he will be risk getting put up into the higher championship. Yeah. But at the moment, there's quite a few AMs up there fighting it out with the Pro-Ams.
Well, he had a podium earlier this season at Anglesey, and I think he set pole position there as well in Superpole, so he's a very sharp qualifier, and now right up there, so he could move up to Pro-Am. The AM Championship currently being led by Justin Armstrong ahead of Tom Eden, so Craig Story's not even in the top 2 of the AMs, he's only 3rd in them.
I don't think he did the first couple of rounds, did he, or was he, I wonder whether he took a step up.
He had a no score at Snetterton at the season opener.
Yeah, okay, so he's just still recovering back, but certainly got the speed in that car now as we watch them then under reduced pace under the safety car, but pretty sure we'll see the lights going out on that safety car as we come down the back straight this time through, because we did clear the car off the grid, so Mark Kendall unfortunately having to be put into the pit lane. I'm sure they'll go and fix his car ready for the next race as they again weave to keep their tyres clean, keep them all in the zone, and make sure that they're ready to get this start underway. This light's still on at the moment, but there's I think you will see it going on as they head into Sunny Complex. But Matt Armstrong right up there in the lead then, just in his father, a little bit further back fighting with Cook. Cook's not where he wants to be. And where is Donkin as they came across the line? Still in 7th place. So not having the best weekend for Donkin. He was a championship sort of a contender at the beginning of the season, but this is as we approach the middle point. Really needs to get the results in, and it's not where he wants to be. Just losing a learn. I spoke to him a bit earlier in the weekend, and he's just not got the power he needs at the moment. Maybe looking to see whether he's lost a few horsepower out of his engines. That's what he's feeling like, especially in this wind. That's not going to help. But it is Matt Armstrong over the top of Craig Story then. In 3rd place we've got Henry Heaton. So Henry Heaton's not done the whole season, but they're all getting ready to do the restart at the moment. And Heaton up there in 3rd place. He's been competitive whenever he's been up and fighting in this championship.
So Harry Senior's first non-score of the season. How many scores can they drop?
They drop 3 scores over the course of the race. So effectively they can have one race weekend where they don't score, or they can separate it out into across multiple. But it allows drivers to have a life outside of motorsport. As they all bunch up then looking to see what's going to happen. Matt Armstrong still not let them go yet as they head into here we go. He has got his foot down now. Craig Story just a little bit slow up the uptake then. Henry Heaton into that 3rd place as they head around. Yes, people do have life outside of motorsport.
Life outside motorsport, non comprende. Motorsport is life, and it is here at Croft as we're about to get back underway. The green flag waves, and our leaders head down towards Clervaux for what is the 3rd time in this Dutch Barn Vodka Caterham 7 UK Championship race. Matt Armstrong leads Craig Story. Henry Heaton in the turquoise car in 3rd place. Through Hawthorne Bend they go, chased by number 9, Harry Cook in 4th position. Justin Armstrong rounds out the top 5. Great dust storm being kicked up there. I thought somebody had a spin in the middle of that dust cloud. But no, Craig Story managed to save it. He's still on the tail of Matt Armstrong for the lead. There's Justin Armstrong 5th. Here comes Paul Donkin. Sends one up the inside of Chris Fraser. That didn't work. Fraser closes the door at Tower. Behind them is McCormack. Then it's Tom Eden in the yellow car. And Harry Landy's blue number 21 there rounds out the first 10. Through the Jim Clark S's in single file this time. There's been some leery moves made through there so far this weekend. But Armstrong able to hold his lead into Sunny. Craig Story in 2nd place in that Dayglow liveried machine, kicking up dust again as they come off Sunny towards the complex.
He had to go defensive then from Henry Heaton as well. Harry Cook just behind Henry Heaton looking to see whether he can do anything, and then comes Justin Armstrong just chasing on. It's all compressing up here. Matt Armstrong having a little bit of an easy time out front as the rest of them have a little bit of a to and fro and a kerfuffle. Story absolutely on the raggedy edge of several corners around that lap, so he's really wringing the neck of his 7420R car as Cook now looking to defend from Justin. Does look like he's going to get that done. Justin very late on the brakes there as they fling it through a little bit of a bump at the apex there of Clervaux, the turn 1, and it does upset the cars. You can see there as Cook's car, absolute description of how the rear end just said, no, can't do that for you. Is Story going to make it on inside the track? He did, so he didn't go wide this time, but it does look like Henry Heaton's got a nice run of speed over the top of him as they head down into Tower this time. He's gone around the outside and got it all done before they even get onto the brakes. Cook still managing to hold on over the top. There is Donkin making a move, and Eden down the inside. McCormack there really laid a little bit of a squeal of that front left tyre as he locked up, and then chasing up behind him Harry Landy in the blue car.
So Donkin's up to 6th. Tom Eden with that lunge is up into 8th, and he got the fastest lap of the race last time around, as well as Henry Heaton does a Ben Lopez Appleton there up the inside at Barcroft. And Henry Heaton thought, I think there, well, if a 310R can do it, a 420 can do it as well, and takes the lead away, third to first in the space of half a lap for Henry Heaton. He's looking for his first win of the season.
The toe is so strong around that back part of the track, but normally there's just no opportunity to use it. But I guess Matt Armstrong just gave him a sniff of the apex, and he said, right, I'm going to use this head of steam, and I am going to shove it down the inside. So Henry Heaton is now sort of blasted off into the lead. Matt Armstrong's now having to look at his rearview mirror over the top of Craig Story, and Cook just seeing what he can do. He's got a little bit of a comfort gap this time through over the top of his Justin Armstrong.
I know Henry Heaton has got some of the most vocal supporters in Caterham racing. They'll be at full voice right now, having seen him take the lead in that spectacular move over on the far side of the course. Now here comes Paul Donkin in the 24, the man who's raced everything from Porsches to Citroen C1s in his career, but now carving out a Caterham career, and he's having a go at Justin Armstrong for 5th position. Next in the order is Chris Fraser, then the battle between Eden and McCormack, with Landy still rounding out the top 10 places. Dale Head is next. He missed the last round in North Wales in the black car with the blue cage. Behind him, James Hall in the 98. Curtis Metcalf and Welch round out the 15 runners as the leaders head out to the back of the circuit, the far end of the circuit from the paddock really at Sunny. Matt Armstrong trying to fight back. He's looking for win number 5 this season. Henry Heaton looking for his first win of 2025. Harry Senior's had 4 wins this year, and Paul Donkin had 1 at the season opener at Snetterton. Craig Story looking for his second podium. And seeing a little bit of a twitch there from Craig as they come through the complex. Harry Cook is on his tail in the number 9. They're really starting to close up now. We've got 7 cars together potentially now on the next lap for the lead.
Yeah, and it's proving a little bit harder in these top flight Caterham cars to overtake. Not only that, the tactics of the drivers is going to be that little much more advanced. But as they're going down into Tower, it's a much less a surefire move than we saw in the 310s a little bit earlier. But Story still managing to hold on. It does look like Harry Cook's deep into that. You can see the right following the car, the rear yellow rear panel of that, trying to get as much of that toe as he can going out onto this back straight then. And he does look like he's in a position to try and make that happen, but it just doesn't seem like as easy an overtake as it is for the others. Henry Heaton though is clearly down the inside. Harry Cook having a look and does do a late lunge, but it's not enough to make that stick. You can see what I mean. It's just not quite as easy for them. Story managing to hold on, and every time he is doing that defensive move, the gap is opening up in front of him.
Paul Donkin has the fastest lap of the race, incidentally, 124.68. The red car running in 6th position still. So here come the leaders in towards Sunny in and out. Story still 3rd. Armstrong closing up onto the tail now of the 4th place man Harry Cook ahead of him. Again, Craig Story kicking up the dust there. He's having a bit of a wayward run here in that 3rd place.
Henry was wide through Sunny in and out, and he's lost that position.
He has. So Matt Armstrong has taken over from Henry Heaton. Hard to know where to look in that lead battle of 7 cars. Here's a scrap further back. We've got McCormack has got ahead of Eden for 8th place. Harry Landy is in behind them. Then we've got the number 6 of Dale Head. Is he any relation to Aaron Head, the ex-champion? Yes, brothers. I thought he might be. Then Hall, Metcalf, Curtis and Welch, the 15 runners. As the leaders head through, Matt Armstrong just about holding on to his lead. We're just over halfway through this first race of the weekend for the Caterham 7 UK Championship, sponsored by Dutch Barn Vodka. Through the old chicane. Here comes Henry Heaton out of the slipstream as they head down the straight. Can he get the move done before they get to Tower Corner? He's round the outside. Yes, he's done it. Henry Heaton back into the lead. And here comes Harry Cook up the inside for 3rd place. He's through to P3 on the inside at Tower. The British Fossils car moves into P3.
Done that time through. He just had that little bit of extra speed as he went down. The toe round this back part is going to keep Craig Story interested in seeing what he can do, but I think Harry Cook will be wise to that, and in fact it looks like Story's going to have to defend from the inside because Cook's wanting to take that place away from him as well. Matt Armstrong and Henry Heaton then going absolute sort of wheelbarrow racing together, aren't they? Nose to tail and swapping positions sort of every other lap at the moment, but it is the British Fossils car now up into that 3rd place. Can he do anything about drawing these cars back to this lead battle? It certainly looks like it, and it is this front gaggle of 6 cars who have just got a bit of a comfort gap. There's Donkin there just over the top of Fraser following on behind him, and Donkin will be looking Donkin I think has got an issue. I think it's drive shaft maybe again. They look like a problem out of the hairpin that time through, pulled immediately into the pit lane. So that is the end of Donkin and maybe the end of his championship charge. We're only at halfway point of the season, but it's a long way back from where he is now.
You can see he's showing at the top of the timing tail there because the pit lane entrance is so much earlier before the start-finish line. So Paul Donkin has gone into the pits. It's still Heaton from Armstrong, then Cook, Story and Armstrong. Only 5 of them at the front now because Chris Fraser's dropped back. He lost a couple of seconds on that previous lap down into sixth.
Move down. Story down the inside of Harry, but couldn't make it happen that time through.
As Harry Cook holds that P3 that he won a lap ago. Justin Armstrong on their tails, fighting for the top 5 places. The first 2 have broken away slightly now, Heaton and Matt Armstrong. Swing their way into Sonny in once again. The next 3 battling for 3rd position. Then there's a gap back to Fraser, who's been well and truly reeled in now by Darren McCormack in the 62 car. He's got the yellow car of Tom Eden, the blue of Harry Landy behind him. They're fighting over what is now 6th position with the demise of Paul Donkin. Great shame for Paul. He's having a pretty luckless season, it has to be said, the number 24. Up towards the hairpin they come once again. Darren McCormack definitely trying to make a move with Chris Fraser. I don't know whether he's got a slight problem, whether he's flat spotted his tyres somewhere or something, but he's certainly dropping away.
Yeah, it's easy to do in these with these slick tyres. If you do make a lock-up, then every single time you get into a deep braking point, it will find that flat spot of the tyre again. So not only is it uncomfortable, causes imbalance in the car, it also affects your performance because you just lose braking. As Harry Landy's right on the tail this time then of Eden in the yellow car, having to drift a bit wide. That's going to give him a quick swoop around. Can he get the momentum out onto the back straight? Eden just clips up the dust. But here's Cook fighting with Story and Justin Armstrong. Justin Armstrong happily seeing whether he can overtake Story for the lead of that AM class then. But Cook, so you can see Cook gesticulating there, saying, come on, let's go get back to this lead group, stop fighting me, and let's get back to the lead 2 are pulling away. And you can absolutely bet your bottom dollar that these 2 have had the same conversation with hand signals, saying let's work together to try and break this gap. And it's really important, those distances, because they know as drivers and experienced drivers that how far you need to be in front to sort of affect the tow enough that you've got a chance, and they have at this point got a chance that they could break away. And Henry will be certainly working at the moment with Matt Armstrong to see whether that's going to develop. But if it doesn't develop and the cars behind do start catching up, all that sort of the agreement between them will be broken immediately.
Matt Armstrong will lead at the line this time then, end of lap 9. He took the lead going into Tower once again from Henry Heaton. Breaking away into 3rd now he's Harry Cook. He's had enough of battling with Craig Story and Justin Armstrong. He wants to go after the 2 leaders. Did he take any time out of them on that last lap? Yes, he did. Only about half a second though. There's Story and Armstrong 4th and 5th. Armstrong Senior, that is. So watch for Harry Cook in car number 9. Still Donkin that's got the fastest lap of the race, but he's in the pits in retirement as Henry Heaton retakes the lead once again from Matt Armstrong down the back straights. Justin Armstrong goes to the outside on Craig Story. He won't get around there at Tower. Harry Cook, you can see, has definitely broken away in that 3rd place to try and go after the 2 leaders, looking for his first Caterham 7 UK Championship win.
Yeah, he's becoming straighter from 310R champion, reigning 310R champion, jumping into this car. It's not an easy thing to do as we watch this battle coming through, but yeah, very not an easy thing to do is jump into these cars and be straight on the pace, and he has done it. Already got some podiums this year, and we're looking to see whether he can take that. Craig Story right out onto that grass and gravel once more. Justin Armstrong absolutely forces him to defend to the inside, trying around the outside. He's going to run out of space. Can he keep it on the track? I don't think I saw him on the grass in the background, so I think he's okay. He has made it through. Henry Heaton though defending again from Matt Armstrong. Harry Cook not able to bridge that gap just yet. In fact, that gap I think is slightly extended. Justin did make it around, so it was a bit of a lock-up around the outside. There's not very much grip around the outside there. Harry Landy looking down the inside of Tom Eden has made that stick as well. So he's got McCormack and then Chris Fraser just ahead of him. So he's been watching the rear end of Tom Eden's car for nearly the whole of this race, and the blue car now ahead of the yellow. So he has made that 1 position up. Can he do anything about McCormack? Straight in front of him. Chris Fraser is then the Dutch Barn Vodka car just in front. Donkin has got the fastest lap of the race then with a 24.68. And that's only 2/10 off the lap record, so they are nearly doing a lap record pace in this wind. That's pretty impressive. It was side by side Story Armstrong trying around the outside. Then can he go all the way around the outside and make this stick? Doesn't normally work. Contact between them. They're going to both spin. In fact, they're just about recovering. I think maybe Story's got some damage on the car. Let's see whether they get back up to speed again. But that was too tight coming out of here.
There's smoke coming off Craig Story's car. He has got a bit of damage there. I think he's still going at the moment. Let's hope that is just tyre rubber, not suspension damage. Chris Fraser in the Dutch Barn Vodka car has been able to close up. Harry Landy going for the inside here.
Made it.
Into Sonny Inn, and he goes through on Darren McCormack, so that's another place made up for the blue machine.
Tyre up for both those cars at Justin Armstrong, so hopefully that's not causing too much of a dig-in, but Story really struggling to get that car stopped, and Harry Landy might make another position up then. He's looking to see whether he can get past Chris Fraser, so the blue car there absolutely making positions hand over fist as we go into the tail part of this race.
Just under 3 minutes of this race to go for the Dutch Barn Vodka Caterham 7 Championship UK. Looks like the two cars that made that bit of contact are okay to keep going. No major damage there, but there's a tyre rub on Justin Armstrong's car. He's still ahead of Craig Story at the moment. Craig does seem to be having one or two slight braking issues here. You can see he's backing up the rest of the field. Something flew off there. I don't know whether that was from Armstrong or Story's car or somebody else there. A bit of bodywork went flying. But here comes Chris Fraser now. He's surely going to try and take Craig Story here down the back straights.
Interesting, it's on the right rear that he's got tyre rub there, and he's not got a wheel guard, so there must be a bit of wheel guard stuck, or the exhaust has been pushed back onto the tyre then. It's going to cause a lot of friction down there, and it certainly wouldn't be good for the heat on that tyre. I'm worried about that right rear tyre of that Justin Armstrong car, but it is Chris Fraser still managing to resist the pressure from behind, and in fact it looks like Story is now come in between him, and so Story has moved up one place over the top of Tommy. Oh, it's down the inside. Oh, the contact between Harry Landy and Craig Story, so that's Craig McCormack. Gary McCormack gets put out wide as well, so this really kicking off as we come down to the last couple of laps of this race.
Okay then, so how many have survived that? So I think Craig Story, the only casualty, was left facing the wrong way, so now I've got Justin Armstrong with Chris Fraser on his tail for 4th place. Story's gone, and the rest of them will try to sort themselves out. Harry Landy's next, but he's sliding wide now. I think he might be wounded as a result of that.
Noises coming out of some cars there that weren't right at the moment. So who is going to make it to the end of this race? And Chris Fraser, our championship sponsor, down the inside then of Justin Armstrong. He is going to take over into that 4th place, and is going to be the best of the AM classes. Justin Armstrong is having to take that wounded car and try and get it to the end. You can see there's no wheel arch there, so I think it is the exhaust that's been pushed onto that tyre. That tyre is going to have to be putting up with an awful lot of heat, and it's not a good position to be in. But Tom Eden over the top then of Harry Landy, who had that contact that time through with Story, who was left facing the wrong way, and in fact gets back in front of Eden as they head into Tower this time through, which will, I think, be the last lap. Hard to say. I don't know how far in front the leaders are.
We're concentrating so much on this battle in the midfield. Henry Heaton, I can tell you, is still leading ahead of Matt Armstrong and Harry Cook there, about 2.5 seconds clear of Cook now, the top two. Heaton's led for the last couple of laps. Here they are. We haven't forgotten about our race leaders. Now we'll wait to see if the
get to the line.
Checkered flag goes out this time. There's only 15 seconds on the clock as they come towards the hairpin. I think they'll get one more lap out of this. Heaton's locked up as he goes into the hairpin. He gets it turned in time up towards the start-finish line. Will they get one more lap out of this?
Yep.
Yes, they will. They're across the line with just a couple of seconds on the clock, so one more lap to go. Harry Cook behind them in 3rd place. He's 3 seconds back on the leader, so 2.5 seconds back on Matt Armstrong. Then this fight for 4th. Somehow Justin Armstrong is keeping that wounded car going. He's under fire from Harry Landy for 5th place. Chris Fraser ahead of them in 4th. Tom Eden is 7th. McCormack has recovered from his off in 8th position. It's James Hall and Dale Head, and Craig Story got going again after he was spun out in 11th position.
Can see a line around Justin's tyre as well, where that heat and the rub is causing friction, and can see the smoke pouring off. He's definitely slowing him in a straight line as well, isn't it, as Harry Landy gets past him very easily, and Tom Eden looking to see whether he could do the same, not managing to do it that time through. Justin really having to battle that car and the friction there, but Harry Landy is now up into that 5th place, and Fraser just disappearing off down the road, so it does look like he's got that 4th place, and Cook in front of him as well, not to forget. He's in the gap between them. And so the battle there is Tom Eden, then down the inside of Justin Armstrong as they go through Barcroft this time through. How are our leaders doing though? Here they are. Henry Heaton currently leading Matt Armstrong. Last corner, last lap.
What can Matt Armstrong do here? He's going to be forced to go the long way round. He's going to try and cut in on the exit possibly. He's not going to get close enough, I don't think. And it is going to be a first win of the season in the Caterham 7 UK Championship for number 10. Henry Heaton takes the checkered flag. Matt Armstrong comes over in second. 0.6 of a second, the gap between the two. I think that's perhaps the biggest gap between those two all race long. Harry Cook completes the podium. And coming through the 4th place, best finish of the season so far for Chris Fraser. He's the top AM driver. Harry Landy is 5th. Tom Eden comes over in 6th. And 7th will go to McCormack. Justin Armstrong ends up in 8th place with that's rather hobbled car. Dale Head is 9th. He beats James Hall on the last lap. And there's still a battle going on at the back between Gary Curtis and Steve Metcalf. There's battles everywhere you look in this one. This is for 11th place. Curtis is going to take P11 ahead of Steve Metcalf at the complex last time through. And we lost Craig Story into the pits, so the only other finisher will be Chris Welch in car 38.
Very
68
attritional race then for the Seven Championship UK. Drama all the way through that, wasn't there? And a bit of contact and a bit of racing as well to boot. But lead 2 having an absolute ding-dong. But Heaton, I think Armstrong sort of knew that it didn't need to beat Heaton that time through, as Heaton's not in the championship battle. But here's a little bit of a replay then of some of the highlights. Heaton over the top of Armstrong at that time through. Craig Story at this point of the race in that 3rd place. They headed out through. This is heading out through Sunny. Here goes Craig Story then. Was this one of his wide moments? And it looks like he's drifting off
he had
wide.
a few of them.
And there's Justin Armstrong, pinched him to the inside. This is where the contact between... Oh, sorry, the next lap through, wasn't it, where the contact happened? They squeezed as they went through Tower. Just a bit of contact rubbing up against them. And you can see the exhaust taking an absolute clattering, bit of bodywork all over the track there, but they did manage to carry on. Story had his, I think it was his door that flew off a little bit later because it was hanging on by a thread at that point. As we watch Story making his way back onto the track, but ultimately into the pit lane.
So, a rather attritional race, the Dutch Barn Vodka Caterham 7 Championship UK, won by Henry Heaton. First win of the season for him by 0.6 of a second over Matt Armstrong, who will extend his championship lead. Harry Cook in 3rd place ahead of Chris Fraser, a fine 4th on his local round. Then Harry Landy 5th, Tom Eden 6th, then McCormack. Justin Armstrong's damaged car came home 8th, ahead of Dale Head, James Hall. And Gary Curtis and Steve Metcalf battled to the line, and Chris Welch the final finisher. We lost Craig Story and Paul Donkin into the pits. And of course Harry Senior, one of our championship contenders with those problems at the start. Mark Kendall also dropping out at the start of the race. Well, let's head down to Sam to get some reaction from the drivers in Parc Fermé.
Well, we keep giving lots of action this afternoon, don't we? I mean, the 420s are not normally that chaotic, but goodness me, it was eventful. But this man, Henry Heaton, he will be absolutely delighted with this, and he's been wanting a win for a long time since coming back to the championship. Just wait for it. There we go. Earplugs are out. Henry, congratulations. You enjoyed that one, didn't you?
I did, yeah, I did. Matt was putting the pressure on. We were just... it seemed like we had a bit of space. But I felt like I had very good pace there. Matt had a go at me at the end. I could see that he was picking his moment. We got side by side towards Tower and just about managed to keep my nose in front, late on the brakes, and parks it for the rest of the lap. So there's a win.
Yes.
A win in the 420R. It was 2022 April. Not that I'm counting the date. It's been a while, but good to be back.
Well deserved after that one. It was great to watch.
Thank you. Yeah, great. Well, let's do it again tomorrow.
Do it again tomorrow. Brilliant. We're looking forward to it. Well done, Henry. Come and speak to Matt. Matt, that was a great race from our point of view. How was it for you?
Yeah, it was good. I've stayed in the first 2, so that was the plan from the beginning. I was a bit fortunate that Harry didn't start, so it was a bit unlucky for him, but I didn't really want to risk too much with Henry because he's not really in the championship, so as much as I didn't want to finish second, it was the best thing to do.
That's quite wise. It's using your mind, isn't it, rather than the race driver in you. If you're thinking about the points.
I was like looking at the start with Harry not starting, so I didn't want to ruin the look that I had at the beginning. So there was no need to go for a silly move. So second will do today.
Well done, Matt. Very good. Right, let's go and speak to Harry Cook. Sorry, walk around these hot cars. Harry, thank you for waiting patiently. Okay. Well done. Fantastic. How was it for you?
Very good, actually. Thank you. Yeah, I've had 5 fourths in a row, so quite happy to now come back into the podium. Yeah, we sort of done a lot of work from the last race, and I think it's starting to come together.
Brilliant, and that gives you a good starting place for tomorrow as well.
Yeah, exactly. I think Harry was the quickest. I don't know happened to him, but it was, it helped us fight for the podium. But yeah, hopefully I can stay with these guys. I think they started working together, and then with this wind, I just fell behind. So.
Yeah, is it still as windy as it was this morning out there?
I think it's actually worse. Yeah,
Right.
so you really need to be in the slipstream if you want to stay with the group.
Brilliant. Oh, well done.
Great, thank you.
Right, next up we have minis. They are already out on track. So I'll hand over to Chris and Dave.
Thanks very much, Sam. Yes, it's on to the Virtue Mini Challenge Trophy category next up then. One of our non-Caterham classes here this weekend. They're always very close indeed. The touring car stars of tomorrow in their identical 1.6 litre, 130 brake horsepower BMW Mini Coopers will be out on track next. We've had 9 races so far for them this year, and already 8 different winners. I'll give you the grid for this one. It was set by the qualifying session this morning, the second fastest time for each driver in the Minis, because the fastest time set the grid for race 3. The Minis do it a bit differently. So pole position is Olivier Algieri in car number 38. Now he's only 10th in the championship at the moment. Very, very close indeed. Returnee this weekend, Louis Capezzoli will start alongside him. His first appearance of the season. Second row, Cameron Richardson, one of our newcomers in car number 15, will start alongside 59, Reese Hurd. Alfie Garford and Ashley Gregory will be on row 3. Row 4, it's Josh Wilby alongside Leo Purchase. Then Alex Keens, the championship leader, only down at 9th alongside James Sherrington. It's so close in this championship this year. Anyone on this grid could win this next race. Row 6, we have 96 Ronnie Smith, starts alongside 610 Louis Fleets. Row 7, Kieran Roberts, one of our junior saloon car graduates in this field, alongside the reigning junior saloon champion Harry Smith. Row 8, Luca Marinoni Osborne alongside Paul Manning, the oldest man on the grid. Row 9 is Craig Morgan and Monroe Renard, and completing the top 20, Henry Foote and Cameron Wood. Row 11, Simon Sweetland, number 4, and 11, Gabe Fairbrother, one of our championship contenders. He had some problems in qualifying. He's second in the points at the moment, but he only did a couple of laps in qualifying before problems struck, and he will start from the back of the grid. He's had 1 win this year. Alex Keens has only had 1 win, but through consistency, he leads the championship on 305 points. Gabe Fairbrother's on 289. Josh Wilby on 288, just a 1 point behind him in third. But with 8 previous winners on this grid and a couple of newcomers as well up there towards the sharp end, who knows what's going to happen in this first Virtue Mini Challenge Trophy race of the weekend. Let's see who James Pearce was able to catch up with a little earlier on down in the paddock.
Alex, obviously leading the championship at the moment, but a bit of a tricky morning for qualifying out there, wasn't it?
Yeah, it wasn't easy. We've been quite used to longer qualifying sessions as of recent, but the 15 minutes I thought I'd just go for it, and seeing as I was first out in championship order, I thought I'd just make the most of the clean air, but I think the wind was quite high this morning, well, it still is, and yeah, I think the tow was pretty massive. Sorry, yeah, we just sort of struggled to get a good lap in with the tow, so down an 8th, but it's not impossible to climb back up, and we've not had great qualifying sessions so far this season, so yeah. we've always been fighting through, and we've done that every round, so yeah, we're not too worried about it.
I was going to say, what is the strategy now that obviously you're starting from P8 on the grid? How are you going to get back up the front and keep that championship lead?
I think just make the most of it at the start before like the pack breaks up, and yeah, like sort of big gaps form, so yeah, just sort of first 2 laps, get quick moves in, and just make sure we're near the front towards the end when it all sort of kicks off properly.
Fantastic, best of luck. 3 is Alex. Olivier, congratulations on the pole. Good qualifying session out there.
Yeah, it was a successful quali. Obviously we sat here on pole, so nice clear track. Hopefully we can get a gap and get the job done.
Fantastic. In terms of the strategy for the race, obviously leading off from the front of the grid, how are you going to make the most of that going around?
Well, I think I've got the pace, so if we get a nice clean start and then just try and bang in the qualifying laps and then try and pull a gap.
Yeah, and we've seen the wind be a bit of a problem as well, a few coming together in the car. Is that worrying for you guys in the Minis?
What's that, sorry?
The wind obviously quite strong out there on the track. We've seen a few cars coming together today. Is that something you guys in the Minis are concerned about?
Yeah, and obviously with the wind direction it makes the tow and the slipstream quite strong, so you've got to be wary and just try and race hard.
Fantastic, good luck out there. Cheers, Olivia.
So nice to hear from our pole sitter and a couple of others there. Alex Keane's our championship leader as well, but he'll line up back on the 5th row of the grid for this one. He's had a very consistent season, been in the top 4 on every race finish this year. Alex Keane's in the Graves Motorsport number 62. Comes from Liphook in Hampshire. Cars weaving to warm up their Goodyear tyres. This will be a 15-minute race for the Virtue Mini Challenge Trophy. Watch for Gabe Fairbrother there, the number 11 car from the back of the grid. He had problems in qualifying, only got a couple of laps in, having to start from the rear of the field. Has had 2 wins this season so far, I think. Just looking at the points, I know he's had 1 win at Thruxton. Olivier Algieri's had 2 wins, but a few non-scores. Our pole sitter, he didn't have much luck at the season opener at Snetterton. They've been to Snetterton, the Brands Hatch Indy Circuit and to Thruxton. These cars have supported the British Touring Car Championship on a couple of occasions this year, as have the more powerful JCW Minis, of course, the more powerful, the quicker Mini Challenge Trophy class. Into position on the grid then, Olivier Algieri, the black and white car, on pole position, the Westbourne Motorsport driver, alongside the number 99 of returnee Louis Capezzoli for Accelerate Motorsport in the grey car. Row 2, Cameron Richardson. What an effort by the newcomer in the Wera Alliance Racing Academy car, the black and turquoise liveried machine. And then Reese Hurd in the blue Westbourne Motorsport car, number 59. On row 2. The top rookie is next, that's Alfie Garford, number 88, in the second of the Wera Tools livery cars, the black and turquoise. So 15 minutes of racing to come then for the Mini Challenge Trophy category, sponsored by Virtue. 15 minutes gets underway, and away we go down towards Clairvaux for the first time. Everybody is off the grid cleanly. Now, who's going to get the lead as they go into Clairvaux? It is our pole sitter, Olivier Algieri, who's made the best start. He leads the way. Second place, well, was the number 99, but he's into the gravel. Very sideways there for Louis Capezzoli. Gets it going again, but he's lost about 3 places there. The rest of them all funnel their way through behind, and they've all made it round. Gabe Fairbrother already making up 1 place ahead of Simon Sweetland in the number 4 around the outside, but it's Algieri who leads the way. There's 1 car going a bit slowly there on the inside. Everybody else is single file. We'll identify who that is if we can. Battle is on for second place. Reese Hurd in the blue car trying to make his way around the outside of the 2 Wera cars of Richardson and Alfie Garford. Watch for number 78, Kieran Roberts, making the move up over the last couple of meetings from junior saloon cars. His uncle is Matt Hammond, who's a former Mini Challenge champion. He's in Matt's old car, so certainly has the pedigree. Used to race a Citroen Saxo with the junior saloon cars, a lime green liveried machine. But look at the lead that Olivier Algieri has already pulled out here as they go towards Sunny for the first time. And we've got 5 or 6 cars all trying to be second. It's Reese Hurd who has that second at the moment. There's Ashley Gregory, the number 22, the leading lady of the championship in car number 22. Recently got her first podium of the season. The rest of them funnel their way through behind. The 69 car, a bit slow, and off goes one of the Wera Tools cars there at the complex. Now, is that Richardson or Garford? I think it might be Alfie Garford that ran off track there. We'll identify that as they come across the line for the first time. Look how busy it is, the traffic here through the hairpin. They've all just about made it round. It's Algieri who leads, Hurd second, Garford's in third, so it must have been another of the Westbourne cars that ran, the Wera cars that ran wide. Louis Capezzoli, I think, has pulled into the pits, so problems for him after he's off on the first corner into the gravel, so our front row man has dropped out. Garford is third, then it's Cameron Richardson, number 15, in fourth. Rounding out the top 5 is Ashley Gregory, then Alex Keane's the championship leader. Paul Manning, number 46, the white and blue car, running wide there. So I draw breath for the first time after that opening lap. Up they come towards Tower. There's Keane's, the green and yellow car. He's just ahead of Josh Wilby. He's got Ronnie Smith in behind him. Monroe Renard was the car that dropped back on the opening lap, the number 69. 51 was out wide as well early on. That is Craig Morgan. We'll keep an eye on the Rookie Cup as well, which is being led by our race leader at the moment, Olivier Algieri. He's the leading rookie. And the Graduates Cup for the second-year drivers, that's being led by Josh Wilby in car number 95. There's Kieran Roberts, the red and white car. I mentioned him earlier on. He's got 171 Leo Purchase on his tail. in the orange and blue car. Then the number 16 in behind them, I think that is. The number 10 car, I apologise, that's Harry Smith. A little hard to see the numbers on one or two of these cars. As them filter their way through the complex. Battles everywhere. You look at the 1, 3, 8 car of Henry Foot there, side by side with Paul Manning in the 46, the winner of the Directors' Cup a couple of years ago for the senior drivers. Across the line they go. Algieri leads by 2.5 seconds. New fastest lap for the number 38, looking for his second win of the season. 1:40.262 around the Croft circuit. Reese Hurd in second place. Then it's Alfie Garford ahead of Cameron Richardson, Ashley Gregory, Alex Keynes, and the rest of them come through side by side there. Further back in the pack, I think that was Gabe Fairbrother, number 11, making a move through. Now, where's he got up to? 15th from the back of the grid, and another place gain there through Clervaux, past, I think that was Luca Osborne, the number 81 for Westbourne Motorsports. There's the 85 of Josh Wilby. Turns his way through just ahead of Ronnie Smith in the 96, and the 40 up behind them, that's James Sherrington, another graduate of the Junior Saloon Car Championship. So Olivier Algieri it is who leads the way in the 38 for Westbourne Motorsport. Comes from Llandudno in North Wales. Had some guest outings last year. Full campaign this year. Didn't start off very well with some damage in the opening round at Snetterton. Alex Keynes, the championship leader, coming under fire from Josh Wilby in number 95. Wilby currently third in the points this year. He leads the Graduate Cup for second-year drivers. Bouncing his way through there, that's Ronnie Smith in the 96, last year's Rookie Cup champion. With the 40 of Sherrington on his tail. Then we've got Kieran Roberts in the red 78 in Matt Hammond's car that won the title a few years ago in this division. Could be a challenge coming here for second place. Alfie Garford having a look as they go down the pit straights on the back of Reese Hurd. Reese had a win earlier this season on the Snetterton 300 circuit on the season opening weekend. Alfie Garford currently 5th in the points. He gets taken outright win, but he does lead the Rookie Cup points. Leo Purchase leads Harry Smith, the reigning Junior Saloon Car champion. It's all for second place though, because Olivier Algieri has cleared off in front. Here comes Garford on the outside. Richardson in there as well, the two Wearer Tools liveried cars. Rest of them charge their way through behind. Somebody's got their number plates hanging off there. That's the 51 car of Craig CJ Morgan. He's got Paul Manning in behind him. The race having settled down after those frantic opening exchanges now, and there is Algieri. We haven't forgotten about him. He's well ahead of his opposition. 4 cars line astern for second place. Hurd, Garford, Richardson and Ashley Gregory, who's desperate for her first win in the championship. He's had a couple of podiums already this year at Snetterton and Thruxton when the championship supported the British Touring Car Championship. We could well see some of these drivers in BTCC in the next few years. Alex Keynes, in 6th place, our championship leader, has said he wants to go into historic racing. The Hampshire driver, looking to race someday in a Shelby Cobra, is his dream machine in motorsport. Thanks for all your comments on the stream. We haven't had time to read them out so far. Try and get to those a little later on, but we're in full flow here with the Virtue Motors Mini Challenge Trophy category here at the Croft circuit. Alex Keynes up there side by side. He's caught Ashley Gregory trying to have a go as they come out of the chicane there. Second and third nose to tail along the straights. Alex Keynes, I think, has got past Gregory. He's going to go for 4th around the outside of Cameron Richardson, and he's towing Josh Wilby with him. They're almost 4 square through the right hand around the outside. Keynes has got it ahead of Richardson, and here comes Wilby as well on the outside at Tower. That's a move you don't see very often. Everybody else queuing up behind. Saloon car racing at its best here at the Croft circuit. Olivier Algieri, he's missing all the entertainment. He's out in front by over 5 seconds. Ashley Gregory goes side by side now with Ronnie Smith in the 96 car. They're on Cameron Richardson's tail. Josh Wilby has got through around the outside. Ronnie Smith does a bit of grass tracking. Stays ahead of the number 40 of James Sherrington, the 78 of Kieran Roberts. Leo Purchase in the orange car is behind them. And then it's Harry Smith in number 10. Rhys Hurd still holding second ahead of Alfie Garford. Alex Keane's the championship leader up to fourth, looking to preserve his run of top 4 finishes this year. Cameron Richardson's being shuffled back. Ronnie Smith gets through, or does he? Richardson's got the inside line for the hairpin. Kieran Roberts having a go at James Sherrington, but it's all for second place. Algieri's away and gone. His lead was 5.1 seconds, it's 6.1 seconds now. He's taken a full second out this time. Roberts getting through on the inside. One of the Wearer Tools cars. It's Cameron Richardson's been shuffled backwards there. Was it a bad exit from the hairpin, or has he got a problem? The number 15. So the newcomer's dropping back. He lost 5 places off the hairpin there. Rhys Hurd somehow still holding second place. He's rather the cork in the bottle here, isn't he? He's got Alfie Garford on his tail. Here comes Kieran Roberts up the inside in the 78, attacking James Sherrington in the number 40. They're still side by side off the corner. A little bit of rubbing there between the two of them possibly. I saw a bit of tyre smoke. Leo Purchase having a go at them in the 171. They're all bunched up behind Rhys Hurd here for second place. As Roberts goes 3 wide with Purchase and Sherrington coming out of the Jim Clark S's. That's a brave move. Roberts up the inside. Who's this coming into the equation? Harry Smith as well in the number 10. 4 of them together, goodness me. Bouncing through on the inside, and Roberts gets sent out wide. There was no room there for him on the outside as James Sherrington, I think it was, came barrelling through. And Cameron Richardson is behind them. Yeah, he's dropping further back. Meantime, here's the fight for second, and still Alfie Garford unable to do anything about Rhys Hurd for that second place. Alex Keane's up there in fourth in the green car. Hurd seems to be slower off the corners each time, and it's backing everybody else up. Fifth place behind them, it's Josh Wilby. Billy said Ryan Wilby then, he's one of our Caterham racers this weekend. Still leading overall is Algieri and the Rookie Cup. The Graduate Cup is led by Josh Wilby in 5th. Leo Purchase has gone a little bit wide there, as has James Sherrington at Hawthorne, the number 40. He's having a bit of a wayward race. Down the back straights, who's that having a look on the outside further back? Well, never mind that, because Alex Keanes is going for the outside on Garford here. That could let Josh Wilby in for an attack there. This is for the minor places on the podium. Ashley Gregory is next behind them, then Ronnie Smith. Then it's Leo Purchase. So there's great stuff in the minor placings. But they can't seem to shift Rhys Hurd in the blue car from that second place. Alfie Garford's trying everything he knows here. All these young racers, most of them just come up from karting or junior circuit racing. Ashley Gregory, meanwhile, is an ex-mini stocks racer at Wharton Stock Car Club up in Lancashire. Purchase has got Roberts behind him now. Look at these 4, line astern, like a road train for second place. They just cannot get round Rhys Hurd. He's driving the widest BMW Mini in the country right now. Garford again trying to cut to the inside, lifting a wheel out of the hairpin. You can see Hurd slower off the hairpin, but they just can't get the line away from him. What's the lead now? 8.4 seconds, Algieri ahead of Hurd. So Olivier Algieri is heading for victory in this first race of the weekend for the Mini Challenge. Garford's having to defend now because he's got Alex Keanes on his tail. He's keen for a podium. Ashley Gregory up the inside. She could get into the top 5 here. Yes, she has, because Josh Wilby's made a mistake. He went across the chicane there. Going to have to cede the place to Ashley Gregory, I think. Now, can Garford get a run this time on Rhys Hurd? No, he can't. Gregory's through to 5th ahead of Wilby after that slight mistake at the chicanes. A little bit of damage on the left front of Ronnie Smith's car, I noticed there. He's still there in 7th place. 2nd in the Graduate Cup behind Josh Wilby. 3rd in the Graduates is Leo Purchase, number 171. Ronnie Smith was the Rookie Cup winner last year. So Olivier Algieri is looking good for his 3rd win of the season. Josh Wilby back ahead of Ashley Gregory. In the closing stages now, less than 2 minutes of this race to go, so I think we might be coming around to start our last lap this time. Oh, and at the inside, Ashley Gregory's been tagged by Ronnie Smith. Good recovery. Ashley kept her foot in there and used the power to power the car out of the slide. But it's Smith who's lost out because Leo Purchase has got through, and Kieran Roberts in the 78 gets through as well. So Ronnie Smith loses 2 places. I think we're on to the last lap now. Olivier Algieri leading by nearly 10 seconds. That's an eternity in mini challenge terms. And Reese Hurd has somehow held second place all the way. One car I don't think has come through on that lap is Luca Osborne, number 81. We may have lost him somewhere. Still everybody queuing up for second place. Can anyone shift Reese Hurd? Alex Keynes going for the outside. Finds his way blocked by Alfie Garford. Ashley Gregory at the inside attacking Leo Purchase there side by side. They've got Kieran Roberts in behind them. Then Ronnie Smith recovering after that bit of contact earlier on. Olivier Algieri has done the fastest lap of the race as well. 1:40.262. We've barely seen him all race long because all the action's been in the pack behind him. There's a car pulled over there in the background. I think that's Luca Osborne. I think he's out of the race. Yes, he didn't come through on the last lap, so Luca has retired. So there's only a few seconds left on the clock now. I think it's going to be checkered flag this time. Clock counts down to 0 now. Olivier Algieri is surely heading for victory here. All the action is for second. Who's it going to be? Here comes Olivier Algieri, weaves his way across the line to take a dominant win in our first mini challenge race of the weekend. Is Reese Hurd going to hang on? Somebody's gone onto the grass there in the back. No, it's Alex Keynes. Alex Keynes, the championship leader, goes onto the grass, loses ground. Hurd second, third goes to Garford, then Wilby. Keynes lost 1 place there. He's 5th ahead of Ashley Gregory. Roberts is 7th, then Ronnie Smith, Leo Purchase and James Sherrington rounded out the top 10 over the line. The rest of them come charging home. A photo finish there between Gabe Fairbrother and Louis Fleet, I think that was. Dave Fairbrother from the back of the grid able to make it up to 12th place. Last couple of cars making their way home. The final finisher will be Monroe Renard. He comes across the line. We lost Luca Marinoni Osborne. We lost Louis Capezzoli after he went off on the first lap, of course. So Olivier Algieri takes, I believe that's his 3rd race win of the season. Reese Hurd and Alfie Garford completing the podium. Josh Wilby in 4th place wins the Graduate Cup. Provisional result of Virtue Mini Challenge Trophy Race 1 then. Olivier Algieri the winner by just over 9 seconds from Reese Hurd in 2nd. Alfie Garford 3rd. Olivier Algieri wins the Rookie Cup as well. And Josh Wilby the Graduate Cup winner in 4th. Alex Keynes ran wide out of the hairpin for the last time, dropped back to 5th, ahead of Ashley Gregory. Then Kieran Roberts, Ronnie Smith, Leo Purchase and James Sherrington rounding out the top 10. Harry Smith in 11th. Gabe Fairbrother from the back of the grid came through for 12th. Then Louis Fleet, Cameron Richardson after strong pace early on dropped back to 14th. And the rest of them home were Henry Foote, CJ Morgan, Paul Manning, Simon Sweetland, the 43 of Cameron Wood, and Monroe Renard, number 69, completed the 20 finishers. We lost Luca Marinoni Osborne, he pulled up at the Jim Clark S's, and we lost Louis Capezzoli into the pits after his off on the opening lap. So dominance from Olivier Algieri, leading all the way. Capezzoli second into the first corner, but he got sideways through the gravel, and that must have damaged something underneath the car because he pulled into the pits to retire at the end of the opening lap. One of the Weira Tools cars went running wide early on as well. And then Reese Hurd able to hold off everybody else for second position as the rest of the pack slugged it out behind them. Cameron Richardson leaning on Josh Wilby, and Ashley Gregory getting involved in their dice as well. Kieran Roberts pulling off some good moves in the pack, as was Josh Wilby a little later on after he'd briefly dropped back. Harry Smith getting involved, and James Sherrington as well, which sent Roberts out wide coming out of Sunny. But other than that, no major incidents in that first race of the weekend for the mini challenge. Ashley Gregory recovering well after a knock from Ronnie Smith, as Olivier Algieri came home a dominant victor, weaving his way across the line. Scramble for second, won by Reese Hurd ahead of Alfie Garford. Thanks to all of you for your comments so far today. Hi to Tony, he's the brother of Steve Harris, who we'll see out in the Caterham Roadsports a little later on. Hi to Dan Bartlett. Also to Sublogics, Dan Hughes, Chain Reaction, Richard Moxley, Jamesy Boy, and everybody else watching on today. I think now we can hand down to James in Parc Fermé to talk to our top three.
Well, what a race that was, and we've got the winner of this one, who's just got out of the car, a fist pump as well as he does so. Olivier, spoke to you before the race. How do you feel now?
Yeah, could have asked for a more perfect race, to be honest. Managed to get a good getaway, and I knew I had good pace, so I just had to plough in quality laps, and yeah, that's what I did.
Yeah, really, really good. Obviously making the most of pole today. When you have that clear space in front of you in the grid and you get underway, what was going through your mind?
Yeah, obviously you want to go fast and you want to push. That's what a racing driver wants to do, but at the same time you've got to bring the car home, and I think that's what we did quite well.
Yeah. And a challenging one today, or did you feel quite comfortable at the front?
No, I've been working hard all weekend, all year, to try and get to this point, and I knew I had it in me, but not to that extent.
Yeah. We can see the smile on your face. Well done, Olivier. Congratulations.
Thank you.
No worries, no worries. Now, moving slightly further down, we got a couple more of our podiums. They're standing over here. We'll get a word with Reese in just a second. Reese, can I grab a word? Reese, well done out there. Good performance. How did it feel?
Yeah, it was good. We've been struggling for pace all weekend, so it was just getting to second. Olivier's just too quick. He's just gone up the road, so it was just a defence all from 15 minutes all the way to the last lap. Just hold on to second for the points.
Yeah, he was quick out there today, but you did a brilliant performance in keeping on to that second place as well. It wasn't the easiest of races today.
No, it wasn't. When there's a train of about 10 behind you, it's like which way they're going to go, because they could just push past you easily, but yeah, luckily with the Westbourne motor, it's good motor, so we stayed in front.
Yeah, and it was a close finish as well between you and Alfie. He was right there snapping at the heels. Did you feel the pressure as you were going around?
As we were going around, the only places I knew would get me is down into like a big braking zone like Tower or into Sunny. Other than that, I knew I could cover him off, so it was just them two bits and the rest was fine.
Good man, well done. Congratulations on the podium. Well done to you. We will try and grab a word with Alfie, who seems to have disappeared. Alfie stepping over this way. Alfie, a good race today. On the podium again this season. How does it feel?
Yeah, really good. I think good for the championship with the people around us. No, I think, yeah, happy with it. Not too much to complain about. The car's fast, just I didn't get past them. That's the thing. But no, positive, and we'll go into tomorrow and work even harder at getting higher up.
Yeah, as you said there, it was tricky to get around them. Was that to do with the speed of the other cars? Was you trying to find position on track?
I mean, to be fair, Reese did a good job of defending it, and I can't fault that, so yeah.
Very good. And another podium for you this season as well. It's turning into be a pretty good season for you, isn't it, mate?
Yeah, I think every time we go out, just chipping away at little bits and little bits. Me learning myself as it's my first year, so no, it's a learning curve, but also we're in the position now where we can start to fight for them big positions.
Yeah, and as you said, leading rookie as well in the championship, which is always good to see.
Yeah.
Congratulations. I'll go and let you enjoy the podium moments. Well done. So, as we can see, the cars have already cleared out from the Mini. What a brilliant race that was, and what a fantastic race from our top three. Incredibly close through the battles, and we've got plenty more still to come. So I'll hand back to Chris and Dave.
Thanks very much indeed, James. We now move on to the moobob Caterham Academy Championship for our novice racers this weekend. We will give you the grid shortly, a big grid of 30 cars set to start this next race. First of all, we'll see who we've been able to catch up with. We can shortly bring you the grid for this one. I was waiting to see if we caught up with anybody down in the assembly area, but we weren't able to before the cars were ready. Apologies there.
But the Academy driving is all up and coming then, so their first and only race of this weekend. So we saw them having a double header last time out, but they will actually... they will get to have their single 20-minute race today, and then they can pack up and watch and enjoy the racing for the rest of the weekend. But the story coming in here is it's a battle between Max Richardson and Matt Fox. And Max Richardson taking the early honours at the sprint at Kerber and Brands Hatch, but then only managing second place for the next three, as Matt Fox has come off a good run of form, taking the last two wins. And we did catch up with some drivers beforehand, so we can go and hear from them.
Matt, great qualifying session this morning. You really do have the momentum going into this one, it seems.
It worked out all right. It was very tricky. I think if you look at the lap times, everyone struggled quite a lot. I got a bit of a nice toe coming in into Tower, which really helped out, and then I was able to not stick it in the wall at sunny out, which was quite tricky at the start. It was very, very slippy.
Yeah, it seems to be quite tricky conditions out there today with the wind and the track as well.
Yeah, it's totally changed. We've been here for 2 days. We've had a couple of sessions each day, and the wind is in a slightly different direction today, and I think that's making the car slightly less grippy than normal.
And obviously we're getting to an important part of the championship as well, as we're getting into the second half of this one. And you're coming up the rankings, second at the moment, not far behind. And after Anglesey last weekend, you must be feeling pretty good.
Yeah, Anglesey was mega, there's no doubt about it. It took probably a week to sink in, and then I started looking at the numbers, and it all kind of, it was pretty good. I can't say that.
Let's hope this weekend's just as good. Matt, good luck out there.
Thank you.
So good to hear from Matt Fox, who's looking to make it 3 wins on the spin today, and he's on pole in the number 99 with 19 Kyle Townend alongside him. Second row 25 Richard Davies, alongside the Welshman is our championship leader Max Richardson in car number 6. Row 3 George Hawkins, number 56, had a win at Thruxton earlier this year, starts alongside Ollie Smith, number 89. Fourth row Sam Eminson and Richard Northridge. Completing the top 10 Shane Forster alongside Nick Tomadakis, the Greek driver. And then on row 6 we have number 14 Andrew Johnston, the man behind our championship sponsor moobob, and Stephen Vischer alongside him. Row 7 Georgina Tuffin and John Bond. Row 8 Frenchman Sebastien Thollet and Rob Hicks. Row 9 is Joe Oliver alongside Ben Oliver, the two brothers on row 9. Row 10 Ollie Walsh and James French. The 11th row 21 Luke Wilson starts alongside 86 Richard Watson, and 88 Mark Hensler on row 12 alongside number 8 Jason Spencer. Row 13 22 Michael Smith and 67 Ross Pamphilon. Row 14 23 of Chris Longley and 33 Martin Smith. Number 11 Stuart Beggs on row 15. There's one more car, number 72 Christian Bond, who starts from the back with a 10-second penalty. Had his qualifying times disallowed and was given that penalty because of a tyre infringement in qualifying, so he has to start at the back with that penalty. So the moobob Caterham Academy, then their single race this weekend will be a 20-minute affair, and this championship only open to complete novices, Chris.
Yeah, I think have we had a green flag, or are they is this they lined up? I can try to work it out. But yeah, they're absolutely only open to novices. You can't have held a race license beforehand, and so yeah, all these drivers, they're they're over their halfway point of their season now, so they are starting to become racing drivers. You can see the green flag at the back and the board presented to the drivers then.
I think it's going to be green flag lap very shortly, because they take a short lap around the short circuit and then through the cut through at Tower Bend to come onto the grid. Yes, there's the 30-second board. That course not very often seen used. I think motorcycle racers use that most often, the short course here at Croft.
But yeah, so they got their one race today, 20 minutes, but they are turning into more and more racing drivers. Every single time we see them out on track, they gain massive amounts of experience. They cannot have raced a race car or a kart before the start of this season. That's the stipulation before coming into this academy race. They all buy exactly the same car at the beginning of the season, and then they all get to race each other and progress through their racing career. And once they get to the end of the season, they can choose whether they want to carry on racing or whether they just want to have their car as a road car. It all remains fully road legal all the way through this academy championship and then into road sport, so you can still drive your car around in this format, and many do that as they choose to. But yeah, we've seen some fantastic racing from them this season, and it kind of varies and changes year per year, but there's always a good battle at the front of the academy. There's always the drivers who get out the box quick, but then as the stories develop through the season, and we see people like Matt Fox coming to the fore and having a perfect Anglesey where he got 2 wins and 2 fastest laps. But Carl Townend also been there or thereabouts all the way through the season, as well as Davis, and Max Richardson finding himself in 4th place, so he's got a little bit of work to do compared to he's used to starting on that front row of the grid. Northridge having a fantastic qualifying up in 8th place, and Tomadakis having a slightly more disappointing qualifying down in 11th, so he might be looking to see whether he can come back through the season. But like I say, there's these stories all the way up and down. Identical machinery, they're all learning how to drive it, we're all learning how to enjoy them, watch them learn how to drive it, and let's hope for more of the same here at the Croft circuit today.
You also get bonus points in this championship if you marshal at an event during the season, and 5 drivers have done that so far, so full credit to Nick Tomadakis, Ben Oliver, Georgie Tuffin, James French and Joe Oliver. They've all marshalled at an event this season as well as racing, so they get bonus points to their championship total.
10 points on the championship to really encourage people to do that, and I think we'll probably see many more of the academy drivers on the banks tomorrow, because it's a great opportunity they'll be finished with their racing, and then they can actually sit and see it from the other side, from the Orange Army's point of view, and they'll realise just how complicated a race is when you're stood on one of those marshals points. Again, on behalf of all the drivers here, let me say a thank you to all of our marshals, all of the volunteers that go into allowing us to go racing, do what we love to do, and it'd be great for these academies to see from the other side of the bank what it feels like to watch these races and how how difficult their job is. But yes, as we come around then, so for their single for these academy drivers, 20-minute race over the course of this weekend, and yeah, looking forward to this one.
2 yellow cars on the front row, then the brighter one is Matt Fox on pole, looking for his 3rd win in a row. Second row, Richard Davies in the red car, starts alongside Max Richardson, the green car with the gold trim. Then we've got George Hawkins in sort of citrus yellow with the orange cage. Ollie Smith starts alongside him, the blue car. And Sam Eminson in silver, and the number 4, Richard Northridge, another yellow machine. Completing the top 10 on the grid, we have Shane Forster and Nick Tomadakis. Shane in blue, Nick in red.
Look at the size of this grid, it's absolutely spectacular to see, isn't it? It's
yes,
fantastic.
This first corner is not going to be for the faint of heart, certainly, as they go into Clervo. This is going to be very interesting indeed.
You can see the drivers at the back still trying to find their grid spots. I think they're just about getting there now. It took a little while to reformat. It's not an easy thing to do, but they've all got it done now.
So can Matt Fox make it 3 wins in a row? Can Max Richardson score a 3rd win of the season? Will George Hawkins be on top again? Can Carl Townend score his first victory? 5-second board is held aloft by the starting marshal. The red lights will come on. Time to go racing with the moobob Caterham Academy Championship here at the Croft circuit. We're underway, and a great start by Kyle Townend, a good start by Richard Davies as well. The pole sitter bogged down a little there, Matt Fox. Christian Bond waiting at the back with the 10-second penalty. But who's going to be leading as they come into the first corner? Matt Fox has been swamped somewhat. Max Richardson trying to come around the outside, but it's Townend who's got the lead. And into 2nd place up the inside goes, well, somebody's going off at the back there. That was a blue car that came through in 2nd place. I think that might be Ollie Smith that's come through from row 3. We'll see as they come through to the back straight for the first time. Townend has got the lead. I think that is Ollie Smith possibly in 2nd place. We'll check that.
I'm pretty sure it's
hard
Richardson.
to see.
I think it's
no,
the
it's
green
Richardson
car.
in green. Oh, apologies.
So, yeah,
3 wide for 3rd.
Like I say, Fox didn't get a good start, and he's still falling down the order then, and he was a little bit too cautious through the opening corners there, wasn't he? Like I say, bogged down off the line and then had a problem, but Max Richardson did make it round the outside, so Carl Townend takes that lead then over the top of Richardson as they swing through, and in that 3rd place is that's the other yellow car, isn't it? As he goes
that's Hawkins up to 3rd. He's had a good start.
Yeah, absolutely, and then becomes the Ollie Smith along a little bit further behind, now fighting with Evans, who has also had a little bit of a less performance start.
So they start to sort themselves out then, the tyres squealing as they come through, sunny in and sunny out for the opening lap of this moobob Caterham Academy Championship race, and it is Kyle Townend who has the early advantage. The man from Selby in Yorkshire. At the inside, Matt Fox retaking George Hawkins there at the complex, trying to fight back after his disappointing start. Max Richardson up there looking for his 3rd victory of the season. Won the Kerborough sprint event against the clock at the Staffordshire venue at the start of the season. Then was a winner on Easter weekend at Brands Hatch as the championship supported the British Truck Racing Championship, among other things. It's Townend from Richardson at the front of the field. Matt Fox is back up into third place. Now here comes Richard Davies attacking George Hawkins for fourth. Behind them it is Ollie Smith, then Richard Northridge in the number 4, the sort of citrus coloured car there. There's the blue car with the red cage. That's number 14. There's Andrew Johnston, the championship sponsor, the man behind moobob Recruitment. Side by side, the 88 and the 10. That's Mark Hensler and James French further back in the packers. Here comes Richardson up on the outside into Tower Bend. Not sure if he's able to get the move done there to take the lead. Johnston coming under fire. Plenty of other overlapping all the way down the order. Number 55 there is Ollie Walsh from Cheshire. They've all made it round these opening laps okay, all 30 of them, which is great to see. Nobody going into the gravel on the first corner, which was an excellent bonus. We've had a change for the lead. He did get the move done. Max Richardson now up front.
125 horsepower then, and it's the lowest rung of our Caterham ladder. There's no such thing as a slow Caterham though. These weigh half a tonne and lots of horsepower under their right foot, pulling these from a 1.6 litre engine. They're running their own dedicated tyres here, so they're not running the same tyres as the other championships in the 310 and the 270 and the road sports that we're seeing. And you can hear the tyres squealing away, but they also don't have a rear anti-roll bar, which is why you'll see the rear of the car sort of leaning over quite considerably more. But absolutely road legal cars, but let's say absolutely rapid still around this, and learning how do you race around then the 2-mile Croft circuit. Max Richardson actually in the lead then as he went across the line, and actually pulled out 0.77 seconds over the course of that lap over Townend. So not what Townend wants to see. And I think the story of this race is going to be, can Fox get back to Max Richardson, or has he lost that opportunity? So we watch this mid-pace battle then. Hicks going through our screen there in 16th place. What a fantastic sight of the massive of these Caterham Academy. Spencer's just trailing around there. Max Richardson though has shaken the close attention to Townend. Mac Fox looks like he's going to come back into the battle, and Davidson is being drawn along with him.
They make their way through towards Tower Bend, trying to make a move up the inside is Jaws. That's Georgina Tuffin in the number 62 car. She gets past number 14 of Hunter, it says on the number plate. That's Andrew Johnston, our series sponsor. They're battling a little further back in the order, down to about 13th place. I noticed Seb Thulle got past them as well. He's nicknamed the Iceman according to his number plate. Interesting to look at some of the plates in all our Caterham championships this weekend. We get a few comedy messages on them. There's Nick Tomahawk Tomodakis, the number 77. Not quite sure, I can't remember if he's from Greece or Cyprus, one of the two.
I am uncertain, but what we do know is that he's normally a bit further up this offering, and he's in 8th place at the moment, seeing whether he can do anything to recover back to the championship battle, the championship points that he's once out front. They do get to drop 2 scores this season, and therefore they will, if he doesn't have a particularly good scoring round, he can block that one down to experience and not champ. A little bit of a last minute from the number 70 there. That's Joe Oliver. We saw him locking up very briefly earlier on into the hairpin, so he's really pushing it there. It feels so slow when you're in the car, but there really isn't much grip left over, and they're maximising everything they can as they're going side by side. I think he's going to lose that position, isn't he, as they head into turn 1. Clervaux this time through. 14 and a half minutes left on the clock. Hicks just up the road. One of the drivers out, and just a bit further back. A bit of a rough ride across the gravel joints. No harm, no foul. Number 55. Walsh.
That was Ollie Walsh. Flyby, as it says on his number plate. He was certainly flying through the gravel there, but he's got it back under control again. We normally see him a bit further forward as well. He's down in 19th at the moment. He's 11th in the championship this year. 27 of Rob Hicks coming under fire. Who's this coming through on the inside? The number 80, that's Ben Oliver on the attack in the silver car. You can see all these cars have got the novice cross on the back, the black cross on the yellow background, because everybody is a novice. Here's our leader, Max Richardson.
Won't be too long before they can take that off. They only have to get 6 races completed and signatures, but if they do a marshalling day, that's another signature on their licence. So, soon they'll be able to start taking those novice crosses off if they want to, as they will have all the required signatures. But this lead battle then is all coming back together, isn't it? Max Richardson not able to shake them all. Townend is still there, and Fox is looming up. He has come across the gap. He's drawn Davis. These top 4 have been in the kind of top 4 positions most of this year.
If Kerber counts as one of their signatures, this is round 6, so they'll be able to lose their novice crosses after today. quite a momentous occasion for them. Here's George Hawkins in 5th position under fire from Ollie Smith. Then Richard Northridge in the number 4, and Nick Tomadakis is behind them. Down into Clervo. Hawkins a little bit wide through there, takes the curb on the outside. Very difficult to get your positioning right through there. Tricky little corner, that one. You arrive at high speed down the pit straight as well. George Hawkins, who took the win at Thruxton in round 3 of the Academy Championship, battling here for P5. These 4 ahead of them. Here comes Fox up the outside, attacking Kyle Townend. He's going to go around the outside. The 2 yellow machines side by side. Richard Davies, the man from South Wales, in there behind them, and he could get the inside run here on Fox, but the next one is the left-right flick through the Jim Clark S's, so I think Fox will just about be able to hold the place there. Max Richardson still holding lead, but only just.
He went wide. I think that does mean he's lost that position then to Davis. So he went wide around the Jim Clark S's, and that's lost him the position. So he's in that 4th place. Let's just catch up. Yeah, there is Evans ahead. Davies ahead. And so it didn't work with the outside line round Tower that time, and I think it's cost him a lot more than it's gained him, hasn't it? So he's now got all that work to do once more, and he can see his main championship rival a couple of places up. And not only is it a couple of points, you also get an extra point for the lead gap. First to second gets 2 point gap, so he is losing a couple of crucial points at what we are over halfway point of the season, so it's important for them at this point as this battle here. Northridge heading over the top of Tomadakis. Tomadakis is coming through. Northridge have made 1 place up since the start, but Tomadakis looks like he is thirsty for more.
11.5 minutes still to go in this single race this weekend for the moobob at Caterham Academy, and Northridge under fire. Here comes Tomadakis up the inside into... Has he missed his braking point there? No, he gets the car stopped very nicely, perfectly done. He comes through into P7. Now his next target ahead will be Ollie Smith in P6. Here come the leaders.
Hear the tyres just complaining as they go around the everlasting right-hander, just really just squealing continuously.
Side by side for 2nd place. Here comes Richard Davies up the inside into P2. I think he's got ahead of Kyle Townend there, as George Hawkins defending from Ollie Smith in the number 89, the blue car with the orange stripe, and Richard Northridge has spun and wallop. He's been hit by the 15. Look out, everybody else will scatter in avoidance. That Shane Forster has crashed into Richard Northridge there, and that will almost certainly be a stoppage if he can't get that car moved.
Yeah, definitely a stoppage or a safety car, one of the two. It's not a nice place to be sat there, but he's got damage on his left
rear. So they can all avoid him.
Yep, hopefully.
Yellows are out.
Yeah, he can't move that car. The left rear of his car looks a little bit damaged and out of alignment, and that's going to mean that he can't move it. What a shame for those two. They're having a nice little battle, but Northridge just lost the rear of the car, and nowhere for the number 15 to go. Forster, therefore, more contingent. But let's keep an eye out for that safety car then. Still green flag showing on timing screens right now, but that car is in a position of danger.
We're just going up to half distance in this race.
Safety car.
Yeah, safety car is being called. I wondered if that might be a red flag. Actually, we can see Richard Northridge's car there stopped in the background, so the safety car is being called. We'll pick up Max Richardson, our race leader.
Not what Fox needed, is it, at this stage of the race? He's down in 4th place and he's now losing time. It's going to take him a little while to move that car. We may only get a few more laps of this race if the marshals can clear fairly rapidly.
Looks like the rear suspension is broken on Shane Forster's car, so he can't move it. That will need to be towed off, the man from London. And Richard Northridge from Woking in Surrey, his car has pulled in further round, so he's managed to get that car out of the way.
So it's just how quickly we can get this car manoeuvred away as to say this is the fate of Fox, maybe even the fate of his championship at the moment, because he's got a maximum points between him, and he's now going to have to deal with Hawkins behind, who has also shown he's got pace in that car. It's one of the wheel arches just sat there to the right of the screen. Here is the replay of that. You can see Northridge down the inside then of Ollie Smith. And he just lost the rear, didn't he, as he was heading towards the exit of Tower.
It's coming through in just behind Tomadakis there. He's lost the back end. Round he goes and wallop.
You can see it, all that impact on that left rear, which just meant that...
Cars behind did very well to avoid those two as well.
You're on the absolute edge of grip, and there's not much you can do. So, they did what they could, and they went to the outside. Yeah, fantastic for them, all of the drivers to follow and not make contact with the... stricken number 15.
That was Sam Eminson and John Bond, the two who were immediately behind them, so full credit to them for their avoiding action there onto the grass, and yes, everybody else for obeying the yellow flags and slowing down to avoid the hazard there, because that could have been disastrous for Shane Forster.
wouldn't have been a comfortable place to be sat in that car, and it probably still isn't, but he's been asked by the marshals to stay there. Northridge just on the left of our screen, walking behind the barrier there with our marshal. So you can actually see it. It's the yellow car 2 to the right, so just out of our shot now, and you'll see him as he comes into tower. He's already lost the rear of the car, so you can see these 2 cars absolutely on the edge of grip. And here comes Northridge to the right of our screen, just behind Tomadakis. There he is, already lost it sideways, takes his car just across to the middle, and there's just nothing that Forster can do, and just you can see the immediate, I think it was a radius arm, you could see snapping off there immediately, and that'll just bump his car. And nothing to do there. But his car will be all put back together again, and he'll be back out with us the next time we see them at the Snetterton race circuit for their next event.
Now we see the Orange family go to work. They can wheel the car off. Excellent. That's good. So the telehandler or tow vehicle not needed, and they'll be pushed off into the grass. They've got a souvenir as well, the rear wing there as well.
It looks enough in one piece that you might want it back, actually, but that might be, I don't, yeah, they're going to have to, they've got a car out track, so they're going to have to do another lap behind the safety car, maybe to go and manoeuvre it. They certainly dispatched it to see whether they could do anything. But it looks like we're going to have at least one more lap under safety car. It's going to be under 5 minutes before we get this race going again, maybe even less than that. And yeah, that's not good for Fox.
So this is going to be interesting indeed. Here come the course vehicles, the telehandler and the repairs van as well, just to see if there's any debris out there on circuit, heading down towards Tower Bend.
So yeah, it's a long way around for they get those vehicles in. I wonder whether they're going to pull them off. They are pulling off the telehandler to a different position, so I wonder whether they're just going to
tow it off with the van.
They thought, well, maybe, or they just thought that they might need it, and actually they don't. So we've just got to clear the van, and then we'll probably have one more lap at least under safety car. So they're just going around. Is that the chicane at the moment?
That's the complex, yes, up towards the hairpin. So Max Richardson with the lead, Kyle Townend in second, Richard Davies third, then Matt Fox in fourth place, but everybody else has now closed it behind them, so George Hawkins with another chance here in P5.
I think if they could just push that car a bit more to the long grass, they might consider that to be in a safe enough position. The marshals are still there with the brooms though, so I don't know, are we going to get any more racing laps out of this? It's going to be awfully tight, isn't it? There's the course van, there's a bit of fluid out on track as well, which they put the speedy dry down on.
I imagine that's come from Northridge's radiator.
And well, yeah, but I think they both potentially had some radiator damage there, didn't they? So, but yeah, Northridge was the one that's front wheel collected. But that van there is going to drag the number 15 off and to a position where they're happy with it, but we're down to 5 minutes. It's going to be tight. Again, thank you to all our marshals. They're going to get this race back up and running as soon as they can, but they've got to do it in the safest manner that they can do, and that's what they're up to now.
Just making sure that Shane Forster is okay as well after that impact. He appears to be.
As a driver, you're also looking at what the track conditions are. Is there any dust down? You can see they're trying to avoid that patch of fluid, don't want it really over their tyres, but you're also looking to see what the state of the recovery is, how clear is the track, am I going to get going this lap or is it going to be another one? You're always processing all of that, and these Academy drivers all having to learn what that means, and then you've got that whole sort of safety car restart to contend with. I think they've had a couple this season which they've dealt with nicely, but it is, again, it's a whole new skill about how do you calm down under the safety car but then build up to racing pace again. They have got the tow rope then on the number 15 and they're ready to move that car away, and again, so these guys at the back probably have more of an idea that we're going to go back racing than the ones at the front. The ones at the front will know as soon as the lights go down the safety car, and it'll be Max Richardson who takes over the job. You can see it crabbing away, can't you there?
Yes, that rear axle is broken unfortunately, so that's end of game very much for Shane Forster. Hopefully he can get that repaired for the next round at Snetterton.
So lights are still on at the moment, but I think we might see them going out because I think they will want to get this race up and running with just under 4 minutes now, so by the time they get round to the line it's probably going to be about 3 minutes left of this race.
It's going to be a sprint for the line. This is going to be very interesting. I think we will get at least one more green flag lap in, possibly two.
It's going to be tight though, isn't it?
Certainly is. Sprint finish then for the moobob Caterham Academy Championship here at Croft. We have two more races to go today. We've got the Bilstein Caterham Roadsport Championship and also the DDMC Northern Saloons and Sports Cars for just about everything. We've got on the grid for that one, from small hatchbacks to sports racers and some specials as well.
So there we are.
I think the lights are out, yes. Okay, so possibly 2 more laps of green flag race action. Can Max Richardson hang on for a 3rd win of the season? He's had wins in the sprint and in the race at Brands, then 3 second places at Thruxton, and in the 2 races at Anglesey. Matt Fox won both of those. George Hawkins was the winner at Thruxton.
Taken a while for the signal to get back to these guys so that they were all going fast again. You can see they left
Here we go.
Pretty big gaps, but Richardson is going to take them. He's got a nice restart, hasn't he? A comfortable gap over Townend in that 2nd place. Then Davies and Fox behind them. So a little bit of a casual restart, I'd say, there from all the drivers, and they'll be wanting to up their game on that as we go into the sort of latter part of the season and then into the next. But Townend ahead of Evans, ahead of Fox, who's got Hawkins just behind him as well. So all these stories about to unleash in the last couple of laps of this 20-minute race for the Caterham Academy this year.
Need to take it a little carefully here because they'll be on colder tyres after that safety car period. A little bit of dust being kicked up there by Tomadakis in the number 77. Coming up on the inside there, Richard Davies having a look for 2nd place, attacking Kyle Townend. Matt Fox still in P4. He hasn't been able to take advantage and make the jump on the restart. There is Johnston in the 14. He's under fire from Georgina Tuffin in the 62. They've been battling all race long. They're fighting for P11. They've gained a couple of spots with those 2 cars out of the race ahead of them. Up towards the back of the circuit then, and Max Richardson has got it absolutely right on this restart. He's pulled away from Carl Townend. Davies is in 3rd place, then Fox in 4th, Hawkins, Smith and Tomadakis. The lead 7 have broken away.
Lovely 4-wheel drift from Max Richardson there as he went through Sunny Inn. Really carried a lot of speed, and there's Davies locking up then, absolutely hounding the back end of Townend's car. Can Townend hold on to that 2nd? Well, it's under duress at the moment, isn't it, with Fox still not able to do anything about keeping on the rear panel of Davies at the moment, which he really needs to do. This is coming on to their last lap then. This is that fantastic battle between Johnson and Georgie there, and like you say, it's been race long and epic to watch.
Over the lines complete what will be their final lap of the race for the moobob Caterham Academy Championship. Fair bit of battling coming down in the minor placings there, but it's a battle on for 2nd place as well. Richard Davies is ready to attack Kyle Townend, who's been a nearly man so far this year. 5th in the championship. Best finish he's had is 2nd in the first race of the season at Brands. Onto the back straight they come. Here's Richard Davies in position to slipstream. His best finish was a 2nd place in the sprint at Kerborough at the start of the season in South Staffordshire.
Trying every way to try and get by, isn't he? Just not managing to Hawkins down the inside, really late on the brakes, manages to do it. Has got Fox got the momentum around the outside. It didn't work for him last time he was around the outside. No, he's going to have to slip back another place.
So George Hawkins through into 4th place, strikes on the restart. He produced a similar late run at Thruxton to take the victory, but he may have come up just short here. I don't think he's going to catch Max Richardson, who's pulled away again on the back section of the circuit. He was the pre-season favourite coming into the Academy this year. Townend still under fire from Davies, who will have to rely on a run into the hairpin, I think.
He's going to go for the inside. Didn't quite manage to do it, but he was late on the brakes there. It was the move he needed to try, and it just didn't come off. He's got one more opportunity into the hairpin, but Richardson is clear out in front.
It's going to be win number 3 of the season, of his debut season, for Max Richardson from London in car number 6. He takes the hairpin for the final time in throwing the car around on this final lap, and Max Richardson comes up to take the checkered flag this time. He'll win the moobob Caterham Academy race here at Croft this weekend. Townend holds off Davies for 2nd. Matt Fox gets back ahead of Hawkins for 4th place, and then it's Ollie Smith, Tomadakis, Eminson, John Bond and Seb Thole rounding up the top 10. Remainder of the finishers fights their way home. It looks like 28 of the 30 cars will go the distance. Christian Bond making it up to 23rd place, I think, from the back of the grid with his penalty, which is quite a good run through in such evenly matched cars. Rest of the pack make their way over the line. Bit of dust being kicked up there in the background on the final hairpin as the last couple of cars come home. And the only 2 retirements there, Richard Northridge and Shane Forster after their tangle up at Tower. Provisional result bring you in a moment then for the Caterham Academy. Just waiting for the last couple of cars to cross the line. There's Stuart Beggs, the number 11, and 33 of Martin Smith.
Another great race by the Academy though. Let's have a look at some of the highlights. Richardson comfortable and clear at the moment, but let's have a provisional result, shall we?
So Max Richardson the winner by just under 1.5 seconds over Kyle Townend, with Richard Davies completing the top three. Matt Fox, the double winner at Anglesey, has to settle for fourth, ahead of George Hawkins, then Ollie Smith, Nick Tomodakis, a gap back to Sam Eminson in eighth, then John Bond and Seb Thulle rounding out the top 10. Andrew Johnston in 11th, ahead of Georgina Tuffin, then Stephen Vischer and Ben Oliver. Completing the top 15 was John Oliver, 28 of the 30 starters going the distance in the moobob Caterham Academy. Let's have a look at some of the highlights then. Max Richardson coming through into second round the outside on the first corner. One car bouncing its way through the gravel but was able to continue further back. It was Kyle Townend who led the early going. Battle for third saw Matt Fox make a mistake at the complex and only just hold off George Hawkins. Plenty of battling all the way down the order. One car running through the gravel. That was the number 55 of Ollie Walsh. He was able to survive that. George Hawkins battling with Ollie Smith, but of course the incident then came. Let's rather change the complexion of the race a little further behind them, coming through Tower Bend as Richard Northridge lost the back end of the number 4 car. Shane Forster nowhere to go and zonk into his nose, taking both cars out of the race and bringing out the safety car. Thankfully everybody was able to avoid Forster's stranded car in the middle of the road. On the 2-lap sprint for the line, it was Max Richardson who was able to hang on and take the victory. Kyle Townend holding off everything Richard Davies could throw at him. George Hawkins briefly getting past Matt Fox on the run through Tower. Fox taking the place back at the finish. So Max Richardson extends his championship lead, then he's looking good to win the Caterham Academy for this season.
Yeah, absolutely. He's doing what he needed to do in that race. And yeah, Fox needing to now have a good one. But I think we can go down then to assembly area and let's hear from some of our drivers.
The car's coming back into Parc Fermé at the end of that one, though. What an exciting race. Safety car as well. Let's go and have a quick chat with some of our fastest finishers. You can see there Max Richardson in the green car, our winner from that race. The celebrations with people around. Our championship leader, and he will stay so after that performance. Let's see, Carl Townend in second, Richard Davies in third. Celebrations between the drivers on the podium for the Academy.
Where's the Croft? You won me that race by...
It's exactly what we want to see with these Academy drivers. We'll wade in and see if we can grab a quick word with Max. Max, celebrations there. What a brilliant race for you. Well done.
Yeah, I don't know where the hell that came from, if I'm honest. I've been off the pace all weekend. I was a second off in quali, which is about where I've been all week. And yeah, got a great start, got up to second, and I was behind Kyle for the first lap. I thought, I'll stay here, this is good, get a bit of tow. And I saw Matt Fox and Rich Davies coming for us, so I thought, no, I'll go past, I'll just try and hold it. And yeah, I don't know where that came from, but I'm very happy with it. Yeah.
Hey, it happened when it counted, and that's the important thing, wasn't it?
Exactly.
Top of the championship as well, you keep that lead.
Yeah, so yeah, obviously Matt Fox is the next person behind me.
Yeah.
And so him qualifying first and me fourth, I was worried. I thought we were going to have a new championship leader by the end of this weekend, but yeah, no, there's some good battling behind.
He's a happy man.
Yeah. No, I'm very happy.
Well done, I'll let you go and celebrate. Well done, Max. Let's wander over as well. As we can see, our other two there. We'll have a quick word with Kyle as well. Very quickly, Kyle, how was it out there today?
Hot, yeah, it was pretty intense. That really disappointed that Max got by me, but you know, yeah, he did his thing and he didn't make a mistake after that. So
yeah, it makes things closer at the top of the championship, though.
Yeah, I'll take your word for it. Yeah. I can't do the maths right now, but yeah, really enjoyed that. I had to absolutely defend for my life from Rich. It was absolutely insane. He was on me every corner, so yeah, all credit to him. Must have been fastest man out there today.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Carl. Well done for that one. So there we go, the Academy race, a brilliant one. So the safety car, the drama at the front as well. Time now to move over to more Caterhams with the Roadsport. Speaking to Andrew Davison, who had a good qualifying today. Andrew, talk us through your session.
Yeah, I did. I'd had a new gearbox in the car after Anglesey because it wasn't working very well there, and I didn't actually start that well this morning, and then it just got quicker and quicker and quicker, and I actually didn't think my lap time was that great, but I was really surprised when I came out in P6. So,
yeah, so
best ever qualifying for me.
I was about to say, best qualifying as well, so that's going to be a positive one going into the race this afternoon, surely.
Yeah, definitely, yeah. And then we'll see what happens. Let's hit the front end.
What's the strategy now that you've got fewer cars in front of you?
Survive. I don't know, it's just hang on and just have fun.
Yeah, enjoy that one. Best of luck out there, Andrew.
Cheers, thank you. Bye-bye.
Craig Evans, pole sitter for this one, and it's good to see the car in one piece, because when I last saw the car, it was going past the media centre window on a crane, even though you got pole position.
I felt very fortunate because I managed 5 laps to qualify and luckily managed to get 1 lap in that was great, and then stood on the barrier wondering if I was maybe made top 15, and then someone told me I was on pole and I was over the moon, so that was great.
Fantastic. And obviously get it back together. What are you looking forward to in the race today? What's the strategy on the front?
I think the main thing is get around turn 1 and then hope there's a bit of carnage behind and I can build a bit of a gap hopefully, and the dream is just to gap everyone, but it always is and it never happens. So.
And a lot of work from the team, I'm guessing, over the last few hours to get the car ready to go.
Yeah, Caterham have been great actually. They pieced everything back together really quickly and checked everything over. So I mean, I haven't obviously driven it on track since, but hopefully it'll be okay. And Josh and Steve from Woodcut and Cops have been amazing as well in getting everything ready.
Fantastic. Best of luck out there.
Thank you very much. Cheers. Thanks.
So a bit of a quick change for you, Sam, and now you're in the car instead of behind the microphone. Talk us through your qualifying from earlier on.
Qualifying was, I got myself down here first actually, so I could be first out and just do a couple of laps in clean air, just on my own without any, pressure or being too close to anybody. But the tow is so valuable here, so I did a couple of laps, obviously warmed the tyres up as well, and then dropped back to slot in behind some other quick drivers, which I did. And it was going well. It was a slower day today anyway than it has been previously because of the strong wind. But I got held up by a couple of drivers who were going slow. They were trying to find place. They wanted to slow down at the hairpin. I was on a flying lap, and obviously that lap got taken away from me because of the slower drivers. That was a shame. So I was quite annoyed after qualifying, because I think I was driving a bit, should we say, probably a bit aggressive afterwards, and obviously that's not what you need to be doing with these. So, but I'm happy with my pace here. To see what we can do from 13th.
And obviously move on to the race where that aggression does come into the play. What is your strategy for the race?
Just to go forwards if I can. I don't want to. I'm 13th, so if I can finish 13th or 4th in front, then great.
Yeah.
So stay out of trouble as well at turn 1.
Yeah, stay out of trouble, Sam. Good luck.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Good to hear from some of our drivers in the Bilstein Caterham Roadsport Championship there, including our very own Sam Parker. A bit of get your own back there. We interviewed her for a change instead of us doing her doing our interviews. So the cars are ready to set off on their green flag lap then. And the grid reads as follows. Craig Evans, despite some front suspension problems, saw him towed back in at the end of qualifying, is on the pole, alongside number 18, Mitchell Fasanya. Now, we're told it's Mitchell's first ever motor race here today, so very best of luck to him. And he stuck it on the front row as well. Brilliant effort in qualifying. Second row, the championship leader, William Harris, in number 14, alongside 33, Brian Thornton, the Irishman. Row 3, number 12, Alistair Morton, alongside Andrew Davison. We just heard from him. Row 4, number 17, Dan Crawley, and 42 of Scott Helm. Had a couple of wins at Thruxton and one at Anglesey, so he'll be one to watch. Completing the top 10, Ollie White and Steve Lorriman. Row 6, 96, Charles Harris, brother of William, alongside number 10, Aaron Oliver. On the 7th row, we have number 7, Sam Parker, and 38, Jimmy Way. Row 8, Luciano Caruso in number 88 alongside 36, Chris Buck. Row 9 is Ivan Searle, number 32 alongside 13, Liam Baslington. Completing the top 20, Chris Hicks in the pink number 52 car alongside 71, Richard Haig. Row 11, number 19, Chris Morling will start alongside Steve Harris, number 5, father of William and Charles. I know that Tony, one of our commenters from earlier on, watching from New York State in the USA, is a relative of the Harrises, so he'll be cheering them on. Row 12 is number 22, William Coop, and 74, Charles Chapman. Row 13, 58, James Platt, alongside number 6, that's Eduardo Pontes, the Brazilian driver. Row 14, 26, Zina Al-Jalili, 60, Mark Stancer. Row 15 is number 2, Tim Newman, and 4, Alistair Kinnear. And number 29, Scott Darling, will round out this grid of 31 cars. An impressive field indeed for the Bilstein Caterham Roadsports.
Another bumper grid, the Roadsport, the second step of the Caterham ladder. So take the Academy cars that we've just seen, put some Toyo AAA tires, and put a rear anti-roll bar on, and you get yourself a Roadsport car, which is several seconds faster per lap around the average sort of circuit than the Academy, just in those small upgrades, but it still maintains its full road legalness, if that's a word. You get number plates as well, plenty in this grid, because they have to run a number plate. It doesn't have to be a road legal number plate, but again, they have to run one on the actual car, front and rear, and plenty of colours all out there on track as well. They've had a fantastic season. One of the things they get double header events every single time out that they go racing. So obviously you're coming from the Academy, you've already got quite a lot of racing experience under, and it really does accelerate through this road sport season. All supported by Caterham. So we heard from Craig Evans there, it's a Caterham who look after every single one of these cars out here, so it's absolutely even playing field. And it's you can't have your own team in road sport. Craig Evans proof positive that the Caterham boys do a good job. As we said, the story of qualifying was Fasanya in second place, and hasn't ever raced before, and only really done a limited number of track days as well. So this is going to be a brand new experience for him on the front row of the grid with 30 cars all lined up behind him. I can tell you what, he's going to have a bit of an adrenaline spike, isn't he? And then we've got William Harris with Thornton alongside on the second row. So lots of stories, and again we've got drivers out of position. So so it's going to be there's going to be stories all the way through this. Can Thornton hold on for the whole race this time? He starts in fourth. Can he stay in that lead battle towards the end? Once again, thanks to Bilstein for sponsoring this Roadsport and all the other sponsors that we've got throughout the rest of this Caterham ladder. Looking forward to them. The first of their 2 20-minute races over the course of this race weekend here at Croft.
Onto the grid they come then. Will Harris is the championship leader. He's just 1 point ahead of Scott Helm, with Charlie Harris in third place. But it's the black and white car of Craig Evans, fourth in the points, who's on pole. The grey car alongside him is Mitchell Fasanya on his racing debut. The green and black is Will Harris on row 2. Brian Thornton in the blue and orange number 33 car on the outside of the second row. Row 3, Alistair Morton, number 12, dark grey with an orange stripe, alongside Andrew Davison. He's in a silver liveried number 44 car on row 3. Fourth row, 17, Dan Crawley is in British Racing green and yellow, with Scott Helm alongside him. He's in black and orange.
Watch for Scott Helm coming through. He's obviously right in the championship charge and is further back than he should be.
Again, a few drivers possibly affected by the blustery conditions during qualifying earlier on. Watch for Charles Harris from row 6, as we say. Starts alongside Aaron Oliver, number 10, the yellow liveried car. 5 second board is held aloft then. Time to go racing. The Bilstein Suspension Caterham Roadsport Championship. 31 cars out there. This is going to be a good one. Revs are up and away they go. Decent start by our pole sitter down towards that first corner. Don't forget Mitch Fasanya, the debutant, alongside him. He's made a reasonable start, but he's going to be caught on the outside line, I think, going into Clervaux for the first time. Brian Thornton trying to come through the middle. Will Harrison there's well. Fasanya's going to be tipped into the gravel. He keeps his foot in and slots back into the pack. He's avoided everybody. They all squeeze that way through. How they can see in that cloud of dust there, I do not know. Somehow everybody has made it through Clervaux for the first time. That is brilliant. 3 wide further back in the pack now. Let's see who's leading. There's somebody going off on the outside in the dust. I can't see who it is at the moment.
Wheel arch went flying, so I think there might have been a bit of contact. It looks like it's just, maybe he's got back onto the track then, because I can't see any cars on the outside. You get green flag as they head into Tower, then racing resumes as they get this 30-odd cars through turn 1 somehow, and have managed to make it through Tower as well. Well done.
Okay, I'll pick up who's leading as they come down towards the back end of the circuits for the first time. The midfielders going through the Jim Clark S's now. Who has got the lead? Looks like it is Craig Evans, the pole sitter from Brian Thornton. Will Harris is up there in third position. We'll pick up the rest of the places in a moment. There's just so many cars in there. It's hard to tell the order or pick out the individual colours at the moment. There's so many great battles all the way down the order. There is Will Harris in third position. There's Alistair Morton in fourth place. A bit of a lock-up there. Number 20 of Lorriman, I think that was coming under fire from Charlie Harris in the 96.
Thornton in second, isn't it? So it's
yes.
We'll see where there's Fasania. It's in the kind of 6th-odd place. As they come across the line, we'll be able to call them out a little bit better. So it is Evans over the line. Thornton into second place. Will Harris, our championship leader, down third. Then we got Morton, Crawley, White, Fasania in 7th place. Lorriman, Charles Harris, and then Scott Helm in 10th.
So that's your top 10 as they cross the stripe. Chris Buck under fire here in the 36 on the outside with the yellow wheels, but he holds the place there ahead of Liam Baslington in the number 13. They're fighting further back down the order. That's for 15th place. Somebody going wide onto the grass there. I think that was Fasania, so he's still learning the ropes here in that 7th place. Who was the big winner off the line? Well, Andrew Davison was the big loser off the line. He's dropped 8 places, gaining 9 places with Eduardo Pontes up into 23rd place.
Lorriman heading up there, trying to defend from Fasania as he go up into the Jim Clark S's. There, our lead group then coming through, sweeping through the left and right. There is Thornton down the inside then of Evans to take the lead again into Barcroft, and not a place we generally see it, but we've seen it today with the toe. William Harris just watching to see whether there's any pieces of the puzzle to pick up. Can Thornton make it to the end of this race in that lead battle? We've not seen it so far this year. You can see how strong that wind is, those trees really getting battered around, and these half-ton Caterhams also do get that effect of the wind gusting them and pushing them across the line. As we go round then through in the number 42 there of Helm. Helm we're expecting to see come back up through this field, but it's really struggling to make progress. Maybe just doesn't have or hasn't hooked up with this this Croft circuit just yet.
Across the line they come then. Brian Thornton, the man from Westmeath in Ireland, leads the way from Craig Evans in the 86. He's from Milton Keynes in Buckinghamshire into Clervaux. Will Harris in 3rd place. Then it's Alistair Morton going well in 4th. 5th position is Dan Crawley with the Dayglow yellow stripe down his car. Ollie White in the dark green car is 6th. On a spin there, Liam Baslington, look out! Are they all going to be able to miss the number 13? That was certainly unlucky 13. He's going to sit there and let them through on the inside. Yes, he does so. Good move there by Liam Baslington. Just stayed his ground until he had a clear space, and everybody luckily avoided him.
Oh, Crawley losing out then to the number 24
That's
of
Ollie
White. Ollie White just going down the inside of him. Then Fasania's regrouping. You can see his novice flag on the back of his car. Lorriman just behind him as well. But Thornton still leading then this group over the top of Evans, Harris and Morton. Crawley doing a good job to hold on to that top 5 position at the moment and trying to push forward.
So Thornton leads it. He always seems to qualify well, but then is out of luck in the races. So he's due a change of fortune here. Brian Thornton leads Craig Evans, who had a win at Anglesey last time out. Will Harris, only 1 win to his name, but he's not been out of the top 4 all season. He had a win at Snetterton in the opening weekend, as did his brother Charles. Scott Helms had 3 wins. And the top 4 in the championship are covered by less than 20 points. It's very close at the top. There's Scott Helm, number 42. I love the number plates on his car. Help me, written upside down.
So we're so used to seeing him right at the front of the grid that it's just unusual to see him so far back down the grid. But such is the competitive nature of this road sports that if you get out and it's a big grid, if you get out of position, it's really hard to fight your way back through. As Thornton just nicely clips that apex. There is a nasty bump on the apex curb here at Croft. They've managed to see the other Harris having a fight. Sam Parker just going through and out there. She's in at 13th place, so she did make a place, but she's lost out another position to Jimmy Way that time through, back to 13th where she started. And you can see her coming through. There's Thornton though out in front and still holding, and has done for the last couple of laps.
Through come the midfielders, and there's Aaron Oliver. He got sideways going through Clervaux that time through. There is Sam Parker, number 7, chasing now Jimmy Way, or blue flag as it says on his number plate. No blue flags needed for him at the moment, running up there just outside the top 10. Here come your leaders, Thornton, Evans and Will Harris in the green and black, number 14 in 3rd place. Through Sunny, they've got Morton up behind them. It's White in 5th, Crawley 6th. Fasania still on the back of that leading group on his debut.
is doing everything they need to at the moment, just to hold on, keep involved, regroup. Obviously there's a lot going on in your first ever race, especially at the front of a 30 car field. Lots of cars going wide out through the complex this time through, which we're all pushing on, but Ollie White stuck down the inside. Can he get it all hauled up? He's trying to go down the inside of the number 12 of Morton there, but there was no way through. They're going to cost themselves time, and in fact Crawley's going to overtake as they on the long drag strip down this start-finish straight.
So over 13 minutes of this race still to go then for the Bilstein Caterham Roadsport Championship. Ollie White battling it out with Mitchell Fasania, who tries to cut back in as they go through Clervaux with the tyre stack on the inside into Hawthorne. White just kicking up a little bit of dust there on the outside. Fasania keeping his car on the back of this leading group, trying to get into the slipstream. The second group headed by Steve Lorriman in the number 20. There he is, but he's coming under fire now from Scott Helm, who's struggled just a little so far in this race. Fasania trying to go around the outside of Ollie White. Trying to go around the outside of Lorriman is Scott Helm, and he's done it. Takes Charlie Harris as well in the number 96 car. They're being challenged by Jimmy Way. Sam Parker's lost a spot there possibly. No, she's on the back of Aaron Oliver. He's been shuffled back in that battle just ahead of Parker.
Yep, so Scott Helm is starting to come through to the front of that group. Here's that Thornton lead battle with Evans and Harris there. That's William Harris, and then just behind them we've got Morton and Crawley, and here's the battle. Fasania's now firmly back in that group, so this front group are really all coming back together again as this race develops. Not even at halfway mark yet, but it was all coming back together, and there's just one long Caterham with many wheels. I'm not going to do the calculations, but Dan Crawley's still holding on in that 5th place. Oh, we got one car off. Who's that? 2 cars off.
Aaron Oliver's one of them. Who's the other one? Jimmy Way? Yes, I think it is.
So so they came together as they were coming into the complex that time. They just got pushed wide onto the grass. They contacted their wheels, and they're both going to restart though, and we're up and seeing how far back through the field they can make it.
Across the line come the leaders. Alistair Morton is reeling in Will Harris for that 3rd place now. It's 4 for the lead as Morton moves up ready to attack. A lot of places changed in that last lap. Aaron Oliver's gone down to 16th place as a result of that. There is the number 17 of Dan Crawley. He's having a good run up there in 7th place. He's 6th in the championship. Best results he's had this year were a podium at a couple of podiums at Thruxton. Craig Evans still chasing Brian Thornton, but here comes Will Harris now having a look on the inside. Morton and that's Fasania's come through into 5th place ahead of Crawley and White. So we're concentrating on that midfield battle. So Mitch Fasania continuing to impress on his debut. Hopefully we can hear from him afterwards and get to know him. Out towards the back of the circuit they go. It's still Thornton into Sunny. Morton coming under fire from Fasania. This is very impressive.
Yeah, Evans did well to hold on to that. He went to the outside line around Tower because he was getting close to that lead, and but it just didn't pay off for him. He stayed wide, and that allowed William Harris to attack. Oh, where have we got there? Someone flying through. A bit slow there through that corner at Sunny in and Sunny out as they all make their way through this complex. Then you can see them all single file this time. No one out using the grass and the kind of more traditional line as we watch Way going through there. So you've recovered back into that group, but obviously you lost a lot of positions as that happened. Watching that Dan Crawley, and is that is Helm made it across that gap then? So
yes,
Scott Helm had to fight his way through. He's in 8th place as he comes across the line this time, but he is actually well within attacking range of Crawley now, who's lost a couple of positions.
Not needing us to help him at the moment is Scott Helm. He's fighting his way through, towing Charlie Harris behind him almost. That upside down number plate reminds me of Jeff Windsor when he raced a Ford Puma in Ford Saloons a few years ago. It had written on the boot lid upside down, "If you can read this, I've run out of talent." I thought that was quite clever as the lead battle comes into the right-hander at Tower. Will Harris had a look on the inside. Around the outside, Dan Crawley trying to hold off Scott Helm. Now Scott wants to get forward here. He's 2nd in the championship, only a point behind Will Harris coming into this race. Charlie Harris is up there behind him, and his father Steve Harris is down in 25th at the moment.
More side-by-side action as they were going into Barcroft that time. Hopefully they've got it all sorted out. Thornton has been persistently in front, hasn't he? But it's now Harris behind him. So it was side-by-side, and Harris has made up a position over the top of Evans that time through. Morton following behind then, Fasania, White, Crawley, Helm and Fasania seems to have the speed in that mid-pack, seeing whether he can make his way back through. Now Sam Parker's right on the rear panel of Lorryman as they go into the complex this time, seeing whether she can make any more positions up. She's in 11, up a couple since qualifying, and so to see where there is that battle. Lorryman just holding off Sam Parker in the number 7. Chris Buck, another driver who we've seen at the front of the field regularly, so he's further back down than he would like to be at this point. Anyway, the battle continues then up and down this 30-car Roadsport field.
8.5 minutes of this race still to go towards the tail of the field. There's Tim Newman, only his second race meeting, chasing Mark Stancer in the number 60 car. As the lower reaches of the top 10 head their way through. Sam Parker under fire from Chris Buck in the number 36 there, just behind Steve Lorryman in the number 20. So that's the battle for 10th position at the moment, out of the chicane onto the back straights. Barriers used to be much closer to the side of the road at that chicane going into the back straight. I remember a couple of incidents in touring car racing back in the 90s when they first returned here. Here comes Parker up the inside, attacking the Union flag car. Steve Lorryman has gone wide. Chris Buck moves in wide as well. And who's this coming in behind? That's Andrew Davison, recovering after a slow first lap in the 44.
So top 10 then for Sam Parker. Great to see her dive down the inside, and Lorryman just took too much speed in there. But Thornton was temporarily sort of side by side with Harris. Harris has made it past and looking like he is really going to hound for that lead. Can Thornton harry on? He's going to go, and that's a track limits infringement, so hopefully he's not done that too many times as he battles out front ahead of Harris. And then comes Evans. So Fasania is still making that good progress out, although I think we've still got drivers coming through. So Scott Helm still stuck behind Crawley, carrying the other Harris with him. And this is a fantastic battle for the lead then of this Roadsport race. Still 7 minutes of this to go.
Here they come up towards the line once again. This time Will Harris gets the better run out of the hairpin, but he'll be on the outside line for Clervaux. He ducks back in behind. Can he slice his way up the inside? He won't be close enough. He's got to be mindful that Craig Evans is there in third place, so no change in position between the leading runners this time, but they are getting closer and closer. 9 cars line astern for the lead. At the line that time through, they were covered by 2.73 seconds. 9 cars, that's how close it gets in the Caterham Roadsport Championship.
Going to have a battle for the lead coming down into the tower this time through. He's going to have to go to the outside as Harris, though. It's not where he wants to do, and he will lose speed as this chase group also come through. We are side by side for the lead, then Harris trying around that outside line. It's not going to work for him, but can he hold off against Evans in third? I think he can, but down for Fasania's firmly back ensconced in that battle now alongside Morton and White as well. So they're all coming together. Crawley looking along to see whether he can do anything. We've got more side-by-side action through the Jim Clark S's. Thornton still managing to hold on, but Harris still stealing to see whether he can come down the inside of Barcroft. He can't that time. So it's all as it was, but nevertheless, everything's changed.
This is amazingly close. The closest race we've had so far today here at the Croft circuit, and there's still nearly 6 minutes of it left to go. Out of Sunny, up towards the complex. It is still Thornton from Will Harris in the number 14. Third place behind them is still Craig Evans in the white car. Then it's Alistair Morton. Fasania still up there in P5 ahead of Ollie White, who's just quietly sitting there in 6th place ahead of Crawley, Helm and Charlie Harris. Are they going to still be in that order at the end of the pit straight? Is there going to be any slipstreaming going on here? Here they come to complete their 9th lap. Will Harris incidentally has the fastest lap of the race, 136.052, but they're all losing time here to each other as they try to slipstream each other. No change there as they head into Clervaux. Evans still holding third. A bit of dust being kicked up on the outside of the first corner.
Good patience being shown by all these drivers. As you go further back through the queue, obviously you're going slower and slower in comparison to where you ultimate pace as you get caught up in this queue of cars. So great patience by everyone to know when is the opportunity, when isn't there an opportunity. And at the moment they're working that out pretty nicely. And Evans looking down the inside of Will Harris that time. There was an opportunity there, but I don't think they're going to make it. They're all going to run out of space.
Good for Fasania.
That's good. Yeah, absolutely. Fasania's going to get moving up into, is that third place then around the outside as they go into the Jim Clark S's. What a move.
Richard Fasania, where has this guy come from? He's driving superbly in that number 18 car. He sliced through from 5th into 3rd place past Craig Evans, a race winner this year, and Alistair Morton in number 12, who's had a best of 4th this season.
Looks at home, doesn't he? Yeah, in this battle, and it's not easy to jump in a car like this and be faced with this battle. A little bit of a shaky start as he got shuffled out the queue and down to 7th, but he's slowly fought his way all the way back up to 3rd.
Now going for the championship leader, William Harris, for second place. We've still got 4 minutes of this race to go. Brian Thornton continues to lead the way. Has had a couple of pole positions this year at Snetterton and Thruxton as Fasania gets manoeuvred wide there by Alistair Morton.
Great move.
Good move there, daring dive up the inside into the hairpin. Fasania's held fourth ahead of Craig Evans. So Morton's actually getting 2 places there.
Fasania going back down the inside, though. It's going to be tight as they go through the apex. They don't make contact.
It's got to give way.
Absolutely close. The close as you like, millimetres between the 2 wheels there, but he manages to hold on.
He's not frightened, is he, our newcomer here in the number 18 car? You don't very often see a lunge into Clervo like. Meanwhile, Will Harris getting into the slipstream of Brian Thornton. He's had enough of being behind now. He wants to lead this race.
Yeah, I don't blame him either. Harris has really been hounding him for the last couple of laps, so we have got placed back third from Fasania as he slipstreamed a nice easy move into Tower that time through. It's Evans who's been the big loser in this sequence, and he's been shuffled out and he's not allowed back into the queue. Just about managing it now, I think. So he's continued to lose places, whereas he was in that comfortable second place for many a lap as this battle continues on between this lead group. A little bit further back, and Parker's lost quite a number of places down to 15th, so I'm not sure what happened to her race, but she's lost out in that middle phase as she was looking in that top 10. But this battle pack then out front, absolutely nose to tail, and have been for the past 3 laps.
2.5 minutes of this race to go for Sanya. A little bit wide there. He's up the inside though on the second part of the complex on Will Harris. Now, can he get the move done before the hairpin? Because Harris will have the inside through there. He doesn't want to get too feisty here. We don't want any wheel banging going on. And Harris, I think, will just hold the place. Who's that poking his nose around the outside? That's Alistair Morton. This is more like the finish of the Grand National than a Caterham race. This is brilliant stuff.
Yeah, they were closer than they were off the grid that time through as they all kind of shuffled each other. Thornton got a really bad exit of that hairpin, and it just cost him and bunched everyone else. For Sanya having a great move to go down the inside and actually make it stick all the way around the outside of Harris as they went round that hairpin. Harris, though, will be licking his wounds, seeing what he can do next. He's got the run down. Oh, so he clipped the tyre barrier for Sanya. Hopefully that hasn't broken his suspension. It's close. He carried the momentum as he got enough speed in the car. Still,
they're going to be 4 wide into Tower. This isn't going to work, surely.
Oh, crikey,
here they come. Oh my goodness, Craig Evans is going to try and go up the inside. Fasanya's in the middle, Morton on the outside, Evans up the inside. Who's this coming through? I can't keep up with this. That's Ollie White trying to move him. Where's he come from as well?
This can't work.
This is absolutely incredible. That's allowed Brian Thornton to escape into the lead. Will Harris in second.
Crawley
Everybody else is third. Dan Crawley runs onto the runoff area there.
That was a pack of 4 cars trying to go side by side by side by side all the way through there, and they've managed it somehow. Well done for doing that. That was a really complicated piece of tarmac piece of race caused by Fasania clipping that tyre barrier. It looks like he's only just dislodged the rear wing, and it's not even hanging off that badly. And he's would have been a shock for him and a shock for the drivers around him as well.
Third place is now Craig Evans ahead of Fasania. They come through towards the hairpin. It'll be last lap this time. Crawley trying to move back into it. Charles Harris with a lock up there. He nearly hit the back of Scott Helm. So here come the leaders over the line then. Thornton leads by 0.3 of a second ahead of Will Harris with 1 lap to go. Craig Evans up to third, then Fasania, Morton, White, Helm, Harris and Crawley. 3.7 seconds covers the lot of them as they come into Clervo for the final time. Harris with a little bit of a twitch in that second place. Bit of dust kicked up by Fasania in that 4th place. It could still go any way between 9 drivers. This incredible race for the Bilstein Caterham Roadsport Championship. Along the back straight they go. Now, Will Harris would have seen the last lap board. That's his signal to go all out in attack as they come down towards Tower.
So long, hasn't he? And he's still going to have the lead. Evans has done such a good job to manage the beginning part of that, or the middle part of this race. He was losing places left, right, and centre. He's drawn himself back to third. But I think that Harris not being able to overtake might have been fatal for his chances of winning that time through, as the rest of them still managed to go side by side a little bit through the Jim Clark S's. But I think Thornton, has he done enough? Has he finally done enough?
The man who qualifies so well but always seems to get shuffled back in the races. He's only got 3 more corners to negotiate once he's out of Sunny. Can he hold his nerve? Can he hang on ahead of the championship leader, Will Harris, and take his first Bilstein Caterham Roadsport Championship race victory? They're still fighting for third as well. I think Morton has got ahead of Fasania there into P4 as the leader comes into the complex for the last time. Only the hairpin now. What can Will Harris do? Can Brian Thornton hang on? Fasania's not finished yet either. Out of the hairpin. Is it going to be a win for Ireland? Here he comes up towards the line. Will Harris is closing up on him, but it's going to be a win surely for Brian Thornton in car number 33. He takes the flag, takes his first win of the season. At last, Brian Thornton has a win in the Caterham Roadsport Championship. Will Harris second, Craig Evans third, Alistair Morton fourth, and well done Mitchell Fasania. His first ever race, he comes over in P5. White sixth, Helm seventh, Harris eighth, Charles Harris that is, and Dan Crawley ninth. They were covered by less than 3.5 seconds at the line, and further back Aaron Oliver recovering from a spin to take 10th place ahead of Chris Buck, Andrew Davison and the rest of them.
Brilliant racing from the Roadsports. Really enjoyed that. Congratulations to all of our podiums, but again to all of that front group who absolutely made it a stellar one. The windscreen, we can still got side by side here as we go further down the order. That was Morling and Pontes coming side by side as they came across the line. But yeah, brilliant stuff from the Roadsports. Really enjoyed that, and well done to Thornton finally making it. I heard rumours there might have been a forfeit of someone having to shave their eyebrows. We'll have to figure out if that was because Thornton won the race or not. We'll see whether everyone's got their eyebrows tomorrow.
Well, I can tell you it's not me that's going to be shaving my eyebrows off, don't worry. Hair's that long at the moment anyway, you wouldn't be able to tell. Looks like everybody has made it home as well. All 31 cars went the distance, 13 laps the distance.
16th for Sam Parker as well, so disappointing end to her race. We'll find out at some point what happened to her, but it's yeah, brilliant to see her. Like early part of that race, fantastic, and she's just drifted away a little bit at the end there. But Brian Thornton, he's going to be absolutely on top of things.
And there is, for many, the star of the race in that one, the number 18 of Mitchell Fasania, his first ever race, and he was in contention for the win. He almost got the podium, had to settle for 5th place in the end provisionally. The provisional result then reads as follows. Brian Thornton the winner by 0.25 of a second in the end, a quarter of a second ahead of Will Harris, the championship leader, Craig Evans in 3rd, Alistair Morton 4th, Fasania 5th, then White, Helm, Harris and Crawley, less than 3.5 seconds covered the 9 of them. 10 seconds further back was Aaron Oliver, recovering well after a spin at the complex for 10th, ahead of Chris Buck, then Andrew Davison, Jimmy Y, Luciano Caruso, then Steve Lorriman and Sam Park got shuffled back to 15th and 16th, and all 31 starters went the distance in the race of the weekend so far here at Croft, the Bilstein Caterham Roadsport Championship.
We've got the Roadsports again tomorrow, looking forward to that, and yeah, that does conclude the Caterham action today, but we've still got some racing to get through with the Northern Saloon Sports Car Championship, but yeah, fantastic events from Caterham, and they will be all out there again tomorrow, apart from the Academy, who we'll probably see out on the banks doing their marshalling.
Let's hope we can get as many of them out there as possible, getting extra points for their championship. Aaron Oliver incidentally got the fastest lap there on his recovery, 1:36.025. And we'll head down to James Pearce in Parc Fermé in just a second.
So another interesting race, plenty of action in that one as well. Some spin outs too. We've got our leaders already back. You can see the celebrations at the end of this one. And we will grab a word with our top 3 in a couple of minutes' time. As you can see, the family celebrating there. Look at those moments. So before we talk to the top 3, we will try and find our 5th placed driver, which is down here. It's driver number 18, I believe, his first ever race. We will walk down the cars, see if we can find him. Here we go. Mitchell getting out of his car now. Mitchell Fasania, the number 18 driver. Mitchell, your first ever race, brilliant qualifying, and out there, how was it out on the track?
Intense.
Yeah.
Very intense. Yeah, I've never been that close to other cars at that speed, so yeah, that was a lot.
What was your best element of the track? Some brilliant corners and straights here.
Yeah, I mean, the first corner, absolutely love it. I always seem to gain a bit of time there, but I don't know, I think my racecraft needs a bit of work, and I hit a tyre stack out there, so I was driving around like this for a little bit, but other than that, it was a lot of fun.
You've done it once, you do it again?
Yeah, definitely.
Of course he would.
Got the bug
Of course
now.
he would.
Yeah.
Well done, Mitchell. Congratulations on that one. Let's go and grab Sam as well, and we will get our interviews for the top 3. In fact, Sam has darted over there. We'll go and see our very own Sam Parker, who is just over here. You can see celebrating. That's all right. All good. Sam, how was it out there?
Oh, it was very hot, very chaotic. Lots of dust, people dropping a wheel and the dust everywhere, and it was chaotic actually.
It was chaotic. Good fun though.
Really good fun. Yeah.
It looked good out there. I'm going to pass this over to you, so you can go and chat with our top 3.
Amazing. Thank you very much. Thank you. And I believe our winner is Brian Thornton. That is correct, isn't it? Which will be amazing. Where is Brian? Let's try and find him. He's should be able to find. Who won?
Brian's won.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah. Okay. And you were second? I'll come back to you in a minute. Don't go anywhere. Right, here we go. Brian Thornton. Brian.
What do you think?
Well done. I'm so pleased for you.
Oh, man.
What was it like?
Mental, just insane. The car has been so bad, down on power. And then just to pull that out of the bag, but not without defending. I mean, Will gave me a good battle and Craig did for a while, and then I saw the new guy, Max, is it? Getting into the mix.
Yeah.
Mitch. Then Mitch got into the mix and was like, great, he's going to hold them up. So, yeah, fucking magic.
Apologies for the language there.
It's all right, I'm Irish. It's a disclaimer. Didn't you say we can say what we want because it's the end of the session? Have we interviewed Mark Stanton yet?
No, I'll get to that.
We'll do that next. Yeah.
Right, well done, Brian.
How was your race? Where'd you go?
Chaotic.
Here, let's do the reverse.
Oh,
so,
we did this
Sam
in
Parker,
Oxford.
how did your race go today?
It was really good fun, actually. Very chaotic.
Here, look, there's a good crowd here. Bring the camera over here. Come on, look. We'll get the gallo behind. So, Sam, come here. Tell me, how did this day go?
I feel a lot happier now that race is done.
Where did you finish?
I've no idea.
Oh, great. But you were much happier than when you went out.
Yes. Yeah, much happier.
Excellent. See, there you go. Right, back to you in the headquarters. We're going to take it from here.
Thank you, Brian. That was amazing. He has another talent as well, doesn't he? Right, let's come to Will. Will, second place. How was that for you?
Yeah, hot mainly.
Yeah.
I'm roasting, but it was good fun. I mainly just sat behind Brian to try and get a bit of a gap. Did you see last lap board?
Yes.
You did?
Yeah.
Well, I didn't see it, so I didn't even make a challenge on Brian, which is a bit annoying, but...
It's fluorescent green now. I don't know if that's maybe a bit of a distraction because it's similar to the flags.
Maybe, I don't know. Anyway, last time I was here, I didn't even finish, so... Yeah. This is definitely an improvement.
Absolute improvement. Yeah, and it's quite, a lot of deja vu from last year, isn't it?
Yeah, it is a bit. Got into it quite quickly from last year, but it's a good track, good fun.
Yeah, well done. Brilliant. And... there he is, Craig, our pole sitter, Craig. How was it? Well done, third place, fantastic
Yeah,
result.
I'm really happy. Yeah, my windscreen took a bit of a.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah. I couldn't really see very well, but it was fun. It was really fun. Yeah. I went back as far as 5th and managed to. There's a few little mistakes out there. I managed to jump back up to 3rd, which was good.
Awesome.
Can I ask how you got on?
I don't actually know.
Oh, okay, right.
It was very chaotic. There was Aaron and Jimmy took each other off.
Okay, right.
So obviously I got some clear air in front of me, and then Chris and I had a bit of we didn't touch, but we came off together at the hairpin.
Oh, damn, okay.
So then I lost out on a lot of spaces.
Oh, no.
So I don't know where I finished, but it was a good fun race.
It's a brutal circuit, isn't it? Because it's like if anyone makes even a single mistake, you're just swarmed by like 5 cars, and then you've got to deal with it, and it's difficult.
Lots of dirt being kicked up, lots of stones. I don't know if, obviously you got the stones, loads of
I
dirt.
got shot, to be honest. Yeah, it's, I took a beating. I think I'm going to need a new windscreen. I'm trying to hold off spending more money on a new windscreen, but I have to get one now, I think.
Well, after this round, we've got Zandvoort, and I believe Zandvoort has some very, very large gravel. So we want to try and hold on to these windscreens because we'll probably get a few bullets at Zandvoort.
I might try and blag that one with Darren. Say this is not a safety concern at all.
It doesn't look safety. Yeah, it looks fine. Well done, Craig.
Thank you very much.
Well done, well deserved. Right, more racing. There's one more race to go. So we're going to hand over to Chris and Dave.
Well, let's have a look at some quick highlights of our brilliant last race for the Bilstein Caterham Roadsports. First of all, it was a rather frantic first corner at Clervaux, but everybody got round it somehow in the dust cloud there. Mitchell Versanya, our newcomer, was rather shuffled wide, but he managed to fight his way back. A couple of cars running wide onto the grass. I think it was Luciano Caruso, the number 88 there, who went wide in the dust cloud. We didn't see that initially. And a wonderful lead battle developed, led initially at the front of the pack by Craig Evans ahead of his main championship challengers. There was so much going on out there, it was nigh on impossible to follow. That looks like Scott Darling. We didn't see that initially, having a spin towards the back of the field. He was lucky not to be collected on the way past there. Liam Baslington had a spin, and luckily everybody was able to avoid him at Clervaux. Well, indeed, all 31 starters went the distance, including Aaron Oliver, who recovered very well to take 10th place and set fastest lap after tangling with Jimmy Way at the complex. Midfield battling saw our Sam involved, fighting it out with Steve Lorriman and Chris Buck, among others. The lead battle, somehow Brian Thornton was able to hang on. You can tell he's a great entertainer. Typical Irishman is Brian Thornton. Apologies for any choice language you heard, incidentally, during his interview at the end there. As Mitchell Fasanya fought his way back up into the top three, but then clipped that tyre stack and nearly launched himself onto two wheels, leading to a four-wide moment coming into Tower Bend. Alistair Morton on the outside, Craig Evans getting through on the inside, Ollie White getting involved as well. What a conclusion it was to this race. 9 cars covered by just over 3 seconds. A couple of cars running wide at Tower. That was Chris Hicks in the 52 going for a spin. We couldn't take our eyes off that lead battle, so we missed that at the time. Chris ending up in the long grass on the infield. Somebody else going for a bit of a lose as well, the number 19. I noticed he'd lost time on the last lap. That was Chris Morling. But an incredibly entertaining race, I'm sure you'll agree. Brian Thornton takes his first sports win.
So I've got Kirk Armitage with me. Kirk, tell us about how your qualifying went this morning.
Terrible. Terrible. The power steering broke as soon as I pulled out onto the circuit, and I ended up with power steering half of a lap and then not the other half of the lap. So I just tried to do the best I could, and then when I slid on my own oil, I thought, well, we'll call it quits at that, and I pulled in after 5 laps. But as it turns out, I didn't realise that I qualified so well, just trying to take it easy, and
there you go.
So I ended up in 5th on this race and 4th in the second race. So
it makes it exciting, doesn't it?
It certainly does. I don't want to experience that again, really, because sliding on my own oil is a bit unnerving. But anyway, it's all repaired, and hope for good things in this one.
I was going to say, the car looks like it's in good shape. Starting in P5 for the first race across the weekend, what's the strategy?
Finish. I haven't raced in 12 months. I had a perfect test day yesterday. Brilliant. And then I've had trouble this morning. So just finish the race and enjoy myself, and then the results will come, won't they?
They will indeed.
Yeah.
Kirk, enjoy yourself out there.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Speaking now to Matty Cobb, who had a good qualifying, will be starting P4 on the grid today. But Matty, before we do that, I want to talk about the car, because all the team behind the screens have been watching this one and have spotted this one today. Tell us a bit about the car you're driving today.
Yeah, so the car itself, the chassis is a Radical SR8 with a modified Beetle's body on top of it.
Yeah, it's an absolutely lovely car, and it's turned many eyes and heads in there, just admiring the car. Tell us about your race. Obviously P4 in qualifying earlier on. How was it out there?
Yeah, not too bad. We're just trying some new tyres, so we're just trying to get them bedded in, so see how the race goes. I've never ran these tyres before, so a bit of a learning curve, but we'll get there.
And how are we feeling for the race? What's the strategy when you get going?
Just try to hang on to these two and then just see where we go from there.
Fantastic, Matty. Enjoy the race. Best of luck.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Cars on their way to the grid then for our final race of day one here at Croft. It's the Northern Saloon and Sports Car Championship, organised by the Darlington and District Motor Club. And you can use almost anything you want in this championship, as we've already seen. Unfortunately, our top qualifier, John Wolfett, in the Spire GTR Sports Racer, had problems after qualifying. He's withdrawn, so he won't be starting. So the front row, Paul Rankin in his bewinged Westfield Aero is on pole, alongside Paul Collingwood in his Eclipse SL1 kit car. Second row, Matty Cobb in the VW Beetle that isn't, as we've just heard. A bit more info on that car when we get underway. Alongside Kirk Armitage, we've just heard from Kirk in his BMW M3. Row 3, Chris Huntley in a Subaru Impreza WRX and Daniel Kell in his Ford Sierra Cosworth. Row 4, Alex Prentice in a Volkswagen Golf GTI and Dave Todd, not the Davey Todd of motorcycle racing fame, he's in a Subaru Impreza WRX. Completing the top 10, Justin Cox in a Caterham and reigning champion Stephen Rees in his Lotus Elise. It is a class-based championship, this one, so various classes of different kinds of car. Row 6, we've got 87 Stephen Kell in another Sierra Sapphire Cosworth alongside Sam Cowburn's BMW M3. Row 7 is former rallycross man Michael Boak in his VW Golf alongside Stuart Middleton's Honda Civic Type R. Another Civic Type R, well, a pair of them on row 8, Chris Sparks and Steve McNabb. Row 9, Clive Cooksy's Ford Fiesta, Alan McPherson's MK Indy kit car. Row 10, David Cox in a Golf and Tom Bowes in a Porsche Boxster. The 11th row, treble 7, Max Prentice, had a bit of a problem in qualifying, so hopefully he's out there with his Honda Civic alongside Simon Baker in a rather famous Ford Focus. Hopefully he's there. He broke a drive shaft in qualifying, and hopefully the ex-Gordon Shedden, yes, the ex-Gordon Shedden Ford Focus has made it out there. Luke Williamson in a Golf on row 12 alongside Stephen Cragg's Mazda MX-5. Another MX-5 for James McCann starts alongside Cameron Whitley, the ex-Rallycross man in his turbo diesel-powered VW Polo. Row 14, the Porsche 924 of John Armstrong alongside Alan Laidler, another ex-Rallycrosser in his BMW Mini. Row 15, Stephen Reed and Paul Lightburn, a pair of MX-5s. And the final row of the rig, Carl Gudgeon, number 37 in a Renault Clio, and Emma Smith in another MX-5. So a variety of cars out there, a variety of classes. Saloon and sports cars in classes A1 and A2. They run on slick tyres. We've got classes B, C and D are on treaded tyres, classified by engine size. Class E is for kit cars with unlimited capacity and modifications, and Class M for Mark 1 Mazda MX-5s. So it'll be a race of 15 minutes plus 1 lap. So when the 15 minutes is up, the last lap board goes out then. It's done slightly differently by the Northern Saloons and Sports Car Club. And look at the size of that grid. Look at the variety on that grid. Paul Rankin with his Bewinged Westfield, number 62, the white and black car on pole, alongside the Eclipse of number treble 1, Paul Collingwood, not of cricket fame, despite the name. And then Matty Cobb in that extraordinary Radical Beetle. It's a Radical SR8 sports car with a VW Beetle body shell on top. That's in tribute to a rather special car from the 1970s. We'll give you more on that a little later on, because it is time to go racing with the Northern Saloon and Sports Car Championship. Revs are up and away they go. Very slow start from our pole sitter, Paul Rankin, and away goes Paul Collingwood into the lead in the Eclipse SL1. Look at the speed of those top three. The lighter sports car just rocket away from the Saloons behind them. Super start by number 78 Alex Prentice in the red VW Golf as well, up into fourth. There's cars going everywhere at the back, and they've all stayed on the black stuff, and they all managed to make it round. So it's Paul Collingwood who leads. A lot of smoke from one of the Sierras there. That's in trouble already and is pulling over. That's one of the Kell family. I can't tell which one it is. They're identical, those two cars in the front. But it's a bit of a calamity. That's the name of their race team, Calamity Racing. It was number 89, Daniel Kell, in the Sierra 4x4 that's pulled over there. Unfortunately, the Sapphire of Stephen Kell still going. Hopefully that hasn't dropped any oil. There's cars all over each other. There's the treble 7. That Honda Civic had a few problems in qualifying. Well, the leaders have already cleared off in front. There they are. But we concentrate at the moment on the battles behind. There's Alex Prentice in his Golf. Then we've got the first of the BMWs. That's Kirk Armitage ahead of Chris Huntley in his Subaru Impreza. Reigning champion is the yellow Lotus Elise there of Stephen Rees. The points leader, incidentally, Damien Mackay in his Westfield FW, is not here this weekend. So we don't have our overall points leader. It normally runs in Class E. And in fact, we've got a red flag. The red flag is coming out. We think it's because of the Sierra that's stranded over on the back straight, Daniel Kell's car. So the red flag coming out, and that will be a restart. So a chance to pause for breath then in this Northern Saloon and Sports Car Championship race, promoted by the DDMC, the Darlington and District Motor Club. And there is the number 89 car of Daniel Kell. We saw a big cloud of smoke from that car, unfortunately, and he's had to pull over. Had a win in the open saloon car races on Boxing Day at Mallory Park last season. Thank you to our marshals there, just checking the track is clear. Okay, so we'll wait a restart to this first of 2 races this weekend for the Northern Saloons and Sports Cars, based here at Croft, but they race at other venues across the country. They open their season at Knockhill in Scotland in April. Then they moved on to Mallory Park and Alton Park. This is the first of a couple of rounds this year at Croft for them. They go across the north and the Midlands of England, this championship, and to Scotland as well. So Daniel Kell's Sierra, his engine appears to have let go, the Sierra XR 4x4, I think that is. Well, Stephen and Daniel Kell compete under the name Calamity Racing, and it certainly was a bit of a calamitous start, wasn't it, for the number 89? Okay, the reason for the red flag is oil from that Sierra, so that's the reason for the stoppage. And it gives us a chance to have a look at some of the cars out on track there. Paul Rankin with the Westfield Aero. It certainly is fitted with some impressive aero, isn't it? On pole. Paul, a joiner by trade. Made a slow start there of the Class A1 car. As we were mentioning in the run-up to that race, Classes A1 and A2, they're for cars on slick tyres. Class A1 for cars of over 2 litres or for turbocharged engines, and Class A2 for cars up to 2 litres in size. Classes B, C and D are for cars on treaded tyres. Class B for over 2 litre. Class C for 1600 to up to and including 2 litre. And Class D for up to 1600cc. Class E is for kit cars. We've got just a couple of entries in there. Alan McPherson's MK Indy and Justin Cox's Caterham are Class E cars. And Class M is for Mazda MX-5 Mark 1s. We've got 5 of those here, dedicated class for MX-5s. Championship is run for many years now by the Darlington and District Motor Club, based here at Croft. And the records on the club website go back to 2005, but it's been run a lot longer before then. As an open club racing series, really. Some of you may have seen recently at Anglesey on our coverage, the CNC Heads Northwest Sports and Saloons. It's that sort of series. You can use anything you like, as long as it's not a single-seater. It can be raced in this championship. There's a home for it. And we get special machines like Matty Cobb. We've heard of his, well, VW Beetle. It's down as on the entry list, but it's not. It's a Radical with a Beetle body. And that car is a tribute to the car run by the great Mick Hill in special saloon and super saloon races in the 70s. His car was a Beetle body on the chassis of a Formula 5000 single-seater with a 5-litre Chevrolet V8. The Radical has got a 2.7-litre engine with the Beetle body on top, and Matty has built that car in tribute to Mick Hill and races it very successfully in this championship. We've got the Eclipse out there as well, the Eclipse SL1. While the marshals are doing their work, then we'll have a quick look again at the start of the race. It was a very poor getaway for Paul Rankin, and the Eclipse just rocketed off. Paul Collingwood into the lead, Matty Cobb in second, Rankin in third, but it was further back. Watch the red Sierra of Daniel Kell in the middle of the pack. We just suddenly saw this great cloud of smoke, and that was as far as it went. Now we see it in about 5th place, but he's about to pull over Daniel Kell. The engine has let go. There's oil everywhere. That's why everybody slowed down. It was the Eclipse of Paul Collingwood that was leading. Great start by the Golf of number 78 Alex Prentice up into 4th. Ahead of some of the more powerful saloons now, the BMWs, the Subarus, the other Sierra. The sheer variety of cars all the way down the order there. There's the couple of the MX-5. Stephen Craggs, ex-Ford Fiesta racer, at the wheel of his MX-5. That was as far as we got before the red flags came out. Okay, It will be a restart over 15 minutes plus 1 lap. So a slightly different way of doing things in this championship. Instead of the last lap board coming out and the time limit being the race, when the 15 minutes is up, then the last lap board goes out and we get an extra lap. So it's a little bit differently. Good to see some ex-rallycrossers in this race. We've got Michael Boak out there in his Golf. Alan Laidler, who's converted his rallycross BMW Mini, the supercharged 1600cc machine, into a circuit racing machine. And also got Cameron Whitley in his turbo diesel VW Polo. Those three used to compete, among others, with the BTRDA Clubman's Rallycross Championship. So the grid forming up for the restarts. So points are led by Damien Mackay, the Scotsman, in his Westfield, but he's not here today. So a chance for Alex Prentice, who's in Class B in his Golf, to take the lead of the championship. He's only 2 points behind. So is Steve McNabb in Class C in his Honda Civic Type R, the black and orange Honda. Stephen Rees, the reigning champion in his Lotus Elise, is in 4th in the points. He's in Class C. Another car that we have was on the entry list that we've not seen today is Scott Hubel in his Peugeot 205 T16 replica. He's running this championship for a number of years. Great shame that's not here. In the points, Class A1 is led by Matty Cobb in the Beetle Radical. Class A2 by Scott Hubel. Class B by Alex Prentice. Class C by Stevie McNabb, just ahead of Stephen Rees. Class D is led by Simon Sheridan's Honda Civic. He's not out today. Class E by Damien Mackay, but he's not here. So Alan McPherson likes to be the favourite for Class Honours there, or Justin Cox, the two drivers in Class E. Class M is led by Stephen Reed, number 53 in his MX-5. Proper old-fashioned club racing championship this is. 32 cars here, but there'll be 1 or 2 missing for this restart. It's a shame we haven't got John Wolfett out there, the Spire GTR sports racing car. Named Spire because it's built in Chesterfield, home of the Crooked Spire. And I remember one meeting I attended here at Croft a few years ago where John got tipped into a spin at the hairpin on the first lap. And such is the speed of that lightweight sports race, so by about lap 5 he'd screamed past everybody and was leading again. These lightweight bike engine sports racers and kit cars, very impressive. We had hoped to see a Westfield XTR2 sports racer here today, but I think David Brewis had some problems with that in the lead up to the event. David Brewis, the ex-Special Saloon racer, used to have a Suzuki SC100 bodied car on a Formula 3 chassis. Wasn't until he stood next to that car he realised just how small it was. Just awaiting the all clear from the clerk of the course then to resume action. Now we can see the extent of Daniel Kell's oil slick there at Hawthorne. Ray Sumner, the senior clerk of the course at today's event. From the Darlington District Motor Club we have Thomas Smith, assisted by Mark Laybourne. And all our other officials today, other clerks of the course, Rob Williams, Steve Hill, Luke Cordell, the ex-Mini Challenge racer, Darren Holmes, Stacey Lauday. Stewards in charge, David Gray, Anthony Curran, Steve Gibson and Dave Hay. So thanks to them in charge of today's event. And we see some more of the grid. The yellow number 7, that's Alan McPherson's MK Indy kit car. 113 is the Golf of Luke Williamson. The more modern Golf of David Cox alongside. There you can see the sheer variety on this grid. Stephen Kell in the family's other Sierra, the Sapphire with the longer boot. Porsche Boxster in there, that's Tom Bowes. And the little red VW Polo there, that's Cameron Whitley, the ex-rallycrosser. As a VW Polo owner myself, great to see one of those out there. Not as quick as that one though, I'm sure. Couple of Imprezas in there. Okay, a green flag lap gets underway. Ready for a restart. Looks like it will be over the full distance. Alan Laidlow's BMW Mini. I love the eyes on the headlights of that one. Honda Civics, trio of them in there, the EP3 shaped Civic. The older shaped one further back, treble 7 that is, of Max Prentice. Right at the back we have the Clio of Carl Gudgeon, number 37. One car we haven't got out there, unfortunately, is the number 52 Ford Focus of Simon Baker, which is the car that was raced regularly by Richard Mines in the BTCC during the 2001 season in the production class. But for the Knock Hill round, it was loaned to a locally based Ford racer for his BTCC debut, somebody called Gordon Shedden. Yep, the very car that Gordon Shedden made his British touring car racing debut in is here this weekend. Unfortunately, it broke a drive shaft in qualifying, so was unable to race today. Hopefully, Simon Baker can get that back out tomorrow. It's original livery as well that Gordon raced it in. Kirk Armitage, one of the quicker saloons on the grid, despite that power steering failure we heard about in qualifying. Paul Rankin hoping to get his start spot on this time. Thanks to everybody for your comments through the day as well. Not really time to read them out today. We'll try and read some more of them out tomorrow. As the grid forms up then. The white and black Westfield of Paul Rankin on pole. It's called the Westfield Aero. It certainly has its share of aerodynamics on there. The grey and orange Eclipse SL1 of Paul Collingwood, the kit car alongside him. The blue Radical Beetle of Matty Cobb on row 2 alongside the navy blue BMW of Kirk Armitage. Then the black Subaru of Chris Huntley on row 3. Alongside him we would have had Daniel Kell, but the Sierra not taking the restart, of course, those problems. Alex Prentice, the red Golf with the black bonnet on row 4 with the Subaru of Davey Todd in the Golf livery alongside him. Completing the top 10, Justin Cox, the black and green Caterham. Alongside number 1, Stephen Rees, the yellow and grey Lotus Elise, the reigning champion. Chance for Alex Prentice, if he can win the class here, to take the championship lead. So it'll be a 15-minute race plus 1 lap. for the Northern Saloons and Sports Car Championship, promoted by the Darlington and District Motor Club. Revs are up and away, and this time Paul Rankin doesn't move at all. Let's hope nobody hits him. He was slow off the line first time, at least he got away on Wallop. Oh dear. The 777 of Max Prentice, the Civic, has gone straight into the back of him. There was another car, I think it was the Clio, that is collecting. That'll be another red flag. Oh, what a shame. Let's hope everybody's okay there. The race is stopped again. Well, Paul Rankin was slow away the first time. This time he doesn't move at all. And Max Prentice in the Honda Civic goes straight into the back of him. Let's hope everyone's okay there. That was a nasty impact. There is Paul Rankin. Oh, the MX-5, number 53 of Stephen Reed, involved as well. Paul Rankin's out of the car. He appears to be okay. And Stephen Reed climbing out of his MX-5 as well. Paul Rankin is okay. It's the car he's worried about. Let's hope that Max Prentice is okay there as well. Okay, so under the red flags here at the Croft circuits, with a start line incident in our final race of the day, the Northern Saloon and Sports Car Championship, involving, I believe, 3 different cars there, when the pole sitter failed to get away and a couple of other cars collected him. So we hope that the drivers involved are okay, and we await news on a restart. It looks like Max Prentice may be out of his car. I think that's him on the right there. But he'll just get a check-up from the medics there by the look of things. Big thanks to our medical staff here at Croft. His drivers appear to be okay then, that's the main thing. So Max might well be taken to the medical centre there for a check-up. And now the wreckage will be cleared. That's end of game for Paul Rankin, sadly. The Honda of Max Prentice definitely as well, the front end of that heavily damaged. And Stephen Reed's MX-5 caught up as well. So a fair bit of clearing up to do. And once that's done, hopefully we'll be back underway with the restart. Now time to look again. Watch the car of Paul Rankin on the pole. We saw his hand go into the air. You could see he was having problems, but possibly difficult to see there through the roll cage of the Westfield. And the pack moved off. And at first it looked as though everybody was going to see him and avoid him. But Max Prentice unsighted in the Honda Civic towards the back, and bang! And again, then took another impact from the MX-5, lifted the Honda off the ground. A big accident there. No wonder Max Prentice is a bit shaken up there. 2 heavy impacts for the Honda. Well, thankfully no serious injury by the look of things. The drivers will probably be checked up at the medical centre just to make sure they're okay. And then the wreckage to be cleared. So there'll be a delay here, and we'll bring you news on a restart as and when we can. So while the recovery is going on, a quick chance to preview tomorrow here at Croft. We start with our first race at midday tomorrow, which will be the Dutch Barn Vodka Caterham 7 Championship UK, and it's racing all the way through. We've got 10 races back to back. All the championships we've seen today, except for the moobob Caterham Academy, they had just the one race today. So we kick off with the Dutch Barn Vodka Caterham 7 Championship UK, followed by a second race for the Virtue Mini Challenge Trophy, and all of our other Caterham championships. The second race for the Northern Saloon Sports Car Championship as well. And we go right the way through to the end of the programme with the Vertex Caterham 310R Championship, which will end the programme here. That's Croft. 10 races coming up tomorrow. A little later start than usual on a Sunday with BARC TV, but with local restrictions here at Croft, we can't run before midday at this circuit on a Sunday. And now we can see a close-up of the recovery operation. Big thanks to our recovery crew. And that is Max Prentice's Honda Civic. Look at the state of that. But it's a testimony to the strength of that car that Max has got out looking relatively unscathed, because he hit the back of the Westfield and then was immediately collected by Stephen Reed's MX-5. There is the MX-5. That's going to be lifted off by the telehandler. That's end of weekend for both of those cars, definitely. And Max Prentice, he had a tough qualifying session as well. I was trackside during qualifying, and he had a spin coming out of the chicane, and also was having problems with the engine management light coming on the dashboard. So a weekend to forget for Max. And Paul Rankin out for the weekend, I would say, as well, with the Westfield. That's a great shame, because he would have been one of our contenders for victory. So the recovery operation will continue. We'll be back underway with our final race of the day just as soon as we are able. Still under the red flags here at Croft Circuit in the Northern Saloons and Sports Car Championship opening race of the weekend, following that collision on the grid. But I think cars are now starting to be ushered forward onto the grid, so we should shortly get some news on a restart. So well done to all the marshals, medics and recovery crews there for clearing up that incident very quickly. The drivers involved there will be taken just for a quick check-up at the medical centre. The timing screen says a 10-minute restart, so hopefully 10 minutes plus 1 lap of this restart. So Paul Collingwood starts alone on the front row. Paul Rankin's car, the one collected in that unfortunate incident off the start line. And Matty Cobb with a free run down the inside now in the Beetle. Mick Hill Tributes car. Mentioning the special saloons from the 70s, of course, sad news reached us this week of the passing of the successful special saloon racer Tony Hazelwood earlier this week at the age of 87. He campaigned the famous DAF V8, the DAF 55, with a Cosworth V8 somehow shoehorned inside it. I saw that car on display at Thruxton, a special event a few years ago. Mike Wilds also raced that car in period. Tony was its creator, and Tony sadly passed away early this week, so our condolences to his many friends in the sport. There's a wonderful tribute to Tony written on Autosport's website this week by my esteemed colleague Marcus Pye. Looks like we are almost ready then, just awaiting the all clear from our clerks of the course to get this race back underway. It'll be a 10-minute restart plus the final lap. So thanks for your patience, everyone, during this enforced delay. Thanks to some of your comments. Ben Southard, Miles Layfield, Graham Dixon, he's supporting the ex-rallycrossers in this race. Michael Boak, Cameron Whitley and Alan Laidler. Daniel Walton, who's here at trackside at Croft. Hi to KGK Motorsports. He'll be joining this championship soon in a Clio 172, he tells us. Hi to Lewis, he was supporting Max Richardson in the Caterham Academy. Okay, the green flag waves then. About to get back underway. There is Paul Collingwood. I'm loving the shark's teeth on the front of the Eclipse SL1. The Eclipse that's on the front row of the grid. Features a 2-litre Ford Duratec engine originally. I think that one's slightly bigger though, a 2.4 listed as the power plant of the Eclipse of Paul Collingwood here. The chassis also allows fitment of Audi's twin-turbo V6. Originally powered by a Ford Duratec 2-litre. They've competed in various kit car and sport specials championship, but Paul choosing to run his in the Northern Saloons and sports cars. Hi to Josh McNabb. He'll be supporting Stevie McNabb in the Honda Civic Type R. There he is, the number 20. Wonderful variety in this series. Variety certainly the spice of life. Up to the grid they come then. Grey and orange Eclipse SL1 of Paul Collingwood. The blue Radical Beetle Special of Matty Cobb, the Mick Hill tribute. The navy blue BMW M3 of Kirk Armitage. Chris Huntley in the black Subaru Impreza. The other Subaru, the Golf livery one, is David Todd. And the Golf, the red car with the black bonnet, that is Alex Prentice. Justin Cox in the Caterham is there. Stephen Kell in the Sierra. No Daniel Kell, of course, after his engine let go. Last few cars into position at the back. So we're missing Paul Rankin, we're missing Max Prentice, number 777, we're missing 53 Stephen Reed. Okay, third time lucky then with the Darlington and District Motor Club Northern Sports and Saloon Car Championship. Revs are up and away they go. Great start again by Paul Collingwood, surges away into the lead. One of the Civics, that was Chris Sparks charging his way through. The number 27, the Porsche Boxster hasn't got away at the back. That's still on the grid, the car of Tom Bowes, but it is the Beetle of Matty Cobb who has taken the lead. Everybody trying to get through one of the MX-5s. That's the grey MX-5 of Stephen Craggs. Went dirt tracking there on the first corner. The Boxster has now got away at the tail of the field, but it's Matty Cobb who leads from Paul Collingwood. Kirk Armitage in the BMW is in third place. They go up towards Tower for the first time. Certainly bizarre looking machine, isn't it? Matty Cobb's Radical Beetle. Chris Huntley's Impreza. Up the inside, Michael Boak in the Mark III Golf, attacking Justin Cox in the Caterham. The rest of them surge their way through. Cobb leads at the Jim Clark S's. The first two have gone clear. Now these two, I reckon, are going to pull away from the rest of the field, and everybody else. It's going to be a fight for P3 here. The win's going to be between these two. Armitage in third, then a gap back to Huntley's Impreza. There is Alex Prentice with his Golf. A little bit of smoke off one of those cars there in the fourth place battle. Didn't quite see which one it was. That is Alex Prentice's Golf that's smoking slightly there. We've got Stephen Kell's Sapphire next, then David Todd's Impreza. Stephen Rees, the reigning champion. Michael Boak and Justin Cox still side by side. The lightweight Caterham up the inside. Michael Boak, only a recent convert to circuit racing from Rallycross. So Cobb leads from Collingwood. Armitage, Huntley. The rest of them go through. There is the Sierra Sapphire Cosworth of Stephen Kell. Of course, we've seen the Kell family appear in MX-5s and British GT. James Kell, I think, is a relative of the family, competing in British GT4 in recent years, as David Todd in the Subaru goes for the outside. Stephen Rees behind them with the yellow Lotus, the defending overall champion. He's got one of the Honda Civics behind him. That's Chris Sparks, I think. He made a rapid start. Michael Boak's got back ahead of Justin Cox further back. Michael Boak used to run a diesel-powered Audi TT in Rallycross. He used to smoke that much. We called him Smokey Bokey. He's now in that Mark III Golf GTI. He's ahead of Cox. Then a gap back to another of the Civics. That's Stephen McNabb. And then we've got Clive Cooksey, I think, in his Ford Fiesta next in the order. So Matty Cobb leads in the Beetle. This is the battle at the moment for 7th place. And further down. Pick up the class leaders fairly shortly as Kell holds off Todd. It's Reese. Bit of a lock up there from the Civic of Chris Sparks, nearly into the back of Steve Reese's Lotus. Boak staying ahead of Cox, and then we've got Stephen McNabb in his Honda Civic. Fastest lap of the race by Paul Collingwood, who has taken the lead while that was going on. Collingwood leads Cobb now. The Eclipse has taken over. He's done a 1:26.399 that last lap. That was over 2 seconds quicker than Matty Cobb in the Beetle. Kirk Armitage's BMW is still third. Then fourth is Chris Huntley's Subaru. And Alex Prentice's Golf is fifth. Now, if Alex Prentice wins the class here, he may well take the overall championship lead in that Golf. This is the main battle at the moment. It's for P6. A couple of other cars that didn't take the restart. John Armstrong's Porsche did not grid for the restart, the 924S. So we've lost 5 cars so far. Further back in the order as well is number 43, Sam Cowburn's BMW M3. So whether he had a problem at the start, he's further down the order than he should be. Collingwood leads by 0.3 of a second. And in fact, Matty Cobb took a few tenths out of him on that last lap. There are the leaders, Collingwood from Cobb. And they're nearly 10 seconds clear of Kirk Armitage. I thought these two might clear off in front. Just looking at their qualifying times, Collingwood did a 1:26.855. Cobb did a 1:30.977. So Collingwood was about 4 seconds quicker than Matty Cobb in qualifying, but they're closely matched here. It was Cobb that led early on. Reese in the Lotus, closing up on Chris Sparks' Honda Civic. Boak and Cox still together as well. Here comes Matty Cobb out of Sunny on the tail of the lead. There's back marker traffic to be considered. Now, we've not really mentioned back markers so far today because in Caterham racing the cars are so evenly matched you rarely see cars being lapped. But in this race, they're already catching one of the MX-5s, I think it is. And Matty Cobb has a look there on the hairpin. Can't quite get up alongside the Eclipse, little sports racing style kit car. Here comes Matty Cobb again. He has a look on the inside on the right towards Clervaux. They pass the MX-5 and up the inside Cobb is going to take the lead. He goes through. The Radical Beetle into the lead. Had a double win at Alton Park earlier this season. That extraordinary looking machine. Looks great, doesn't it? Now takes Paul Collingwood for the lead. They lap the Clio there as well of Carl Gudgeon. It's the white MX-5 of Paul Lightburn that went a lap down there as well. And these two just carrying themselves clear. They're nearly 12 seconds clear of Kirk Armitage now. Still the Sierra ahead of Chris Sparks. I think Stephen Reese in the Lotus Elise has managed to get past him, the reigning overall champion. Yes, there he is. Michael Boak coming under fire from Justin Cox again. So Class A1 is being led by the overall leaders. There's only one car in Class A2, and that's Alan Laidler's BMW Mini. Class B is being led by this man, Alex Prentice, in the Volkswagen Golf GTI. He's 5th overall, and I think if he wins the class here, he will go into the overall lead of the championship, because Damien Mackay in his Westfield, not here today. Not here this weekend. I think that Golf might be a diesel, judging by the colour of that smoke. A couple of diesels in this race. Cameron Whitley's got his diesel Polo as well. So that's the Class B leader. Class C, meanwhile, a couple of places back, is being led by Stephen Rees in the Elise. There he is, behind David Todd in the Impreza WRX. So Stephen Rees, the reigning champion, leads his class in the Lotus. Class D, there are no runners. The only entry in Class D was Max Prentice in the Civic, and we know that car is sadly out with damage. Class E is being led by Justin Cox in the Caterham. That's the kit car class. His only rival in this race, Alan McPherson, who's a bit further back in 14th place. Cox is 11th overall. And Class M is for the MX-5s, which is being led by Stephen Craggs in the grey MX-5, I think. It's very close for the lead of Class M. In fact, here they are, and that's the number 13 of James McCann up the inside. He's just taken the lead of the MX-5 class, as behind them, Cameron Whitley returns to his roots in rallycross there. They did used to run rallycross here at Croft. You would come out of Hawthorne, and then through the chicane you'd go onto the infield there, but sadly the rallycross course, we said earlier, not used anymore. But it's the MX-5s battling for their class lead here. Number 13, James McCann, and 47, Stephen Craggs. He used to campaign a Ford Fiesta in this championship. Going for the outside. Head of Cameron Whitley's turbo diesel Polo. And the other class in this race we mentioned is Class A2. And that's being led by another ex-rallycrosser, which is Alan Laidler in his BMW Mini. And that car is a little further ahead of the... no, a little further behind these MX-5s. As these two continue to battle it out. James McCann just ahead of Stephen Craggs. Good fight going on between these two. The best battle we've got for a class lead at the moment. Matty Cobb, meanwhile, is continuing to lead overall, but Paul Collingwood has just done the fastest lap of the race, 125.6 for the Eclipse. And they're way ahead of everybody else. The last lap board has gone out there as well, so the 10 minutes is up. We're on our last lap now. And there is our Class A2 leader. That's Alan Laidler. I love the eyes on the headlamps of that BMW Mini. Chasing Tom Bowes in the Porsche Boxster. Well, here are our leaders. We're on our final lap now. And Matty Cobb leads Paul Collingwood, who's closing back up again. There's back markers to deal with as well at the complex, so Collingwood could have a stab at taking the lead here. They lap the 68 of Emma Smith in her MX-5. Here they come into the hairpin for the final time. Is Matty Cobb going to hang on? Through the hairpin, is Paul Collingwood going to make a move up the inside? It's going to be close, here he comes. But I think the Radical Beetle is going to hang on. It's Matty Cobb who takes the win. Second for Paul Collingwood, and they're way ahead of the rest. Coming across the line for third, I suspect it's going to be Kirk Armitage's BMW M3. So Cobb takes the win. These two just drove away from the rest of the field, as I suspected they would do. A great battle between the two. Only 0.6 of a second between first and second at the line. Oh, Cameron Whitley stopped, I've just noticed there, on the entry to the chicane. So the Polos had problems. The MX-5 battle goes to McCann in the number 13. Kirk Armitage finishes 24 seconds down on Paul Collingwood in third place. Here comes Alex Prentice. He's going to win Class B. There's Alan Laidler takes his class victory in Class A2. Chris Huntley's Subaru finishes 4th overall. And here comes Alex Prentice to win Class B and, by my calculation, take the lead of the championship. He'll get full points because there's enough starters in his class. Stephen Rees wins Class C in 7th place behind David Todd. Class E is won by Justin Cox. I think that's everybody in. So we lost Cameron Whitley. We lost David Cox's Golf as well, I notice. So we'll check out the provisional results of that race in a moment. Our final race of the day here at the Croft circuit. The provisional result sees Matty Cobb take the win in the Beetle by 0.6 of a second ahead of Paul Collingwood's Eclipse. Kirk Armitage in third and Chris Huntley in fourth. All in Class A1. Class B won by Alex Prentice's Golf in fifth ahead of David Todd. Class C won by Stephen Rees in the Lotus in seventh. Justin Cox was eighth. He won Class E in his Caterham. Chris Sparks, Stephen Kell in the Sierra, Michael Boak in his Golf, Stevie McNabb and Stuart Middleton next term, and Alan McPherson. Further back, the MX-5 class won by James McCann in car number 13, just ahead of Stephen Craggs by less than a second. Class A2 went to Alan Laidler's BMW Mini. Quite a few non-finishers there as well, but obviously full credit to everyone for quickly clearing up the incident there on the start line. And thankfully everybody appears to be okay, that's the main thing. So we'll head down into Parc Ferme for the final time.
So already our winner back in Parc Ferme after that race. We got it going, a couple of red flags and a very tense start to the race, but Matty Cobb, we spoke to beforehand, is the winner of this one in the car that's been catching the eye and turning the heads of many people here at Croft today. We see Matty climbing out of the cars and we'll grab a quick word with him in just a second. There we go, Matty, the time without the helmet on there, and what a race that was. Talk us through it.
Yeah, it was good fun. Bit of a mess at the start. I just hope everyone's all right who was involved with the accidents. But great job, thanks to the marshals for getting out, being able to do a race. We've been so close to 6 o'clock, but no, good fun.
Yeah, it's good fun. Talk us through out there, obviously, very fast car out on the track, and managed to get it up to the front.
Yeah, it was. I managed to get a really good start actually, so that really helped. And then I outbroke myself into the corner, and I just had the legs on air, Paul.
Are you looking forward to doing it all again tomorrow?
Yes, hopefully. Thank you very much.
Fantastic. Well done,
Cheers.
Matty. Thank you very much. We can head back and come and have a quick word with Paul. As you see, the two of them, a lot of camaraderie in this one. Paul, great performance out there. Talk us through your race.
Yeah, so 2 good starts, and then the third one wasn't quite so good, but good race. I really enjoyed it. Bit short, but he's got too much power for me to keep him in a straight line. So.
Yeah, but to be fair, you were giving a good go there and trying to get around him.
Trying my best.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And what was the circuit like out there today? Obviously a little bit tricky after the 2 red flags and the wind.
Bit of dust on hawthorns and a bit slippy there, but and the wind is a big problem.
Yeah. Are you looking forward to coming back and doing it again tomorrow?
I am, yes.
Pole tomorrow?
No,
P1?
P3 again.
Ah, but you'll get to the front by the end, surely.
Yeah, well, we've lost 2, so I will be pole then.
There we go.
So, yeah.
Fingers crossed. Enjoy that one tomorrow, Paul. Thank you ever so much. And we will try and find our third place. Here is the man over here. We spoke to him at the beginning And look at this, Kirk, we're speaking to you again.
I know, excellent. Yeah, you said what did I expect from this race, and I just said just to finish. Didn't think I'd be on the podium, so yeah, really pleased with that. Yeah, I think I'm the first saloon car, so to speak, where there's a space frame thing. So yeah, I'll take that any day.
Yeah, very good out there. And obviously you said they qualified, it was 5th, wasn't it? You qualified and started the race.
Yeah, that's right. I was qualified 5th. One dropped out after qualifying, and then obviously there was a couple of start line incidents. I hope that chap on pole who stalled, I hope he's all right, because that's no place to stall.
Yeah.
On pole, you got 36 cars behind you, so yeah, I hope he's all right. Yeah. So yeah.
No, we have heard that he is okay and all good. But moments like that, I mean, I'll get your perspective on that. They must be, difficult for you guys as drivers when you spot things like that on the grid.
Well, if I'm honest, it's in the back of my head, but equally, I want to win. So it's one less. So in that respect, to pass. So, but obviously you don't see anyone hurt equally. But no, we're all here to race, and but I just hope he's all right. So.
Yeah, he is indeed. Kirk, a true competitor. Well done, third place.
No, thank you very much. That's brilliant. Thank you.
There we go, our fast 3 finishes, and what a race to end this first day of action at Croft as well. I mean, look at all the cars we've got around us, all the different types of classes, all of the different liveries, and these people are going to be racing again tomorrow as well. It's going to be incredibly exciting. We've got 10 races all in all tomorrow here at Croft, and we can't wait for day 2. A big thanks to all the team, not only the team that have been working out and around the track, but also people in the cameras who have been battered by the wind here at Croft today. As you can see, the hairstylist didn't manage to get here and help with that, and all the team behind the scenes as well. Big thank you to them, and of course a big thank you to Dave, who we will pass back to.
Well, big thank you to James and Sam down in Parc Ferme and the assembly area today. That does wrap up day 1 here at the Croft circuit. Don't forget, we do it all again. First race tomorrow due off at midday. All our Caterham Championship except the Academy back out tomorrow. Hopefully the Academy drivers will be out there marshalling. 2 races for the Virtue Mini Challenge. We welcome back the DDMC Northern Saloon and Sports Car Championship as well. Thanks to all the marshals, recovery crews, medical staff, particularly those involved in that start line incident in our last race. That was cleared up very quickly indeed. Hope all the drivers are okay there and that your cars can be repaired. Thank you to everybody here at Croft here on day 1. Thank you to all the camera crews for bringing us the action, and to Elliot, our director, back at base as well. Thank you to Chris Hutchinson for joining us in the box. He'll be back again for the Caterham races tomorrow as well. But that's all for day 1 here at the home of motorsport in the northeast of England. We'll see you back again at just before midday tomorrow. But from myself, Dave Goddard, and everyone else here on BARC TV, we'll see you tomorrow. Bye for now.